Audio presents The Wings That Bind, Book 3 of Bloodwing Academy. Written by Briar Berlin. Performed by Hannah Headley, Justin Hill, Persephone Lee, and Olivia Wright. This audiobook contains mature subject matter. Listener discretion is advised. Prologue. Neville. A heavy snow was falling, whirling outside the windows and lashing the panes, blocking out light and making it seem closer to midnight than a mere 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Along the stone corridor, a small creature padded along, their little frame replete with self-assurance. The air carried the scent of sausages and cinnamon, both flavors they were rather fond of. The smells of cooking were good ones. They helped to cover over the scent of fear. Fear had been thick in the halls of Bloodwing these past few days. Not merely the sharp, panicked fear of students who had forgotten to study for exams, but a deeper kind, closer to terror. The kind that tasted like blood and heartbreak. Neville had known that kind of fear before. He didn't like it. Continuing on towards the kitchen, he passed unnoticed, as he always did unless he decided it should be otherwise. Professors glanced past him. Students stepped around him, almost without realizing it. Leaping onto a polished wooden banister, he scampered down its slope, half sliding, half running, before jumping onto the ancient flagstone floor at the bottom. From there, it was a short jaunt into the kitchens. They were busy at this time of night. Preparations were well underway for supper, which would be carried up to the students in the refectory hall. Professors had their own table in the refectory, but many preferred to dine in their chambers. Trays would be carried up to them. Dozens and dozens of servants all working in harmony 3 times a day to bring food to the denizens of the academy. Ignoring a pair of undercooks arguing at one of the hearths about whether or not the beef was properly cooked, the Fluffin approached the spot where a tall, thin woman was stirring a pot, with a grim expression. Her eyes were narrowed as she watched the undercooks quarrel. In another moment, Neville knew she would lose her temper and snap at them. He made a low chirping noise with just the hint of a purr, and the woman turned around instantly, looking down at him, the expression of annoyance falling off her face to be replaced by one of pleasure. "Ah! The little lord has arrived for his supper." She was already reaching for a plate behind her. "Well, here you go, my lord. I hope it doesn't disappoint." Neville gave another chirp of appreciation before turning his full attention to the plate. Slices of sausage, a butter biscuit, some greens, which he disliked. Still, he ate them with dignity, knowing they held necessary nutrition. He held very still as he sensed the woman look around carefully, then dropped to her knees as he finished licking the plate. Reaching out a hand, she gently ran it over his head. She really was a soft-hearted human, despite her tendency to snap at her underlings. Neville licked her wrist in thanks, looking up at her and meeting her gaze, letting his eyes shine wide with his appreciation. The cook's lips parted, slowly, and a small smile appeared. Thus, the exchange was concluded. The cook would have a more peaceful evening. She would be less bothered by the silly mistakes made by those around her, a little more inclined towards grace. As for all those around her, Neville slipped out of the kitchen. For the rest of them, it was as if he had never been there at all. While he was in the lower recesses of the castle, he decided to explore. There were deeper areas below the kitchens, areas which frightened him and over which he had no purview. Then there were areas riskier to visit, farther afield from the hub of academy life, but which he nevertheless knew fell within the boundaries of his domain. And, as with all domains, inspections must be conducted. Back through the kitchen door, down another corridor, a turn, then another. The walk became monotonous. The passages were unlit. Few came this way. Another turn and he was in an area of the castle few knew even existed. A shortcut. There was a prickle behind his ears. He didn't wish to go this way, to visit this part of his kingdom. Bad things lay this way. But it was his responsibility. Sometimes, not even the darkest shadows could be turned away from. The light must go everywhere. Another prickle. His fur twitched. A slight pressure. A nudge. Nyxaris. The dragon's presence poked, like a cool nose touching his. An almost teasing gesture. The dragon was bored. Lonely. Morose. Not for the first time, nor probably the last. The little fluffin gave his fur a shake. There was a dilemma there, a puzzle to be solved. But first, the shadows called, and he would answer. A mouse scrambled by, and the fluffin gave a playful pounce. The mouse ran on, shaking, but intact as it reached a crack in the wall and skittered inside. Neville snuffled, twitching his nose. On a different occasion, the mouse might have been a tasty snack, but he had been well fed too recently. He felt a kindness towards the humble little creature and let it go on its way. The air chilled. A shift. There were places on the border of his realm where the stones felt colder than the rest, where there was a wrongness. The Black Keep was one of these. He walked for a while, then entered a space behind a cracked column and vanished into a narrow, dark place no map remembered, and no Blightborn or Highblood had walked. Eventually, there was light, a shard of warmth peeking out from behind a tapestry. Neville nudged his nose against the hanging, moving forward for a better look. There, sitting on the edge of the bed. The girl was there again. The one with the broken heart. Her hair gleamed dully in the firelight, unwashed and uncombed. Her eyes were listless, but she did not weep. Neville hesitated. The urge to enter and go to her was very strong. There was something there. Something that had been. Something that would be. He felt it, very powerfully. Then a voice, coming from just outside the room. Harsh, guttural, yet still smooth as poisoned honey. Everything about it was wrong. Neville growled, a faint sound low in his throat. He knew it was only a small indulgence. He would not engage the wrongness. He could not. He knew the extent of his own abilities too well for that. He had done enough to ease his own mind, simply by confirming it was still indeed there, existing where it had no right to. But there were many things wrong that still endured. This was a time when fluffins were needed in abundance. Yet, as far as he knew, he was the only one. The nudge came again. Nyxaris. The dragon had no idea where Neville was, yet he sensed something. Enough to send a warning. Neville backed up, the tapestry swinging back into place, the girl disappearing. His fur bristled. He turned. Not from fear, no. He really feared very little. He had been afraid once, very afraid. Then the red girl had come. She had found him on the beach. She had brought him home. Still, some ancient instinct, a kind of animal wisdom, told him this was neither the place nor the time for fluffins. Neville vanished into the dark, paws silent on the stone, the taste of sausage still sweet on his sandpaper pink tongue, and the feeling of the girl's sorrow still lingering behind him.
Regan. There was no point in wailing, gnashing teeth, or whining, though one or all of those things might have been the recourse of other girls. I was not like them. I never had been. I was special. Perfect. Hadn't my father always said so? Besides, if I shone here, now, he'd let Persis come home. He'd promised my father that. So I sat stiff and rigid, my back straight, waiting. The trick was to remember to breathe slowly, in and out, chin up, shoulders square. My bloodline was pure. I was practically a goddess, not far off from the blood maiden herself, bless her blood. I was a legend in the halls of Bloodwing. Everyone looked up to me. I could do anything, get away with anything, so I could do this. Still, legend or not, I'd trade every whispered compliment for one letter from my father, telling me that my little brother was safe and home again. The room was quiet, save for the ticking of a rectangular metal clock on the mantel. It was ugly and repulsive, the front glass over the face cracked, as if someone had dropped it yet decided throwing it away would be too merciful. It wasn't to my taste, but no one cared about my taste. Not today. Certainly not in this room. I forced myself to look at the door when it opened, a small smile I hoped would look coy already forming on my face. I already knew who it was. A chill seemed to always enter with him, like death chasing at his heels. Was it waiting for him or for me? He began speaking, as if resuming a conversation we'd been having all along. The reopening schedule has been finalized. Students have been arriving all day. Staff have been informed of what to say. He looked at me as if I didn't know all of this already, and I nodded dutifully. He resumed. The Dragon Court is a mess. As of today, it's officially off-limits to students. Notices are being posted. No one needs to know the details of why. But it's an access point, I noted, and many windows overlook it. He waved his hand. They'll take the long way around or walk outside. What do we care? You may cross it if you wish, though you're liable to break your neck if you try. Stones are strewn everywhere. It will take weeks to clean up. I nodded again. It didn't really matter. I knew why he wanted to keep people away. He moved closer. The scarlet velvet robe he wore dragged along the floor. He wore it long. I think he believed it made him look taller, bigger, more imposing. Men were such fools. Besides, Victor didn't need a robe to look imposing. He was fucking terrifying, with or without it. They'll fall in line, he said. I lifted my chin. Of course they will. We'll see to that. We were a pair now. No more triads, no more sharing. So why wasn't I filled with joy? So efficient, he murmured appreciatively, eyeing the scanty gown I wore.
We'll use the outer courtyard tomorrow for the assembly. You'll make a wonderful first impression.
I looked down at my lap, smiling slightly, trying to appear modest. I'll try. There must be unity, especially now.
I value our unity greatly,
he said. I didn't have to raise my head to know he was making an effort to smile. I held back a shudder.
You must be eager to step into your new role, he added.
You've honored me, elevated me. I won't fail you, I responded.
Of course you won't. You wouldn't dare.
The words were light, but my stomach churned.
House Mortis has been beheaded. What could Catherine have been thinking to disappear like that? Pure political suicide.
He chuckled. Many things about the events of the last few days had made him furious, but not this. This was a delight, a rare opportunity. Catherine's absence leaves Mortis vulnerable, I agreed. I knew he would not wish to discuss where Catherine had gone, or who had gone with her.
She trained her house well. You'll find them an advantage waiting to be taken.
I'd already determined that for myself. Catherine had always cultivated sly cruelty amongst her most favoured. With her gone, they'd be a lost flock of mean little sheep, looking for someone to follow, someone to lead, someone like me. He moved again, closer to the bed. I could see him now in my periphery, just the edge of his silhouette.
I permitted Blake to complete the rite of dissolution, he said. I might have opposed it.
My breath hitched. I tried not to let it show. In and out. In and out. Blake. He'd chosen that blight-born girl over the betrothal our parents had spent years arranging.
I was ecstatic, Victor murmured. Could you tell?
I licked my lips slowly. No, Lord Drakharrow.
Please, dispense with the formalities.
I forced my head up, made myself look at him, really look. I had no idea, Victor, or I would have been much happier in that moment. I lied. He stretched what was left of his lips into a smile. I held my gaze very still.
I gave Blake an opportunity. He was a fool to discard you. Yet now, I can claim what I admit I've always seen as mine.
He moved closer, much closer. A hand reached out. He gripped my chin. I lifted it eagerly with a sigh, as if the touch was everything I'd always wanted and more.
You're exquisite. Perfect, he murmured. I've watched you since birth, always on the sidelines, always admiring, waiting, watching. It was a mistake to give away something as perfect as you are. I should have claimed you for myself right from the start.
It took everything I had not to shudder. It was. How grateful I am to be free of him now. Inside of me, another girl was weeping with rage and fear, still trying hard to convince herself that this all could be undone, that Blake's rejection might not be forever, that father wouldn't sign a contract selling his daughter in the hopes of regaining his son. She was a stupid, silly girl. I told her to shut the fuck up. Victor's fingers were trailing lower, down my throat, skirting the tip of my collarbone. Then his hands were gone. I breathed, in and out, in and out. His hands were on his belt, loosening his robe. My smile froze.
I'm going to take my time with you, Regan. When one gets to be as old as I am, pleasures tend to fade.
He laughed softly, and for a moment I let myself wonder just how old he truly was.
But having to wait for you all these years, I expect the pleasure will be, well, perhaps nearly as exquisite as you are.
As he slid the robe off his shoulders, I made myself look, but not directly. I let my gaze land just to the right, past him to the door behind. He was inches away now. I could smell him, blood and the medicine he'd been prescribed. And something else. I stole a glance. A thick, shiny ointment was smeared across his skin, coating every part that I could see. My stomach turned. Soon it would be all over me, too.
Take off your gown.
My fingers obeyed before my mind could react. He watched me, saying nothing. I sensed the time for compliments was over. When the fastenings were undone, I stood up, even though it meant coming closer to him, and let the dress fall to the floor. Blessedly, he didn't touch me then.
Good girl. Now, lie back on the bed.
I did as I was told. The mattress was too soft beneath me. I closed my eyes and tried not to breathe through my nose as he joined me. I could do this. I had to. If I bolted now, Victor would have Persis shipped home in pieces. As it was, my little brother was far from here, sent as a ward, such a noble word for prisoner, to live with the family of one of Victor's most loyal followers until our family's honor was restored. I didn't even know where Persis was, which family held him. No one had told me anything, but if I ran, if I failed, if I said the wrong thing, he'd pay the price. My father would pay the price. My entire house would pay. Pay. I thought about the word. I was being paid for all of this, wasn't I? In power, in prestige, all would fear me, and fear was close to envy, was it not? So I let him touch me, because every caress brought Persis another sunrise. And while he did what he wanted, I went somewhere else. I was standing on the balcony, the one just above the entrance to Bloodwing, looking down upon the students as they gathered for the first day of school, watching them gape, watching them stare, as the realization dawned that I had ascended far above them all. I would look down at all their faces, my own expression cool and remote, a queen in her tower. And then I would finally see Blake. I'd smile, and I'd watch as the disdain I'd grown so used to seeing there finally melted away, changing into something else. Fear. If he couldn't bring himself to love me, then he would fear me. Oh yes, I'd make him fear for himself, and everyone he held dear, The time passed. When it was over, I reclothed myself, fingers numb but steady. Victor rose, grunting like a pig as he reached for his robe and pulled it around him. I glanced over, despite myself. The luxurious velvet fell unevenly across his ruined frame, like a curtain trying to mask a nightmare. I looked away. I'd already looked enough for a lifetime. But then, this was my life now. I had to get used to it. There was no room for the weak in the Black Keep. He moved to the door and wrenched it open.
"Davies,"
he barked to the guard standing in the hall, the one who'd probably been listening to us this entire time.
"It's time. Fetch my nephew. Drag him here if you must. Tell him Headmaster Kim wishes to see him and sends his regards."
There was a murmuring answer, then the sound of retreating footsteps. Victor turned back to me. His eyes lingered over my hands as they worked to fasten the dress. For a horrible moment, I wondered if he was going to tell me to lie back down. Then he smiled, almost wistfully, or as wistfully as a vampire who'd lived longer than any high-blood had any right to, could.
"All good things must come to an end," he said, his voice like graveyard dust. "Even my time with you, my precious gem."
He turned to the door.
"It's time to give my dear nephew a delightful surprise."
Then he was gone, not even bothering to close the door behind him. Another guard had taken up position outside. The man peeked in for a moment before my glare warned him away. I stalked over and slammed the door, then smoothed down the front of my dress. My hands were trembling. I forced them to stillness. I'd bathe and wash the scent of my new husband away down the drain, along with every memory of his touch. Then I'd do it again and again. I could do this. I could play their tyrant queen. Let them all watch and see.
Book 1. Wintermark. Chapter 1. Medra. I was flying. Well, not quite. I was bouncing, held in some sort of sling contraption. I swayed with every heavy step my caregiver took. I flailed my arms, pudgy, uncoordinated, utterly enthusiastic, while my legs kicked just as eagerly at the open air. I heard squealing, loud, joyful. It took me a moment to realize the sound was coming from me. "Easy now, little cub." The voice was a warm rumble, familiar and comforting. "You don't have to get quite so excited each time you see me. I don't think she's got quite as used to talking bears as Morgan and I have." The voice was rich and deep and came from somewhere behind me. A man's voice, the man holding me. A strong hand came up, checking the straps of the contraption. Some sort of a baby carrier. I grasped for the hand, squeaking and squirming. Everything shook as the man holding me laughed. He let me raise his fingers to my face. They smelled warm and earthy, like pine and sandalwood. Safe. I couldn't turn to see him, but warmth radiated from him like sunlight. I knew who held me. I could feel him, sense him. He was love. My uncle, my protector, Draven. "Wrigglier than a fox in a hen house," the great booming voice intoned again. I looked up in delight as a huge brown bear peered down at me, then leaned in to nuzzle their cool, wet nose against mine as I gurgled and gasped in delight. A warm summer wind crossed the glade, and I closed my eyes. When I opened them, something silver caught my eye. Hair like shimmering moonlight flowed down her back. My aunt, Morgan. She was dressed like royalty, in a rich scarlet gown trimmed with gold. She stood tall, head bent in conversation with a young knight. The half-fey woman could have been no more than 25, and yet her expression was thoughtful, her smile warm and wise. There was something sharp about the young knight, something edged like a blade. Unlike my aunt, she was mortal. She wore her steel armour as if it were a second skin. Her blonde hair was cropped short, with just a slight curl over her ears. She was intimidating, fierce. Violence obviously became her. But when she looked across the glade at me, there was nothing hard in her expression. I saw only warmth and fondness. The two women slowly approached me, their faces soft in different ways, both ways I loved. Then Morgan bent forward. I closed my eyes as she kissed my forehead with lips so soft. "Our little Medra," she murmured. "Oh, how precious." And then it was all gone. My heart lurched. I woke up, coated in sweat, my heart hammering. The dream was scattered like ash in the wind. My sheets were damp. My breath fogged the air. I sat up, the ache in my heart still sharp and all too real. The room was quiet. I turned towards the other bed, Florence's name on the tip of my tongue, everything in me calling for comfort and consolation. The bed was empty. Another pain stabbed through my chest. I'd forgotten. Florence was gone too. The morning dawned, cold and grey. It was still snowing. I hadn't slept well, not after that dream. I was used to intrusive thoughts. Hell, Orcades had been nothing but. Still, the dream had been something different entirely. A reminder of my past life, of who I really was, of the family I'd lost. The last time they'd seen me, I'd been that baby, giggling and gurgly. Would they even recognize me now? And what would they think of me if they did? What would they think of who I'd become, of what I'd done? My aunt, Morgan Le Fay, my uncle, Draven Venator, Hall, the bearkin warrior with the heart of gold, and Lancelot, my aunt's dearest friend and faithful knight of Camelot. They were legends in my mind, not real people. A world where fae and mortals and other fantastical creatures coexisted. From where I stood, with both feet fixed solidly on Sangrassa's blood-soaked soil, it all sounded like nothing more than fiction. I'd idolized them since I'd arrived in this place. It had been easy to do, considering how long it had been since I'd seen any of them in the flesh. What would they think of me? Maybe that was the wrong question. What would they think of the people I was surrounded by? The Highbloods, the vampires, Blake. I tried to ignore the throb of questions in my head as I quickly got dressed. Today was the first real day of classes after Frostfire. The midwinter break had been unexpectedly extended. We'd all been restricted to our respective house towers since the events of a few nights ago. Since I was in House Avari, that meant I hadn't really had a chance to see, well, anyone but Cage. And we weren't exactly on speaking terms at the moment. I'd mostly stayed in my room, alone. But sometimes, when I came down to snatch a tray of food, I'd hear rumours swirling in the common room. Scattered bits and pieces of what had happened that night, most of them wildly off base. I'd caught more than a few looks from Avari students. I knew everyone wanted to ask me what had really gone down that night. But no one dared. Maybe Cage had warned them off. Or maybe it was just the look on my face that told them it was better not to risk it. Of course, I wasn't the only one who had been through a lot. Trying to tally up the losses from that night was still enough to leave me reeling. Visha had lost her girlfriend, Lace Ironstride, a sweet yet tough dwarven girl I'd just begun to get to know, but who I truly liked. She'd been one of Professor Stonefist's star pupils too. I wondered if Stonefist had been told Lace was dead. Blake had lost Aenea, but not until after she'd brutally murdered Lace. The death of a child should have been horrible. We all should have been in mourning, and yet, what I mourned was the loss of Aenea, the child, because the Aenea who died had been a monster. Back in the Dragon Court that night, Theo had briefly told me what had happened, how he'd been forced to stab his youngest cousin, while shielding Florence from Aenea's bloodlust. Poor Theo. In some ways, he'd always been the most innocent of us all. Now he'd lost some of that, lost a piece of his own blood-damned heart. I wondered if he'd even been able to see his boyfriend Vaughan yet, and talk to him about everything that had gone down. Meanwhile, Lysander had lost his younger sister, Lunea. Not to death, but to something even more malevolent. Did the House Orthos leader even know the full story yet? Had anyone bothered to tell him exactly what had happened? Had Blake or Cage? Lunea had been bloodbound to Marcus Dracaro. From what I'd seen, she was basically in servitude to him and Catherine Mortis. She'd gotten on board that terrifying, corrupt dragon and ridden off into the sunset, taking my mother's soul along with her. Right, as if things weren't fucked up enough already. Ocades had gone from being dead, to being in my head, to being in a fucking enchanted knife, to now being inside of a god's-damned dragon. Melindra, that was the dragon's name. I wasn't crossing my fingers that my mother had survived the transition. Even if she'd managed to survive, our connection seemed to have been broken when Melindra flew away. I might never see her again. I wondered if there was any way to tell if Orcades was still alive. A spell, a ritual, a bit of light blood magic, anything. Of course, there was one person who might have had an answer to that, but there was no chance in hell I was setting foot in his bloody office ever again. Thinking of Professor Rodriguez raised the pace of my heartbeat immediately. I slammed the door of my wardrobe shut with a little more force than I'd meant to, tugged on the hip-length black sweater I'd pulled out, and headed for the door. Today was going to be such a shit show. Theo leaned over the breakfast table, making sure to keep his voice low. I'd lost track of how many times I glanced towards the refectory entrance. Breakfast was more than half over. We'd be heading to class in a few minutes. Obviously, Visha wasn't coming, and, apparently, neither was Blake. I glanced back at Theo, who was now standing up and making his way around the table to my side. He slid onto the bench beside me. I raised my eyebrows. Changing seats? He shrugged. I decided this was too important to risk sharing. He leaned his head as close to mine as he could without us kissing, and I tried not to snicker. He'd been reserved so far this morning, but at least he was there. He was eating. He was talking. He wasn't rocking back and forth sobbing or hiding in his room. Or, worse, furious with me. That was more than I'd hoped for, honestly. It was more than we'd gotten from Visha so far. "What?" Theo questioned, seeing my smile. I shook my head. "Nothing, it's just really good to see you, Theo." "Oh." He looked taken aback. "It's good to see you too, Medra." He glanced around one more time, then lowered his voice to less than a whisper. "So I'm not hallucinating again, right? Tanaka can turn into a fucking wolf." "Again?" He ran his hand through his hair, looking sheepish. "I mean, yeah, it's been known to happen after imbibing certain substances." I rolled my eyes. "Right, of course it has. Well, you're not hallucinating this time, Theo. It happened." "Did you know that? Before, I mean. That he could, do that?" I met his eyes. I'd actually expected you to tell me it was no surprise. Theo's eyes widened. "What? Me?" "You're a high blood," I pointed out. "Aren't you all supposed to have special tricks like this up your sleeves? Sanguimancy? Necromancy? A little extra fur?" Theo snorted. I mean, magic, yes, but usually just being, a fucking vampire is good enough. We don't need to turn into wolves, too. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he rose from the bench. What's going... I started to say. Then I saw the reason for Theo's excitement. Vaughan Sabino was striding between the tables. Clearly he'd already spotted Theo. A huge grin covered the tall, dark-skinned young man's face. In an instant, the two had collided. I watched in delight as Vaughan folded Theo into his arms, one hand firm at his waist, while the other cupped the back of his neck, then drew his lips into a slow, breath-stealing kiss. There were a few whistles and groans, but to my surprise, no one threw food or shouted anything nasty. I saw a few dark looks from some high-bloods at the House Mortis table, and a few from Theo's house Dracarro, but none from Vaughan's House Orphos. But then, in a world of cutthroat vampires, Orphos was kind of the exception. I still wasn't sure what to make of Lysander's house. There were those who said Orphos was weak, and yet once, they'd been allies of House Dracarro. Unfortunately, the loss of Lunea, basically the princess of House Orphos, wasn't going to put those claims of weakness to rest. I glanced around again, wondering if anyone knew about Lunea, then shifted my focus back to where Vaughan and Theo were still embracing. The looks they were getting weren't necessarily because Theo and Vaughan were both male either, I reminded myself. Theo was a high-blood, and Vaughan was a Blightborn. In Sangratha, a pairing like that was still fairly taboo. My skin prickled, just like Blake and me. Except, I told myself, rising as I looked at the clock on the nearby wall, there was no Blake and me, was there? Theo, Vaughan and I left the refectory with just a few minutes to spare to get to the entrance to Bloodwing Academy. A sort of back-to-school assembly had been called. Usually events like these were held in the Dragon Court, but this one was being held outdoors in a vast courtyard at the entrance of the school. I could still remember coming through those huge front doors the day Blake had escorted me from the Black Keep. He told me he'd never mingle his blood with mine. Rather ironic now. I walked ahead with Theo and Vaughan trailing behind me through the corridors, hand in hand. We were nearly at the entrance when we heard it. Voices, sharp and jeering, tinged with the kind of tone that screamed asshole and that seemed to come easily to those with power undeserved. Just leave me alone, a girl's voice stuttered, and I cringed, knowing the sound of her weakness would only excite whoever was bothering her. I glanced behind me. Theo was already scowling, his fists clenched by his sides. Vaughan's entire body had stiffened, his warm and open expression shuddering. I took a deep breath and rounded the next corner at a jog. A handful of students stood clustered beneath an archway, 6 of them, all high-bloods. I spotted Quinn Riley first. She leaned lazily against a stone column, her arms crossed over her narrow chest, pretty lips curved in a satisfied smirk. 2 other girls were there. Larissa, a Dracarro girl with mellow golden skin and silver hair that fell in thick waves, and Gretchen, a tall, curvy girl with straight chin-length hair and a pretty enough face, if you like the weaselly ones. I'd once stuck a knife in that face, so I guess that counted me out. The other 3 were males. One boy lounged against the wall close to Quinn. I wondered if this was her betrothed, the infamous Edward Ashvale, who I'd once heard her and Regan discussing. Apparently, Quinn had worked pretty hard to land him. Elegantly dressed in the colours of House Mortis, the high-blood young man stood picking at his nails with a dagger, a faint look of boredom on his handsome brown face. I was a little surprised to see the House Mortis colours. I'd assumed Quinn would be matched to someone from Dracarro. The last 2 were the biggest surprises, however. Lucian Alaron and Evander Sylvain. Both were Visha's consorts. Evander stood slightly apart from the group, looking stiff and uncomfortable. He'd helped me once, but that had been mostly Visha's doing. I was a little surprised to see him there, but I told myself I shouldn't have been. Most high-bloods were capable of such casual cruelty. I spotted the girl they'd cornered as I drew nearer. She was right in the centre. Dwarven, curvy, with mousy brown hair and threadbare gloves. The blue coat she wore was hanging off her shoulders, far too big for her small frame. Maybe it had been a hand-me-down from an older brother or sister. She was in first-year colours, probably training to be a healer or a scout, if she ever made it that far. I thought of Naveen. Her eyes were wide with fear. I watched carefully to see who she was looking at. Who was she most afraid of? To my surprise, it wasn't Quinn but Lucian. He was smiling as he tossed something from one hand to another, a shiny crimson apple. I frowned. Not exactly threatening. Not like the knife Edward was still busily cleaning his cuticles with. "I'm just trying to help," I heard Lucian say. "You look pale. We thought maybe you could use a little snack. It's a gift. Go on, take a bite." The girl shook her head, smart enough to know something was wrong, even if she couldn't quite pin down what. "No, thank you, Quinn peeled away from her pillar. "Refusing a gift from a high-blood? Do you know how deeply offensive that is, girl?" I'm sorry, my lady," the girl stammered. "I didn't—" "Oh, hell no," I muttered. No one was calling Quinn my lady without an intervention. I started forward without even glancing back at Theo and Vaughan. "Hey, Lady Quinn," I called, letting my voice drip with sarcasm. "Why don't you back the fuck up and let the first year breathe?" The entire group turned to face me. I took in their expressions. Quinn was eager. She was obviously delighted to see me. She knew I'd be much more fun to play with than a random Blightborn first year. Lucian was wary. Edward had paused his knife play. He looked curious, but not put off. The only one of the 6 who looked at all intimidated by my arrival so far was Evander. He seemed like he'd scurry off like a rat from a sinking ship, given half a chance. I wondered what Visha would say when she knew what her consorts had been up to this morning. "You there, first year. What's your name?" I called, moving closer and reaching the edge of the group. Danny," the Blightborn girl managed. "Why don't I walk you to the assembly now, Danny?" I offered. The girl gave a tremulous nod, but Gretchen and Larissa were suddenly blocking my way. Gretchen looked back over her shoulder and snickered. That was all I needed. With a sigh, I grabbed their shoulders and shoved them apart none too gently, then moved into the gap and stepped up to the Blightborn girl. "That's better," I began to say, just as Lucian stopped tossing the apple. They must have had it all planned. For the next instant, he turned towards Quinn and given her a sly, conspiratorial wink. Catch. The apple flew through the air. Quinn caught it easily, cradling her prize close to her lips as she smiled and showed her fangs. For a second, I thought she meant to bite into it herself. Then, with no warning, she spun her arm forward and hurled the thing straight at the first year's head. It hit with a wet and natural splat. Danny screamed as thick, congealed blood exploded from the apple, matting her hair and running down her cheeks. I gagged as the rancid scent hit me, sweetly rot-tinged, like pig's blood gone sour. A few of the drops had sprayed me. I hastily wiped at my face with the back of my hand as the girl's scream cracked into sobs. "Danny!" I tried to reach for her, but she was too upset to even look at me. The high bloods surrounding her backed up as she moved, laughing and shrieking, trying not to let any of the blood drip onto them. The gap between Quinn and Lucian widened. Her eyes still squeezed mostly shut. Danny stumbled toward it and bolted. This time no one tried to stop her. "By the 3, I snarled, reverting to an expression I'd grown up with. "What the fuck is wrong with you all? When are you going to grow the fuck up?" Calm down, Pendragon, Gretchen drawled. What's the big deal? It was just a little joke. Just a little blood. Larissa agreed with a titter that made me want to smack her in the face. This is Sangressa after all. At least it wasn't dragon blood, Edward offered, beginning to polish his stupid dagger with a small cloth. At least, I don't think it was dragon blood. It couldn't have been dragon blood, Edward, Quinn said sweetly. Pendragon's stupid dragon hasn't been seen in days. It flew off and abandoned her. This time for good, I think. Gretchen gave a fake gasp of sympathy. Oh, poor little Pendragon, you're all alone. She sure is, Quinn continued, her voice venomous. She probably thought Blake would come running to defend her. But oh no, it seems like he's disappeared too. Her words shouldn't have mattered to me. Still, they hit me like a punch to the gut. I tried hard not to show it, but I must have flinched a little, because Quinn's eyes lit up as if she'd scored a point. That's right. She lowered her voice to a whisper and stepped forward. Without him, what do you have left? You're dragonless, mateless, just pitiful Blightborn trash. Seems to me we should have saved the apple, Lucian drawled nastily, eyeing me up and down. You're less than trash, Pendragon. You're boring, Theo interrupted loudly as he stepped into the centre beside me. He slowly turned, looking at each of the high-bloods with an expression of aristocratic disgust and shaking his head. And wow, that really is impressive. 6 vampires should be badass, intimidating. But what do you have? 1 blood apple and a first year. He gave a slow theatrical clap. Bravo! That'll really show your enemies what you can do. Quinn growled and leaned forward, opening her mouth, but Theo was already turning away. He looked at Evander, then Lucian. Does Visha know where you two are? Because if she did, I have a feeling we'd be mopping your blood off the floor right now. I didn't, Evander said quickly, his face flushing. Oh, you didn't, Theo echoed. You didn't just stand here and watch them bully that poor first year. I'll be sure to tell Visha that later. I'm sure you'll like how it plays out. He looked down his nose at the other high-blood. You're a waste of space, Evander. Absolutely pathetic. I doubted Theo had even seen Visha since that night in the Dragon Court. But since he was doing a damn fine job of schooling her 2 consorts, I wasn't about to stop him. Come on, Evander muttered, grabbing at Lucian's arm. Let's go. Lucian glared at me. I had no idea what I'd done to bring out this side of him. Before this, I'd had a casual relationship with Visha's future consorts. We'd said hello in the hallway, waved once in a while. We'd never been close, but at least we'd been polite. But now, there was something in Lucian's eyes that made me wonder what else was going on. You're right, Lucian snapped, not taking his eyes off me, but beginning to walk backwards. She's not worth it. But the year is young, Edward said lightly, finally sheathing that fucking dagger. He reached out and grasped Quinn gently by the wrist. Plenty of time for this later. The assembly, remember? Quinn lingered for a moment, her eyes on me. You have absolutely no idea, she said, finally smiling cruelly. Things are about to change, Pendragon, and I promise you, you're not going to like the new rules. Gretchen and Larissa were already walking ahead down the corridor. Taking Edward's hand, Quinn started to follow them. Gretchen glanced back and took one last shot. Start practicing your curtsying, Pendragon. You're going to be spending a lot of time on your knees from now on. Edward waggled his fingers and grinned. Sanguis et flamma florient. Then they turned a corner and were gone. I didn't move. Not right away. My blood was still burning. Theo was still staring after them down the hall. Vaughan stepped up beside him with a worried expression. I opened my mouth to thank Theo and felt a hand touch my shoulder from behind. My body reacted before I could even think. Fist already forming, I spun and punched. There was a grunt of pain as my fists connected. "Blood Maiden," someone groaned. "What in the ever-loving fuck was that for?" Shit, it was Blake.
Chapter 2. Blake. I took a step back. Not because the punch had been that hard, though it was, but because I knew I'd screwed up. I shouldn't have touched her. Shouldn't have dared to get that close. I deserved worse. Theo gave a low whistle. "Well, that's one way to say hello." My cousin, the ever-helpful bystander. I shot him a glare, then exhaled slowly. Tried to let the sting of pain blooming in my jaw ground me. Guess I deserved that. I finally looked down at her. She hadn't moved since she'd struck me, her fist still half raised. I wondered if that meant she was thinking about doing it again. I stood my ground. I wouldn't dodge if Pendragon came at me. I'd meant what I said. I deserved it. Then I took in her expression. Somewhere between furious and broken. Something wrenched inside. Oh, Pendragon. But that was the hell of it. I couldn't touch her. Couldn't even say her name out loud. She had dark specks of blood spattered across one cheek. She smelled a little strange. But beneath it all I caught the familiar scent of her. Her entire posture screamed, "Get the fuck away from me!" From the power in her stance to the fury in her eyes, the way her whole body radiated a pure kind of grief that demanded the world get its shit together and do a hell of a lot better. She was the most alive thing I'd ever seen. The most beautiful thing I would ever see. I wanted to step closer, wrap her in my arms, soothe her, say all the comforting words I could think of, which weren't many under the circumstances, but damn if I wouldn't give it a try. But I couldn't. Didn't dare. Didn't have the right. I looked around the hall, saw the blood spattered on the floor. Clearly I'd walked into something. But just what, I wasn't sure. Pendragon was breathing hard. Not just from hitting me, but like she'd been running. For all I knew, she'd been running since the moment I'd betrayed her in the Dragon Court, and hadn't stopped until now, when her fist had finally found my face. Wasn't I the target she wanted? I'd fucked her over completely, gone behind her back, lied to her, made her lie to her dragon. I'd tried to turn Nyxaris back to stone. I'd done a lot of shitty things in my life, but that one kept me up at night. When I wasn't thinking about Aenir, which was a lot of the time, I sometimes let the guilt gnaw at me. Just for fun. It wasn't as if I was actually sleeping anyhow. Pendragon was still looking at me. I wondered what she saw. I dropped my hand from my jaw. My fingers itched to raise it again, to touch my left eye, or what was left of it. My body was healing. Benefits of vampirism. But the damage would never be entirely undone. The skin around the eye socket was still tender, taut. The eye was still, well, gone. The healers weren't sure if it would ever grow back. High bloods had sometimes been known to grow back limbs, but it wasn't guaranteed. In the meantime, I didn't need a mirror to know I looked like something a dragon had chewed up and spit out. Blake, the high-blood golden boy? Not anymore. Not with a red-scaled monster hiding under my skin. Pendragon's expression had changed into something less angry, but no less guarded. I longed to ask her what she saw when she looked at me. But just having her look at me at all would have to be enough. One of her red curls suddenly plunged over her face. I stared, transfixed, as she brushed it back, tucking it behind an ear. Hell. It was the loveliest thing I'd seen all week. I'd never stop being in awe of that hair, of her hand, of every little thing she did. I closed my eyes, briefly, trying to get a fucking grip. I'd tried to redeem myself that night. I'd stood between Nyxaris and Florence, offered myself as a dragon snack to try to save a friend who mattered to her. But the fact that if all had gone according to plan, I'd have betrayed her that night and rendered my attempt to atone hollow. It didn't matter what I'd done afterwards. I was a bastard. A villain. Still, those words she'd said to Nyxaris, I'd never forget them. But that didn't mean she'd really meant them. Not in the way I hoped she did. She'd saved my skin. I hadn't deserved it then. I didn't now. I wasn't foolish enough to think she'd ever truly forgive me. But she was here. She hadn't walked away yet. So for a second, I let myself breathe it in. The shape of her. The memory of how good it felt to just be near her. I didn't have a shot in hell, but Blood Maiden helped me if I wasn't still hoping. "Have you seen Visha?" Theo demanded, interrupting my thoughts, which was probably for the best. Pendragon and I couldn't just keep staring at each other forever, even if I would have been fine with that. "Visha?" I shrugged. "Once or twice around the common room." Theo frowned disapprovingly. I guess he was thinking I didn't seem concerned enough about Visha. She'd lost someone. I was her house leader. I should be stepping up. He was right. "You weren't at dinner last night. I didn't see you in the common room. Where'd you go?" I stared at my cousin for a second. In some other timeline, I should have been furious with him. He'd killed Aenir, taken my little sister away from me for good. I wasn't over her loss. In some ways, I'd hardly even started to face it. I woke up every morning from dreams that seemed so real. Dreams of Aenir and me running on that beach. Happier times. Every morning, I had to remember the truth. She was gone. No second chances. Some high-bloods might have already ripped Theo's throat out for what he'd done, accident or not. But I knew in the very blood that ran in my veins that Theo hadn't wanted to hurt Aenir. It went against everything I knew about my cousin. He would never have caused her harm, unless there'd been truly no other way. Everyone had seen Aenir as a lost cause, but she was one I'd planned to never give up on. Still, I knew who was really to blame for it all. And I didn't have to look far to find him. The real culprit. The source of almost all my woes. "Blake, where'd you go last night?" Theo repeated. I closed my eyes. Victor. I went to see Victor.
Chapter 3. Medra. Victor, I repeated. My eyes narrowed. Why do you look like that? Blake shrugged. Like what? I frowned. Something had shifted in his expression. I wasn't imagining it. He hadn't flinched, not exactly, but something close. His lips had become a hard line. His posture was wary, defensive. He hadn't looked like that a moment ago, not when he'd been looking at me. He'd looked softer. Now his hand twitched, almost reaching toward the left side of his face. His face? I bit my lip, trying not to show how much seeing it bothered me. Behind me, Theo and Vaughan had gone conveniently silent. Why do you look like that when you say his name? Blake stared down at me, his eyes stubborn, but he didn't deny it. My heart sped up. Because you thought he was dead, didn't you? Blake's lips tightened. I was right. I knew I was right. Why? Why would you think that? He held very still. Oh, gods, I whispered. I'd been a fool. I'd had days to put this together. Why had it taken me so long? Victor did that to you. Behind me, Theo made a strangled noise, but I couldn't take my eyes off Blake. I didn't want to think about what that meant exactly. He'd been hurt. That was all. Of course, I cared when someone was hurt. Even the high-blood bully who tormented me, betrayed me time and again, and tried to turn Nyxaris to stone. I cleared my throat. Tell me, Blake, what happened? Blake forced a smile that didn't reach his good eye. Look, we're going to be late for the assembly. I think we better... No, don't do that. Don't you dare. Don't deflect. Answer me, damn it. We stared at each other. His eye, his poor ruined eye, his beautiful wrecked face. The scars were already forming. It will all heal, I reminded myself. He was a fucking vampire. Of course it would. I tried not to question why my own hands were suddenly shaking. Why it was becoming so hard to keep them pressed to my sides. To resist reaching one hand out so I could run it over Blake's scars. Why? Why would I long to do something like that? What the hell was wrong with me? Empathy. Absolutely ordinary empathy, I tried to tell myself. Completely normal. Blake was hesitating. Blake. I softened my voice. Tell us. He looked at me, then his lips twisted in a bitter smile. Fine. You're right, more or less. White, hot rage flared through me, an anger that was as pure as it was terrifying. For a moment, I forgot everything. Where I was, who I was with, my past with Blake, his betrayal, my grief. All of it went out the nearest window. All I could think about was him, Victor, the smug, sick, arrogant high-blood who'd haunted the edges of my nightmares since I'd arrived in this place. The man who'd manipulated me, manipulated Blake, used us both. And now, what he'd done to Blake, the pain he'd caused. I was moving forward when hands shot out, gripping me by the shoulders. Let me go. I struggled against them. No, Pendragon, not until you tell me where you're going. I looked up then, my eyes meeting his one good one. I'm going to fucking kill him. If I thought I'd see happiness, I was wrong. Blake looked stricken. No, you can't. Why not? I countered. Because you can't threaten Victor and expect to walk away from that battle. So what, you think I'm afraid? I'm not afraid of your goddamned Uncle Blake. This has been coming for a long time. I could hear myself. I sounded like a cocky, arrogant fool, and deep down, I knew it too. Who was I, anyhow? It wasn't as if I still had a dragon, but I didn't want to know how wrong I was. I wanted to keep this anger burning, feed it fuel. It felt good. And it would feel even better when I hurt the man who had dared to do this to— No. Blake interrupted my thoughts. I know you're not afraid, though, by the Blood Maiden, I wish you were. He let go of my shoulders, took a deep breath, but kept his body positioned in front of me, blocking me. I thought of darting around, but knew from experience just how fast he could be when he wanted to. You're not afraid, all right? I'm not saying that. He sighed. I'm the one afraid. You? I stared at him. Why? I'm afraid for you. Afraid for everyone I care about. Victor— His voice roughened. Victor has hurt every person he's ever known. He stopped, and my heart slammed against my ribs. Blake's jaw tightened. He'll use you against me. You won't win. And deep down, you know I'm right. The world was tilting. Vaughan had started pulling Theo down the hall. Now they were calling to us. I could hardly hear them. Blake gave a low laugh full of bitterness. You want to know why I'm really afraid of Victor? Because I know exactly how far he'll go. I used to think I could handle it. I thought I could take whatever he threw at me and it wouldn't matter. But— He trailed off. I didn't say anything, already pretty sure I knew what he'd been going to say. Blake cleared his throat. I tried. I really did. I really fucking tried. But look at me, Pendragon. Take a good fucking look. Blake. I blinked, determined not to let the water in the corner of my eye show. He'd love to break you, just to watch me fall apart. And I can't— He broke off, running his hand through his hair. I can't let that happen. I know you don't owe me anything, but please just— There was total silence for a moment. Fine, I said finally. Let's go to the assembly. He gave a hoarse laugh. Right, the assembly. Nothing like an outdoor assembly in the middle of winter. We started walking fast enough so that we could see Theo and Vaughan in the distance. Not quite fast enough to completely catch up. The space between Blake and me pulsed and throbbed like a beating heart. I'll bring him down, don't worry, Blake said quietly as we walked. There's nothing I want more. I felt him sneak a glance at me. So you feel better now, after punching me in the face? He tried to put some levity in the words. Can't deny it was satisfying. Would have been better if you'd bled. He smirked. My nose has been broken more than once, as you can probably tell. Guess you just didn't hit hard enough. Scowling, I made a move like I was going to hit him again, and he laughed and dodged. Anyhow, we Dracarrows are made of hardy stuff, for better or for worse. He was quiet for a moment, then— But I'm glad. Glad it felt good. I meant what I said. I deserved it. Ahead of us, Theo and Vaughan had reached the huge double doors leading to the courtyard outside the school. Light streamed in. I could see a huge crowd of students already gathered. Blake and I stood on the threshold. Something between us had shifted. Some thread, broken and frayed, had been picked up again. I didn't know if we were starting over, but I did know he didn't want to be my enemy. And gods knew, I couldn't afford to keep pushing people away. Not when I'd lost Nyxaris. Not when I'd already lost Florence. We walked out into the courtyard, side by side, separate but together. There was still so much unsaid between us, so much that had been damaged. But when I glanced up at Blake, at the scars, the ruined eye, the jagged flesh, at everything that might have repulsed someone else, I didn't feel repelled, not even a little. His face was somehow more beautiful, more haunted, certainly more dangerous, and a lot more, well, real. It made me want to touch him, to remind myself I could, that if I wanted him to be, he was, well, I wouldn't say the word. I'd said it to Nyxaris, gods. I'd practically shouted it in the Dragon Court that night, in front of an audience. But I couldn't say it to myself. As we stepped out into the pale winter daylight, The first thing I saw was Headmaster Kim's head on a spike. I stopped short, my breath catching in my throat. Blake's hand was on my arm instantly, pulling me forward in a way that was so subtly done, most people probably didn't realize I was being pulled at all. I followed, half a second behind his stride, eyes still fixated on the decaying head. It was mounted on a tall, black iron stake, right in the centre of the snow-covered courtyard. Kim's skin had turned a greyish blue. His mouth was slack. One eyelid had frozen shut. He looked as if he had been surprised. Students gathered all over the courtyard, forming hushed, uneasy clusters. A few were gawking at the head. Most were ignoring it. A couple of students were crying. Kim hadn't exactly been a warm, beloved figure, but he'd represented something at Bloodwing. Continuity. He was a steady, reliable presence. He stood between us students and the rest of the High Blood elites, between Blightborn and the rest of Sangretha. We'd never been exactly safe within the Academy's walls. Naveen's death was proof of that. But we'd been lulled into a feeling of semi-security, of being somewhat valued, thanks in part to Headmaster Kim. Now, in an instant, that had been shattered. "How very kind of you to join us, Miss Pendragon, Mr. Drakharrow." The voice came from above, cool, composed, laced with a familiar sweet malice. Regan. I lifted my head slowly, turning around. Regan stood on the stone balcony that jutted out from the 3rd floor, just above the entrance to the school. Climbing vines and rising dragons with fierce, angry expressions were carved into the terrace. On the stone wall behind her was the Bloodwing School insignia, 4 intertwined dragons. I stared at it, remembering Edward Ashvale's earlier words, "Sanguis et flamma florient." Let blood and flame flourish. On either side of it, etched into the stone, were the 4 house names and their respective mottos. A good reminder of who the place really belonged to. House Drakharrow's motto was Sanguine Vincti, bound by blood. I pursed my lips. That one hit a little too close to home. House Mortis's Mortem Excito meant I summon death. Well, Catherine had just done that, hadn't she? I hoped that was the one and only time I'd see such a powerful use of necromancy. But I wasn't about to bet on it. Avari's motto was Luna Sanguinea Surgit, blood moon rises. I assumed that had something to do with Cage's ability to turn into a wolf, but I had no idea what exactly. Could everyone in his house do what he could? And then there was House Orphos's motto, Lunea's house, Sanguis Somniatorum, blood of dreamers. It seemed fairly self-explanatory after what we'd seen in the Dragon Court, but still, I wondered. Up on the balcony, Regan wasn't alone. She was surrounded by High Bloods, and only High Bloods as far as I could see. I recognized some of the members of the board, as well as some of our teachers. Professor Sankara, Professor Allenvale, and of course, Professor Hassan was there, looking absolutely filled with pride. That couldn't be a good sign. Regan herself looked stunning as always, perhaps even more so today. Her long golden hair had been coiled in a sleek bun atop her head. Decked out in a form-fitting dress with a bold flower motif of red, white, and silver, with a heavy black fur cape around her shoulders, she seemed to be paying homage to all the noble houses except Orphos. But my eyes didn't stay on Regan, beautiful though she was. No, they were already moving to the man at her side. I smothered a gasp as I saw Blake's uncle. Victor Drakharrow's hand sat on Regan's waist possessively. Gnarled fingers curled like claws into the silk of her gown. The touch was possessive, almost cruel. It must have hurt, but if it did, Regan sure wasn't showing it. Still, I pitied her. I really did. If she thought that going from Blake to Victor was some sort of an upgrade, well, there was no accounting for taste, I supposed. But it wasn't Victor's hand on Regan's waist that had made me nearly gasp. It was everything else about him. Victor looked worse than I'd ever seen him. I was surprised the entire courtyard around me wasn't filled with students chattering about it. But then, considering what had happened to Kim, I supposed it was no surprise they were keeping silent. Since the last time I'd seen Victor, Blake had tried to kill him. From the look of it, he'd nearly succeeded. Victor's white hair had been raked from his scalp and hung in stringy clumps. One side of his face was practically melted, as if someone had taken a candlestick and held it against the flesh. The skin had sagged and puddled. He wore a long red cloak that hid most of his frame and black leather gloves over his hands, so I couldn't tell just how bad the damage really was. But if his face was any indication, the battle had been brutal. I wondered what exactly Blake had done to make Victor Drac-Harrow look like a walking corpse. Still, I warned myself. He was a walking corpse that could smile like a man who still held the world by its throat. I looked back at Regan, and my stomach turned. Her face was a perfect expression of serene defiance. With her chin high, it was as if she wanted that decaying monster's hand on her waist, as if being possessed by a disgusting predator like Victor was something to be proud of. Beside me, a soft growl came from Blake's throat, so low I was pretty sure I was the only one who'd heard. I knew that if he could, he'd drag me out of that courtyard right then and there. But neither of us moved, because something about that moment was telling him the same thing it was telling me. This was just the beginning. Victor lifted a gloved hand, and the low hum in the courtyard died down. "Students of Bloodwing Academy." His voice was raspy, as if he'd breathed in too much smoke. I glanced at Blake, my mind filled with a million questions. What exactly had happened between the two men? I tried to turn my attention back to what Victor was saying. "The events of a few nights ago." What a very subtle way of describing the night all hell broke loose. Victor's nephew woke the deranged House Orthos dragon and stole one of Bloodwing's noble high-blood daughters. "Have reminded us of a painful truth. Within Sangrasa, there is an order. Every little child knows the words." He paused, and a Blightborn woman came forward. She was dressed like a servant in a plain black dress with a crimson apron. She was neither old nor young, perhaps 50, with curly brown hair tinged with grey. I vaguely recognised her, thought I'd seen her in the Avari Tower. Yes, she was one of the housekeepers who cleaned the school after classes ended for the day. Stepping to the edge of the balcony, she recited, "We serve the blood, we serve the line. The high bloods lead by right divine. In blood we trust, in grace we stand. The high bloods guide us, hand in hand." I thought back to the night I'd followed Blake into the city of Velmar and listened to a different Blightborn woman repeat those very same words as I watched small children beg. "The creeds of faith," Victor announced. "We all know them, yet how often do we think upon the truth of the words? Their sanctity. High bloods lead, Blightborn follow. Why? To ensure the safety and happiness of all." His face stretched in what I assumed was supposed to be a smile. He gestured to the stake in the centre of the courtyard. "Our last headmaster sadly failed to uphold that cherished order, but we will not linger in the past." A foreboding feeling filled me. I looked at Regan's face just as Victor lifted his hand and gestured to his consort. "Today, a new era begins for Sangrasa, and for you, our thraldom's most precious young people. Today, I am proud to present to you all the new headmistress of Bloodwing Academy." Regan stepped up and laid her hands along the balustrade. Thank you, Lord Drakharrow, she began. As the new headmistress of Bloodwing, I shall implement urgently needed changes. This academy has been a high-blood sanctuary for centuries. The most pure of the high-blood houses send their children to reside within these walls. They must be kept safe. This is a place of power, a place of legacy. She paused, and the entire courtyard held its breath. In recent years, that legacy has been besmirched by deviance, disrespect, and disobedience. Her lips curved slightly as she gazed down at me. That ends now, here, today. I held very still, refusing to flinch. Our new headmistress continued. As we resume the winter-mark term, improved security measures will be enacted to ensure the safety of our high-blood students. A new task force will regularly patrol the halls. Lockdowns will be enforced whenever they are deemed required. No one who harms high-bloods will walk the halls of our beloved academy unchallenged again. My hands curled into fists, nails digging into my palms. Around me, a few of the Blightborn students were exchanging nervous, skeptical looks. Some high-bloods were smirking. The idea of high-bloods needing protection from Blightborn students was absolutely ludicrous. I'd seen all the proof I needed on the way to this absurd assembly. I glanced around, searching the crowd for Dani. When I didn't spot her, I wondered if she'd skipped the assembly altogether. I wouldn't have blamed her. Before classes resume today, Regan went on smoothly, you'll all be treated to a demonstration, a lesson in accountability, which we would all do well to learn from. Turning, she gestured to the woman beside Victor, the one dressed as a servant. This Blightborn woman, Regan pronounced, was found stealing from the private quarters of a high-blood professor. She glanced at Professor Hassan, whose smile had deepened as if she was happy to be in the limelight. What a heinous act! What a betrayal! Please, milady, the Blightborn woman interrupted, sinking to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she looked down at all of us from between the rungs of the railing, like a prisoner staring out of a cell window. My son, he's sick. I needed the coin to send to the healer back in our Silence! Regan slammed her hands down on the balustrade so hard, it must have hurt. Her face was pale. If I didn't know better, I'd have said she was nervous. She certainly didn't seem to be enjoying herself as much as Hassan was. Rise and be silent. Trembling, the woman gripped the edge of the balcony rail and pulled herself back up. As I was saying, Regan went on, beginning to play with the fastenings on her black cloak, this woman betrayed the trust we place in the low-blood servants who dwell amongst us. Low-blood? That was a new one, but it made sense. If we were supposed to be the opposite of pure, the opposite of high, then of course we were low and blighted. Crimes against high-bloods will no longer be tolerated. Silence. I looked around in confusion, then back up at the balcony, waiting for something to happen. Too late. I realized it already had. I started to open my mouth in horror, just as the thrall guard Regan was using made the woman's eyes go blank. A gurgling sound came from her throat. Then, in one swift and natural movement, she reached both hands up to her own neck and tore. Her scream lasted less than half a second, yet somehow it rang out and echoed through the courtyard as blood sprayed and her body slumped over the edge of the balustrade, hovering there for a moment before toppling down into the courtyard. Students below the balcony screamed and stepped back. There was a wet sound as a woman's body landed in a shallow grave of snow, reminding me of the splat the blood apple had made when it had hit Dani. I felt sick. Thank you all for coming. This assembly is dismissed, Regan announced brightly. Please find your way to class. Blessed blood to you all. From around the courtyard, hundreds of high-blood voices echoed back, Blessed blood. The nausea in the pit of my stomach grew. I didn't say a word. Couldn't seem to find any. Blake hadn't repeated the high blood benediction. He stood near me, silent but stolid. I wondered if his stomach was roiling as violently as mine. I stared at the servant woman's body lying there in the snow. Some students were walking respectfully around it. Others showed less care and stepped over. A few high bloods, of course, laughed and jumped over the corpse like it was all some sick children's game. Meanwhile, above it all stood Victor, watching us with an expression of triumph. How much triumph could the ancient high blood really feel, looking as ravaged as he did? I turned to Blake. His single eye held mine. So much unspoken there, so much pain, so much wrath. But more than anything, I saw a plea. Not just for forgiveness, though for that too, but for hope. Chapter 4. Medra. Cage had been in the courtyard. I'd looked away as soon as I'd spotted him in the crowd. Seeing him pricked my conscience. I was furious with him. But if I were being honest, I felt angrier at him than I did at Blake. Both were equally culpable, but Blake had made an effort. He'd helped me convince Nyxaris. He'd been willing to die if it meant giving Florence a chance to live. What had Cage done besides turning into a fucking wolf and fighting an undead dragon? All right, maybe he wasn't an entirely hopeless case. He wasn't as evil as, say, Regan or Victor. But he'd betrayed me. The irony that I was now trapped in his house with him as my house leader was not lost on me. I only had myself to blame for that move. With a sigh, I heaved my book bag higher on my shoulder. The assembly in Regan's crowning as headmistress had eaten up the entire slot for defensive arts. My next class was historical strategy. The huge lecture hall felt colder than usual, as Theo rejoined me and we walked in. Flames flickered in the wrought iron lanterns that lined the walls. A cloudy winter light came from a row of narrow windows high up on the walls, behind the lectern platform. I slid into a seat midway up the tiers and dumped my textbook and parchment out on the table in front of me. Theo plopped down beside me, stretching out like we were about to see a theatre production, and not just attend another lecture in the School of Hell. Vaughan had disappeared off to one of his House Orphos classes. I snuck a peek at Blake's cousin. His expression was nonchalant, but I knew him well enough to know his heart was probably still pounding hard like mine was from the assembly. He wasn't immune to the sight of Blightborn murder. Theo still had a heart. He possessed compassion and kindness. His uncle hadn't been able to destroy that part of him yet. Students trickled into the hall slowly. I caught many whispering about what we'd just witnessed in the courtyard. Theo and I looked at one another, but we didn't say a word. Blake had vanished like a ghost as we'd re-entered the school. He was supposed to be in this section. I wondered if he'd show up for class. Then, just before the bell chimed, Visha marched in. Her head was bowed, her shoulders hunched under a black leather coat. She wasn't a tall girl, but still, I'd never seen her look so small. She moved stiffly, grief and anger clinging to her like a mist. When she slid onto the bench beside Theo and gave us a terse nod, I felt relieved. Something tight in my chest loosened. I wanted to say something, convey my sympathies for her loss, but the words stuck in my throat, so I just nodded back. There would be time to talk, to sort things out, to grieve. Our teacher didn't show up until 2 minutes after the bell had rung. When the door banged open and Rodriguez walked in, a hush fell across the room. He looked bad. His usually clean-shaven jaw was coated in days' worth of black stubble. He was never the best-dressed faculty member, but now he looked even scruffier. His coat was wrinkled. The white button-up shirt he wore was stained dark with sweat stains. I leaned forward, my body tensing as I noticed his right arm. It was bound in a sling across his chest. He'd caught a crossbow bolt in the shoulder, shot by Marcus Stracharo. It must have hurt like hell. But funnily enough, I was having trouble feeling much sympathy. Rodriguez threw his satchel on the desk with his good hand and walked to the lectern like everything was fine. Turn to page 163 in your textbooks. We'll discuss dragon warfare. That wasn't exactly new. Dragons featured a lot in Rodriguez's lectures. Still, my back went up. Theo raised an eyebrow at me. I gave the smallest shrug. Rodriguez started his lecture. Instead of presenting things in an organized, chronological fashion as he would usually do, writing dates up on the board and going through events from start to finish, his lecture veered between battles, skipping from one to another and leaving out dates altogether. Some of the events we discussed in class before, others were new to me. Maybe Florence could have followed such a haphazard speech, but I started to get lost. Still, a theme of sorts began to prevail. Rodriguez's voice might have been a dispassionate monotone, but he'd clearly planned his speech with some focus in mind. He spoke of casualty numbers, whole villages destroyed by dragonfire, thousands dead, civilians, always civilians. And when he said that word, I knew exactly what he really meant. Blightborn. I gripped my quill.
The fall of Lutharion was, as you may recall, a turning point, Rodriguez droned. Not for the Highbloods, at least not directly, but for the thousands of civilians caught in the blast zone of House Avari's dragons.
Rodriguez paused his pacing and looked up at us. His eyes found mine.
The lesson here is clear to anyone who studies the historical record. Dragons destabilize order. While in the past, Highbloods have valued them as a useful tool, they are a dangerous one, capable of challenging the hierarchy. They incite chaos and bring vast loss of life. Not to mention it was bullshit. Such utter bullshit. I stood up, shoving my textbook roughly into my bag, not caring about how much noise I was making. I knew what this was. It wasn't a lecture, not really. Or if it was intended solely for me. This was a justification. Rodriguez wasn't going to apologize. He was trying to rationalize what he'd done, what he'd encouraged Cage and Blake to do with him. He'd orchestrated the betrayal of Nyxaris, and he clearly regretted not succeeding. "Miss Pendragon," he barked, "sit down. This class is not finished."
I slung my bag over my shoulder. Ignoring him, I moved into the aisle and started down the steps to the bottom of the lecture hall. A ripple of whispers rolled through the room. Rodriguez moved towards the door, walking so quickly he reached it before I did. I paused in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot and hazy. He stank, and not just of days-old sweat. The predominant theme in the bouquet of repugnant fragrances was alcohol. The man was half drunk. I couldn't help it. A bitter laugh escaped my lips. "Is something funny, Miss Pendragon?" I straightened my back. "Not really, sir." "Then sit back down." I stared back at him boldly. "Are you drunk, sir?" I heard gasps from behind me. I was being insubordinate, rude, maybe even cruel, but I couldn't find it in me to care. Nyxaris would be a lump of lifeless stone right now if Rodriguez had gotten his way. He flinched, his face flushing.
"Let's step into the hall for a moment, Miss Pendragon," he said through gritted teeth.
"Yes," I agreed. "Let's." I shoved past him, throwing open the door and stepping out without waiting to see if he'd follow.
"Your behavior is completely unacceptable,"
Rodriguez spat before he'd fully closed the door behind him. "And you sound just like a high-blood pawn, sir," I snapped. "Towing the line, are we? You say you care about Blightborn lives, and yet dragons are the best defense against high-bloods. You and I both know it." Rodriguez glared at me with something beyond fury in his eyes.
"I should."
"What?" I demanded. "Send me to see Headmaster Kim? Oh, that's right. He's dead. Speaking of the destabilization of order, you listen so well to my lectures, and yet you still haven't learned a thing, Miss Pendragon. Rodriguez's voice was cold. Learn what? That high-bloods are evil? That Blightborn are vulnerable? Oh, I think I've learned that pretty well. But unlike you, I don't resort to tricks and treachery. I don't attack my allies. Allies? Rodriguez snorted. Yes, I retorted, because that's what Nyxaris is. Was. I stopped, confused. Rodriguez smiled thinly, and I wanted to punch him. That's right. Was. He's not your dragon anymore. Can you still hear him? I didn't answer. You're not his rider. Rodriguez's eyes softened slightly. It must be quite a shock. Coming to terms with that. My eyes flared. I don't need your fucking sympathy. Don't pretend to feel compassion for my situation when you'd have gladly turned the only dragon on our side back to stone. On our side? Rodriguez shook his head. Nyxaris had never made a true position known. Yet here you are working in a high-blood school, I pointed out. Do you think your own position is so clear? Meanwhile, Marcus, Catherine, and Melindra are out there somewhere. Don't you understand what that means? Perhaps better than you do, he responded coolly. I wondered if that meant he knew where they were headed, what they'd do next, or just thought he did. Rodriguez had a lot of theories. Unfortunately, he'd just blown his credibility with me. Ah, yes, your precious knowledge of history, I said bitterly. It served you so well. Take a good look in the mirror. What you did allowed the greatest threat to Blightborn lives to fly free. It's your fault Melindra is out there. You're a traitor to the very people you claim to want to protect. I'd never spoken to anyone so cruelly before, but the words just rolled off my tongue. You failed. No, you didn't just fail. You made things worse. The knowledge of our true situation suddenly hit me like a ton of bricks. If it weren't for Florence, you'd be dead right now for what you tried to do to Nyxaris, Rodriguez. Do you even realize that? Dead. I was coming undone. My body shook. I took a deep breath and tried to get myself back under control. Rodriguez was silent. For a moment, I wondered if things were going to get ugly. Would he hit me? Would I hit him back? He was my teacher, yes, but he'd completely fucked things up. The silence stretched on. For a moment, I let myself wonder if he might actually be about to offer an apology, be the decent human being I'd always thought he was. But abruptly, he turned back to the classroom door. You're excused from today's class, but the next time you decide to throw a tantrum in one of my lectures, Miss Pendragon, think again. There will be consequences. The door slammed behind him before I could even respond. I stood alone in the hallway for a moment. The scent of stale alcohol lingered even after the door had closed. Finally, I started walking. I'd head towards the library, I decided. Make another attempt. The halls were nearly empty. I passed a few students who were clearly skipping class. Unlike me, though, they were all high-bloods. I rounded the next corner and froze. Danny! Her name slipped from my lips. The Blightborn girl was surrounded by 3 young men I didn't recognize. Tall, broad-shouldered, good-looking, all high-bloods. All arrogant, entitled pricks, in other words. To my surprise, Danny leaned against one of them, a muscular, hulking boy with long blonde hair that fell around his shoulders. His arms were wrapped around her waist. My mouth fell open in shock. He was drinking from her, right there in the open. Danny's head sort of lolled to one side. Her eyes were glazed. Danny, I said a little louder. What the hell are you doing? She blinked, eyes hazy with bliss. I thought I might vomit right then and there. I'd left her alone for less than 2 hours, nearly forgotten about her. Now she was enthralled. Someone had it in for this girl. I knew the lives enthralled Blightborn led weren't all terrible. In fact, in some ways, they were downright cushy. Their room and board generally provided for as long as they served a specific high blood or high blood family. But overall, they were cattle. They were at the beck and call of whoever had enthralled them, and they balanced a strange position in Sangrathan society. They were supposed to be serving a vital role. They were treated better than cellbloods, and yet they were also subtly stigmatized. Most crucially, they weren't truly free to leave their jobs. "Get the fuck off her," I said loudly. The high blood feeding from Danny ignored me, but one of his friends stepped forward. This one had mellow golden skin, brown eyes, and a square jaw. He was dressed in House Mortis colours, his jacket a dark crimson with white accents. "Why?" His voice was falsely polite. "Is she your sister? I don't think I've had the honour." His eyes raked up and down my body in a lewd way I hated. "Miss." One of his friends punched Squarejaw in the arm. "You're such a dumbass, Silvio. Can't you tell who she is just by looking at her?" "Danny," I said, ignoring Silvio Squarejaw and his delightful friend. "Get away from him. Come on, I'll take you back to your dorm." The high blood feeding from her lifted his head. Blood dripped down his chin. "She's fine. See for yourself. Aren't you, sweetheart?" "Of course, Brooklyn," Danny murmured. She looked over at me dreamily. "Never better." She reached out a hand languidly. "Come join us. It feels so nice. Her eyes closed. I'd never been less interested in a prospect. "Excellent idea," said Silvio, still staring at me with far too much interest. "Who did you say she was again, Cade?" The boy he'd called Cade laughed and elbowed him in the ribs. "The fucking rider, you idiot! Just look at her hair!" Silvio's handsome face flushed slightly. "Oh, right." He stretched his hand towards me, like I was a dog he was entitled to touch. "Come here, pretty girl." I moved before his hand reached me, fast, so fast his eyes widened. He whistled. "Shit, she's quick for a Blightborn bitch." My whole body hummed, ready to move again, ready to fight. I looked past him to Danny. Could I get to her? Would she cooperate with me? My heart sank as she let out a throaty moan, and the high blood holding her latched on again. "She's Blake's, you know," Cade observed. "Better watch out. You know how he gets." Undeterred, Silvio looked at me with even more interest. "Marcus's little brother. I'd forgotten about that." Cade nodded and grinned. "But I don't see Blake anywhere around. I think you should try again, Silvio. She obviously wants to play. If you catch her, maybe she'll give you a little taste." Silvio stepped towards me, his brown eyes glowing at the thought of a challenge. "Come here, baby. I'm not going to hurt." He didn't finish, because suddenly someone else was in front of me, blocking me completely from their view. I froze. For a split second, I thought it was Blake. Broad shoulders tapering down to a narrow, lean waist. Lithe, muscular legs clad in perfectly fitted, silver-grey trousers. His dark eyes narrowed as he looked at the other high-bloods. Cage. "Well, well," drawled Cade. "Hear you made house leader." Cage's lips pulled back in a snarl. "Old news. What the hell are you doing in my school?" Silvio laughed. "Your school? Seems like it's just as much ours as yours." Still, who were these assholes? I'd never seen them at Bloodwing before. They were older than even the oldest students, maybe 25 or 26. Then, the one feeding from Danny lifted his head again. "Relax, Avari. We're just doing what we were told. Regan called us in. Meet your new blood guard." Cade wore silver and grey like Cage, House Avari colours. Nice to know Regan was being so undiscriminating in her selections for her goon squad. Silvio laughed. "That's right. Keeping the halls clean, cracking skulls and sucking blood. This pretty little thing," He gestured at Danny. Was out wandering the halls when she should have been in class. Naughty, naughty. Keeping the halls clean, I spat. Is that what you call harassing students? Silvio winked at me. We don't have to stay in the halls. Come back to our rooms with us. I promise you'll have fun. Fun like Danny's having. I shook my head. No thanks. Let her go, and I'll take her back to her room. I moved forward, but Cade jumped in front of me, his face suddenly less than pleasant. Does this girl not know the rules, Avari? Do we need to put her in place right here and now? You'll keep your fucking hands off her if you know what's good for you, you prick. Cage's voice was so calm, you'd never have known how pissed he was. But I was close enough to him that when he folded his arms over his chest, I could see his muscles trembling, as if in eager anticipation of a fight. Come on, baby, Brooklyn, the high blood feeding from Danny, said. He started to pull her away by the hand. You're mine now, right? Danny nodded eagerly without even looking at Cage and me. Brooklyn glanced over at me. There, that good enough for you? I shook my head slowly. Not even fucking close. He laughed. Well, too bad. This is how it works. Sounds like you need some more schooling. He looked at Danny. Let's finish this somewhere more private. He looked over at the other high-bloods. You two coming? Wouldn't miss it for the world, Cade said darkly, glaring at Cage and me. Hope she tastes better than she looks. I'd have preferred something with a little more red, Silvio said, looking at me wistfully. You sure you don't want to come along, Curls? Fuck off, I said flatly. We'll see you around, Cade said to me, his eyes cold. Sounds like Blake hasn't done a very good job instructing you in proper respect for the pure of blood. But the Blood Guard will correct that soon. Don't you worry. I refused to show him just how disturbed I was by that statement. Cage, on the other hand, let out a low growl that said he wasn't going to play around like this much longer. I wondered if we could take them, Cage and I together. Would he turn into his wolf form? Then we might actually stand a chance. But the boys were already moving back down the hallway, Danny eagerly skipping behind. Are you really just going to let them take her away? I demanded of Cage, my voice low. He looked at me, his face suddenly tired. You saw how it was. She's enthralled. So unfucking enthrall her, I suggested. He shook his head. Doesn't work like that. He gave me a curious look. Sometimes I forget how little you really know about our world. I leaned towards him. I know a little. I know vampires aren't all what they seem. Isn't that right, wolf boy? He raised his eyebrows. Wolf boy? I glared. I'll come up with something better, but the description is fairly accurate. He shrugged. You all right? Did they touch you? I can take care of myself. I had things under control. He stared down at me. Sure you did. My face heated. They tried to touch me, and they failed. I'm fast, you know. I'm not completely helpless. I suddenly thought back to the moment in the Dragon Court, to that feeling of being trapped. Trapped because Cage's hands were pinning me, confining me. You have a lot of nerve, I said, my voice low. Trying to play the hero after what you did to me. But maybe that's how you really see yourself. Cage Tanaka, champion of the weak, protector of the Blightborn. Is that it? Do you really think you're any better than they are? That you're somehow superior? His black eyes searched mine, and I looked right back into the eyes of the man who betrayed me mere days before. I'd started to trust Cage. Hell, I'd started to like him a little. He was my house leader. I'd purposely asked to be in Avari. I thought Cage could offer me more choices than I'd find in Drakharrow. What a fool I'd been. He'd felt entitled to lay his hands upon me, to hold me back as I struggled to protect Nyxaris. I closed my eyes, remembering that terrible moment. If it weren't for him, Florence might have... No. My eyes popped back open. No? I'm not better than them, all right? I know that. The other night, I was wrong, Medra. I acted badly. I shouldn't have gone along with Rodriguez's plan. I should have been up front with you. I hurt you. I betrayed your trust. I'm sorry. I studied him, but it was useless. Cage was an enigma, inscrutable as always. Hell, maybe he'd even meant what he said. Who could say for certain? Fine. I'm impressed that you actually apologized. It's more than Rodriguez bothered to do. But I'm not about to forgive and forget so easily. He nodded. I understand. Unfortunately, I have a favor I need to ask of you. Let me guess. You want me to keep my mouth shut about you turning into a wolf? Good guess. I'm a clever girl. Not clever enough to stay out of House Avari, though. And I'm not stupid enough to just say yes to your request. Cage smiled slightly. I didn't expect it to be easy. So, what do you want? How about some answers to start? I challenged him. Blood moon rises? That's your house motto, right? You even gave me a half-moon pendant once. The necklace was back in my room, tucked into a little wooden box in my drawer. I hadn't worn it since that night we'd attended the Frostfire Ball together. Clearly, the words are significant. So what do they mean? There was a trace of a mysterious little half-smile on his face. Seeing it pissed me off. Can all of you do it? Can all of the Avari high-bloods shift? I demanded, starting to lose patience. Cage glanced around. Keep your voice down, but the answer to that is no. Does the moon trigger it? How is it connected? I pushed. He frowned. I'm sorry, Medra. I'm not about to spill my house's most ancient secrets right here in the hallway. Not even after all you've done. You don't think you owe me a few little secrets to make up for what you've done to me? I owe you your life, Cage replied. And believe it or not, I mean for you to keep it. I want to protect you. That's part of why Rodriguez found me fairly easy to convince. Blake too, I think. When it comes to you, Oh, for fuck's sake, I exploded. Don't you dare say you only want what's best for me. He shrugged. Trite, maybe, but true. You're not my goddamn family. You're not my Archon. You're more like my captor. You're a high blood. I said the word with such vigor, such hate, that my teeth nearly rattled. We're a despicable lot in many ways, aren't we? Cage agreed. But I stood up for you just now. It wasn't the first time. It won't be the last. You don't owe me forgiveness. You don't owe me kindness. But I am your house leader. So when I demand your blood vow, you will give me that. I'm glad. I wasn't exactly clear on what a blood vow with my house leader meant, but I knew I wouldn't like it. Oh, I will I? You will, he said quietly, or I'll be forced to use some other means to get it from you. I don't want to have to do that. You're disgusting. Are you seriously threatening me with thrall weave right now, after you just apologized? Let him try. I wasn't the vulnerable little rose I used to be. He wouldn't find it easy to get past my guards. I am sorry for what happened, but I used my powers to try to protect you, to protect all of you that night. Did you ever stop and think of that? I revealed something I was not supposed to reveal. Things could have been much worse, Medra. I put my life on the line to try to stop the damage. Now I'm asking you for your help. He held up one hand and pointed to his palm. It's quick, almost painless. I gave a mirthless laugh. Isn't that what you all say? We mix blood. You're sworn to silence. If you break the vow in an attempt to harm me... Oh, please, I interrupted. Let me guess, I die? He smirked in a way that was practically Blake-ish. Basically. I rolled my eyes. Here's how this is going to go. You've apologized. You did throw yourself into the fray that night, all of which is more than Rodriguez did. But Rodriguez, he started to say. I held up my hand. Nope. Don't even try to defend him, Cage. We're not going down that road. He was the one behind it all. None of it would have happened if it weren't for Rodriguez. A nagging part of me said that in that case, Marcus and Catherine might have found the Dragon Court empty, which would have made their plan much easier to carry out. But so what? It wasn't as if we'd actually stopped them just by being there. No, we'd lost more than we gained that night. "I'll make the vow," I said. Was it my imagination, or did the cool, calm and collected Avari look slightly relieved? I wondered what his grandmother would say if she knew he'd used his powers in front of us all. But Cage stepped towards me. He bared his teeth. But I refused to flinch. But the gesture did remind me of just what kind of creature I was dealing with. I made myself smile as if I didn't care. "But you'll make one to me too, House Leader. You owe me, not just my life. The way I see it, I have a favor to call in, and when I call, you'd best come running." He gave a tight nod. "Fine." A knife appeared in Cage's hand. He slid it across his palm, and I watched the blood well up. Fucking entitled high bloods. Cage would probably heal within minutes. As a half-fae, I'd heal quickly too, but my palm would be stinging all night as I tried to hold a quill. I stretched my hand out before he could reach for it and let him lower the knife. Then our palms met. I could feel the blood mingling, Avari blood mixed with Pendragon. "Is this supposed to be magical or something?" I asked, looking skeptically down at our hands. Cage pulled away. "Of course, it's a blood vow. It has a weight of power behind it." I shrugged. "If you say so." "It's binding, I assure you," he said shortly. "Just because you don't feel it doesn't mean it's not there." "It?" He grinned wolfishly. "We're connected, Medra." "You're protected, you mean," I snapped. "Just don't forget the vow works both ways. You owe me. No matter what I ask of you, you have to give it." Before Cage could reply, I slipped down the hall, using some of that rider speed I so rarely displayed openly. I let out a breath. Had I been bluffing? Honestly, even I wasn't sure I knew the answer to that. But having Cage owe me a favor couldn't be a bad thing, could it? Unless it makes him want to eliminate you altogether, you stupid girl. I could almost hear my mother's voice in my head. I sighed. Regan, Rodriguez, Cage, the bloodguard assholes in the hallway. This had already been an exhausting day, and it wasn't over yet. By the time I got to my destination, classes were over. The last person I expected to see waiting outside Jia Shen's suite of rooms was Rodriguez. "Not you again," I growled, narrowing my eyes. Rodriguez had cleaned himself up a bit since earlier in the day. He'd shaved and no longer smelled like a cheap bottle of liquor. He was even wearing a clean shirt. For a moment, we just stood glaring at each other. "What the hell are you doing here?" I finally said. "In case you've forgotten, Miss Pendragon," he replied coldly, "I'm a faculty member at the school. I can come and go where I please. And if I choose to visit one of my students because she's missed a class, just how is that any of your business?" "Haven't you done enough?" I said bitterly. "I saved your friend's life. Some might say that was a reason for gratitude." "Tell me, has she thanked you yet?" "Librarian Shen has been extremely grateful. In fact, yes." "Not her, you idiot. Florence. Has Florence thanked you?" He pressed his lips together and didn't answer. I didn't think so, but I didn't feel victorious. Rodriguez moved to step past me, then paused at my shoulder. "I suppose I might ask you the same thing, Miss Pendragon," he said softly. I glared at the shape of his back as he moved away. Fucking Rodriguez. Taking a deep breath, I turned to the door. For a moment, I stared at it, but I wasn't going to get any answers that way. I knocked. Jia Shen answered the door with a book in her hand, of course. "Oh, Medra, how lovely to see you." The librarian pushed her spectacles up the bridge of her nose and gave me a warm smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. I hope you had a good first day back. I forced a smile. It was interesting. Gia had to know that Regan was our new headmistress. I wondered what the librarians all thought about that. I was wondering if Florence was here. Gia's face fell. She bit her lip. Once again, I was struck by how much she looked like a slightly older version of Florence. They might have been mistaken for sisters, not mother and daughter. Gia was just a tad shorter than Florence, a little thinner. But they both had the same long black hair, the same intelligent dark eyes, wore the same dark-rimmed glasses, favoured the same bookish yet softly feminine clothes, like the dove grey dress Gia now had on, with small pearl buttons down the front. I glanced at Gia's sleeves. Sure enough, one was smudged with ink. She'd obviously spent her day in the library, working hard. Harder than her high-blood colleagues probably did. Gia played with a strand of hair that had come out of the knot she'd pulled her long hair into. I'm afraid not, Medra. I haven't seen her all day. She wasn't in any of her classes, I said quietly. Oh? But Gia wasn't all that great at lying. Her face told me she already knew. Well, I said, already starting to turn away, my heart sick with disappointment. If you do see her, tell her I miss her. Our room, it's not the same without her there. There was a scuffling, snuffling noise at my feet, and I looked down to see Neville trotting past. He went straight between Gia's feet and into the apartment behind her. Well, I said hollowly. Good night, Gia. Good night, Medra dear, Gia murmured. I'd taken a few steps down the hall when I heard the door of Gia's suite close behind me. Medra, a voice hissed. Wait. I turned around. Gia stood there, one hand on the handle, her face anxious. My lips twisted in a smile. At least she's letting Neville in to see her. I suppose I should be glad of that. Neville puts her at ease when even I can't, Gia agreed, not bothering to deny that Florence was inside the apartment behind her. She studied me, compassion in her eyes. Medra, you brought her back to me. You saved her life. I'll never forget that, never. She might have been lost forever. A lump formed in my throat. I knew there was no point in reminding Gia that I'd actually lured Florence into danger. Danger she'd never have been in if she and I hadn't become friends. But Gia had made up her mind about me, and there was no changing it. Part of me didn't even want to. I was grateful to have her in my life, grateful for her calm, kind heart, for her loyalty, even if I didn't deserve it. She's not lost, I said carefully, but I feel like I've lost her. Gia nodded, understanding. I know. Give her time. She's going through something even I don't understand. I wondered just how much Florence had told her mother about how we'd saved her life, what we'd done that night. I'd only given Gia the briefest of explanations. No wonder she felt gratitude towards Professor Rodriguez, too. She didn't know the full story. Gia took a small step closer, her voice still low. She's afraid of what's happening to her, Medra. She wants to deny it, have everything just stay the same. I'm not sure that'll work. I thought of Nixaris, of trying to deny him, and he and I hadn't even bonded to one another. I had no idea what the depth of his connection to Florence was like, but surely it was even stronger. Gia shook her head. I don't think so either, but she needs time to process all of this. I understand. Well, good night. Gia stepped towards me, slipping her slender arms around me and pulling me into a gentle embrace. I'll tell her you were here. I'll tell her I couldn't fool you. You're still her dearest friend. I tried to smile. Thank you. I appreciate that. But as I walked away, I knew the truth. I wasn't Florence's dearest friend. Not anymore. She blamed me for what had happened to her. How could she not? I'd nearly stolen her life. And then, to give it back to her, I'd had to sell her, body and soul, to a creature I knew she was fascinated by, yes, but also utterly terrified of. a dragon.
Chapter 5. Regan. I stumbled out into the freezing air, gasping and choking for breath. My high heels slipped on the icy flagstones. I quickly threw out my hands before I could topple over. Steadying myself, I clutched at my throat, unbuttoning the high-collared dress. All day I'd felt as if I could barely breathe. I looked around. The area where I stood was deserted, thank the Blood Maiden. I'd come out of a side door, one few even knew existed. Above me loomed Bloodwing, the castle's towers rising into the night like sharp-edged teeth. I glanced upwards at the high-paned windows, glowing faintly with candlelight, blurred slightly by the falling snow. The wind howled past my ears, and I shivered. I'd left my cloak behind in my new office. But I didn't mind the cold. I took another deep breath of fresh air. Before me, across an expanse of flat white snow, was the cliff's edge. And beyond that, the endless night of a cold, merciless black sea. I could hear the waves churning from here, crashing onto the rocks below, hungry and restless. I stood on a small terrace, bordered by a low stone wall. Slowly I crossed the snow-covered flagstones, my footsteps muffled, my breath sharp in my chest, as I drew in cold breath after cold breath. When I reached the wall, I lifted a hand, pulling pins from my hair and letting it fall. The wind caught it instantly, whipping it around my face and shoulders, lashing the strands across my cheeks. I lifted my head to the wind, letting it have me. My lungs already ached from the cold, but I still drank in more of it, greedy for something so fresh and so pure, so untainted by Victor, free of his scent, his voice, his hands. I shuddered. The day had been all I'd expected. To think I'd believed myself prepared for it. What a fool I was to think power alone could save me from what Victor really was. I forced a laugh. The sound was brittle and cracked. I coughed, the cold wind sliding down my throat, pushing at my back. The wind wanted me. The sea wanted me. I could feel them pushing me, pulling me, drawing me into the darkness. My first day as queen of the castle. My first day as headmistress of Bloodwing. It should have been such a triumph. So why did I feel as fragile as the flowers covered with snow? Twisted and frozen, like a corpse. A corpse. I closed my eyes. Victor had commanded me, and so I tried, but I hadn't been able to do it. I had the power, but when I went to summon the Thrallweave, nothing would come. The Blightborn woman had stood there, blinking, terrified, waiting. It should have been swift, practically painless, nearly merciful. I'd said the words. I'd condemned her. I was her judge. I was supposed to be her executioner too. But I'd been useless, paralyzed. Before anyone could even notice what was happening, Victor had done my job for me. I unwrapped my arms from myself, then slowly lifted up the edge of my shirt. I hissed. The bruises there were fresh and ached dully. The marks were red and purple now. Soon they darkened to green in some places, lightened to yellow in others. There were more on my upper arms, all over the inside of my thighs. More would be bestowed tonight, no doubt.
Pretty little blossoms,
Victor would croon. He'd lay beside me, a monstrosity of scarred, naked flesh, and stroke his handiwork.
Look how beautifully you bloom for me, pretty girl.
Pretty girl. It was what my father had always called me. I was his pretty girl, his darling. This was the cost of being pretty. Men wanted you, and it was exciting to be wanted, flattering. But when you were a little girl, no one told you that what the men wanted was to devour you whole, to break you apart with their hands, to rip you up into the pieces they found palatable while they threw away everything else. Shaking, I leaned forward, placing both hands along the rough stone wall. The cold wind scorched my skin, but in a few moments, I'd be numb, unable to feel anything at all. How had this happened to me? I was supposed to be the golden girl of Drakharrow, Blake's consort, the most popular girl at Bloodwing and the most powerful. I hadn't needed Victor to elevate me. I'd already been riding high. Then it had all come crashing down. In the course of 1 year, my life had somehow become a waking nightmare. I wouldn't say I hadn't gotten what I'd deserved in some ways, or that I had no regrets whatsoever, because that would have been a lie. But that didn't mean I didn't feel sorry for myself now, even though I knew no one was coming to rescue me. And certainly no one else was coming to this little pity party. Not even my own family. I closed my eyes, letting the snow soak my face and settle on my lashes. Just a few moments, I prayed silently. Please, just a few. Better to be out here in the cold than in there with Victor's weight above me, his hands guiding me, punishing me, petting me like a dog one moment, beating me brutally the next. Could the Blood Maiden hear me? Was she a merciful goddess? Considering how we asked the Blightborn to serve us, I doubted it. High blood ways were cruel and self-serving. Kindness was for the weak. So did the Blood Maiden want me to keep carrying on exactly the way I was? Did she just want me to be strong? I brooded, staring out to sea. I knew what my father would say, that the answer was staring me in the face. It had happened because I'd shown weakness, because I'd been too soft. Because of her, I'd lost my place, my home. Blake. Father had wanted me to kill my fellow consort in the games. So I'd tried. But by the last trial, something happened. Something changed. I didn't have the heart. Or was the truth even more humiliating? Medra Pendragon had saved my life that day. Then she'd ended my triad and taken my Archon. I'd been discarded, like an old gown thrown on the waste heap. But even then, I hadn't killed her. I hadn't gone straight for her throat. I tried to move on, tried to tell myself something better would come along. A great, choking laugh filled my throat again, tinged with rage and sorrow. Something better. Gods, just look at me. Stop. Enough. I squeezed my eyes shut more tightly. Just one moment of stillness, of quiet, of peace. One moment where no one was watching me. One moment where no one was telling me what to do, who to be. Not even myself. It worked. For a minute, at least. I felt slightly calmer, more at peace. When I opened my eyes, I saw a flash of white in the distance. Standing at the far edge of the clearing, near the cliff's edge, was a wolf. The creature was massive, larger than a horse. Silver fur gleamed in the moonlight, pale and ghostly against the dark, damp with melted snow. The wolf stood, looking out at the sea. Its breath came in slow puffs, so steady and so calm. It was beautiful. So beautiful that I didn't even think about what a beast like that might do to me. The wolf was a part of the landscape, as perfect as the snow itself, as natural as the wind. As I watched it, some of the horror of the day fell away, like snow melting off a rooftop. I expected the wolf to slip away at any moment, to vanish back into the night like some dream I'd conjured up. I closed my eyes again, half expecting the wolf to be gone by the time I opened them. But instead, when my eyes reopened, the wolf had begun to change. Fur receded, bones bent and twisted. There should have been gruesome sounds to accompany the horrific sight, sounds of bones snapping, flesh tearing, because this wasn't natural, wasn't right. It went against everything I knew. Instead, the animal form simply unraveled, became something new, the sleek form of a man. He stood with his back to me, but even from that vantage point, a hot ripple went down my spine. Broad shoulders, strong arms, a narrow waist. Moonlight shone upon the contours and curves of the man's body, illuminating it like warm golden marble. I watched, spellbound, as he moved, silent and sure, towards a snow-covered bush, and drew out a small bundle of clothing. He dressed with quick efficiency, dark trousers, a high-collared shirt, a long cloak that fluttered in the whipping winter wind, all black. I stared, fascinated, unable to look away, my heart pounding. Finally, he turned. For the first time, I glimpsed his face. I gasped. Hands flew to my mouth, but it was too late. He'd heard me. Dark eyes locked onto mine, and in an instant, the expression of peace and calm was gone, replaced by something, not angry, but animal. He moved, launching towards me with a speed beyond any high blood. I was all alone, cold, numb, but the door was behind me, just a few steps away. I had less ground to cover, so I might have made it. But I didn't run. I didn't scream. I stood exactly where I was, closed my eyes, and waited.
You're supposed to run.
I opened my eyes. Dark eyes stared down at me with an expression I couldn't pinpoint, half thoughtful, half bored. I knew who he was. Cage Tanaka, Avari House leader, Blake's biggest rival. Not that that last one meant anything to me anymore. Cage was also the eldest son of the second most powerful house in Sangrotha. I knew all of this, had always thought I knew him. But as I stared into those dark eyes, I realized I knew nothing. I'd never actually seen Cage Tanaka before in my life.
It's kind of a tradition. People run.
I licked my lips. Sorry for spoiling the game, but I'm not most people.
No, I guess not.
He tilted his head in a way that was still rather wolf-like.
You were watching me.
I was watching the wolf.
You weren't supposed to see what you saw.
There was anger there, below the surface, a great deal of it. But Cage's anger was nothing like Victor's. It was tightly controlled, and it wasn't directed at me. If anything, I thought he was angry at himself. You weren't supposed to exist, I pointed out. And you picked a stupid place for your little run. I glanced behind me, but for the first time, noticed no windows were on the side of this side of the tower. He must have been used to coming here. He'd taken a risk, but this was the first time he'd paid the price.
Well,
Cage gave a dry shrug.
Shit happens, I guess.
He was playing it cool, but I knew the truth. You should kill me, I said bluntly. That would be the smartest move. You have no choice. He studied me for a long moment. Too long.
You're right, I suppose,
he murmured.
It would be the simplest solution.
The cleanest, I agreed. We've had students go missing before. I won't be the first or the last. Of course, those had been Blightborn. Also, I wasn't a student anymore. I was a high-blood girl, not to mention Victor's consort. But I had no doubt. Cage could dispose of my body in a way that led suspicion away from him, throw me in the sea, make it look like an accident. I still could have run, could have planned how to fight. Cage shook his head slowly.
I don't think so.
I could feel my face fall. It would have been a swift ending, probably far kinder than the one we'd given that Blightborn woman that morning. I should have run then, as fast as my feet would carry me, straight back to the castle door, back to Victor to tell him the Avari's little secret. But I didn't. I kept standing there, out in the snow with the fucking Avari house leader of all people. Pendragon's house leader. If Victor knew. Maybe that was why I stayed. Wedged my feet firmly into the snow and didn't bother turning and trying to make a run for it. A tiny little rebellion. Cage could have changed his mind at any moment, but he just watched me, the way I'd watched the wolf. He looked different. I couldn't get past it, not just because of what I'd seen him do, though Blood Maiden, that should have been enough. He radiated a calm confidence. He stood like a man who knew who he was and had no doubts. This was the sort of man who should have been my consort. The sort of man who was everything Victor wasn't. The kind of man who didn't need to use cruelty to get what he wanted, because he was enough without it. Not like most of the high bloods I knew, myself included. The wind tore past, sending snow flying around us, but I barely felt it anymore. Blood Maiden, what was happening to me? I was the headmistress. I was Victor Drakharrow's consort. I had been claimed by the most powerful high blood in the land. Yet here I stood, trembling in the cold, making small talk with the enemy. I looked out at the sea. I was the fool standing on the cliff's edge, and Cage clearly wasn't going to do me the favor of pushing me off.
Why are you really out here, Regan?
He asked abruptly. No titles, no formalities, no bullshit. Maybe I should have chided him, demanded the proper respect. Instead, I took a deep breath, my eyes still on the dark sea. I needed some air. I glanced at him. So, are you going to do it?
Kill you?
He shook his head.
It's not my style.
Sorry to disappoint you. I wanted to turn away. When he looked at me, it was as if he saw everything. The thoughts I most wanted to hide, my desperation. He was the one who should have been feeling desperate, not me. Yet here I was, feeling trapped and naked. Besides, I know the difference, he murmured, never taking his eyes from mine. Difference? Between a monster and the one wearing its chains. I stared at him. I should have been offended. I should have been cold with rage. I should have demanded he follow me to the Black Keep right then and there, brought him straight before Victor, and then... I looked away. I was a fool, yes. I knew I wasn't going to do any of those things. Cage stood there looking at me, and I knew what he must see. To him, I was Victor's pet, a wretched high-blood girl playing a nasty game of power. Or maybe he saw a pawn, traded between men, just another jewel in the dark crown of Sangratha. A woman as shallow and hollow as a gemstone, too. Why didn't you scream? I let out a breath and watched it mist into a cloud. I'm tired of screaming. Cage tilted his head. Rough day? Not at all, I said, trying to strike a bored tone. Why would you say that? He shrugged. You're standing alone on a cliff in the snow, talking to a man who was a wolf not just 5 minutes ago. You didn't run, even though you thought I was going to kill you. He tilted his head. And that Blightborn woman on the balcony this morning. You might have fooled the rest of them, but... I stared at him. That obvious? I finally choked. Yeah, a little obvious. I stood there, feeling like an idiot. Guess I'm not the only one too weak to kill, I said coldly. I kill when there's a need, not simply to impress a crowd. In House of Vari, cruelty isn't considered a sign of strength. Without warning, Cage moved towards me, his hand flicking back the collar of my dress. The silk slid aside at his touch, and I let out a gasp. Easy. His voice was cool and authoritative. I'm not going to hurt you. I froze, not bothering to glance down, already knowing what he'd seen. The dark bruises blooming over my breasts like cruel roses. Victor do that to you? His face was very still. I didn't answer. I knew he didn't really expect me to. I gave myself a mental shake. I couldn't stay out here all night, no matter how much I might want to. What happens now? You're not going to tell anyone what you've seen here tonight. We'll take it from there. He wasn't using thrallweave, and he wasn't asking a question. He was stating a truth we both knew. I felt unsettled. There he was, cool and steady, while I held his greatest secret in the palm of my hand. I could destroy Cage and possibly his entire house with what I knew. No, I agreed slowly. I'm not. He nodded. You'll make the vow? Silently, I held out my hand. He drew out a silver dagger and sliced his palm. Then gently, ever so gently, he lifted mine and did the same. As the blood flowed, he placed his palm against mine and pressed lightly, the briefest of touches. I felt a sudden jolt, like fire racing straight from his veins to mine. I snatched my hand back. "What was that?" Cage gave me a strange look, but didn't respond. I'd never made a vow before. For all I knew, this was normal. I looked at my palm, watching the blood well. High bloods healed fast. This was nothing compared to what I could endure. The mark would be gone by the time I returned to the keep. Victor would never see it. He never had to know. Now what? The blaze in my palm was already fading. The Avari was turning to go. Now he stopped, eyebrows rising.
"Isn't that up to you?"
He paused.
"But do me a favor."
"What's that?"
"Stop looking out to sea like it holds the answers you need. It doesn't."
I stared after Cage as he moved towards the tower door. Like a fool, I almost called after him. Then he was gone. I stood in the snow, in the dark, a while longer, trying to figure out why the fuck I just made an unbreakable blood vow with a wolf.
Chapter 6. Blake. The latch of my door clicked behind me. I walked down the hall, yawning and trying to roll the tension out of my shoulders, then descended the stairs leading down to the common room. The place was almost empty. Most students had already left to grab breakfast in the refectory. The fire had been stoked recently. I sniffed appreciatively. Cedar logs. They were expensive, so they were only used in the high blood towers. Only the best for the best, my uncle liked to say when I was growing up. As if Blightborn couldn't appreciate a scent just as easily. Some plates of fresh rolls and carafes of kava, tea and juice had been placed on a table for students who were too tired, busy, or hungover to make it to the refectory in time for a real meal. I glanced around. The place was my second home. More of a home than my real home at this point. Weapons from past centuries were mounted on the walls between Drakharrow banners. The crest and motto of our precious bloodline were everywhere. On cushions, tapestries, even carved into the arms of the chairs we sat in. As if any of us needed that many reminders of who we were. Sanguine vincti. Bound by blood. I shook my head. Kind of ironic when my so-called bonded was over in House Avari right now. I doubted she considered herself bound to me. That headstrong girl would do what she liked, just as she always did. Nonetheless, thinking of Pendragon sent a warm feeling soaring through my chest. Headstrong or not, she was mine. Though I'd finally learned to stop saying it to her face quite so often. A few Blightborn students sat in corners, sipping tea and reading books, studying up before classes began. The Highbloods were all probably either in the refectory or drinking from their favourite thralls in their rooms. I'd recently decided that open feeding in the common room was gauche. Funny how quickly trends changed. My house had quickly gotten the message. This was the new way of things. Shape up or ship out. Theo was sprawled on a red velvet couch by the fire, a book in his lap and a cup of steaming kava in one hand. He wore one of his favourite sweaters, black with gold thread at the cuffs, absurdly oversized and practically in tatters. It was a family heirloom of sorts. It had belonged to my father when he'd gone to school here. I walked over and fell into an armchair across from my cousin. Theo looked up. "You're lucky. You just missed Regan," I raised a brow. Really? He nodded. Our new headmistress just came trotting through with her new squad of blood guards in tow, he said, making air quotes with his free hand. I choked. Blood guards? Seriously? She couldn't think of a better name? Theo looked thoughtful. Good point. We should suggest she run a naming contest. Everyone can vote. There could even be a prize. Right. I'm sure the Blightborn students will love selecting a name for their new tormentors, I frowned. Who the hell are they, anyhow? Her guards, I mean. Theo studied me. He was careful not to let his gaze linger too long on my wasted eye. I appreciated what he was trying to do, but he needn't have bothered trying to be tactful. Most students gawked openly, and for far longer than was polite. I'd snarl at them, sometimes add a little display of fangs, and that usually was enough to send them screaming and scurrying. Was I a bastard for doing it to first years? Sure. But honestly, it never got old. And served them right for being so rude in the first place. Right? You don't know. They're alumni. She called in most of Marcus's old pals. I sat up straighter. For fuck's sake. Quite a few from House Mortis, too. I shook my head. I assumed they left a trail of testosterone and shitty cologne behind them. I sniffed. But fortunately, all I could smell was the cedar smoke. Theo wrinkled his nose. Oh, they smelled worse than that. Think more of a training bag boiled in high-blood sweat. I chuckled. Your ex-consort is a real piece of work. Walking around like she owns this place. Well, she basically does, I pointed out. Bloodwing is bigger than just one person. It's better than that, too, Theo protested. Really? You think so? I was dubious. But I supposed I should be glad my cousin still had some idealism left. We're going to have to be careful, Blake, Theo said softly. Those assholes think nepotism, fangs, and muscles equal real authority. If Regan purposely brought in some of Marcus's dumbass friends, things could get ugly, I agreed. They were never too bright to begin with. With the amount of crimson ambrosia they drank and other shit they did, it was no wonder. I thought of something. Maybe that was how Regan had gotten them to come. Had she bribed them? They'll be drunk with power in a few days. Did Regan say anything to you about what she has planned? Theo shook his head. No. And I'm sure it's not her plan. It's Victor's. Besides, it's not me I'm worried about. It's Vaughn. Theo's boyfriend was over in House Orthos. I'm sure Lysander will keep a careful watch on his house, I said. Have you talked to him about Linnea? Only briefly. What exactly did you tell him? Theo asked curiously. You didn't tell him everything, did you? He lowered his voice. You know about the D-word. I laughed. Is that what we're calling them now? I mean, a fucking dragon is missing from the Dragon Court. Lysander would have figured it out eventually. Theo looked dubious. Would he? You didn't tell Victor or Regan exactly what happened, right? Fuck no! I practically shouted. I cleared my throat. Lysander is different. He has a good head on his shoulders. Theo raised his eyebrows. What? I demanded. Theo snickered. Just not something I expected to hear you say. after the role he played in the tribunal at the start of last term. I flushed. Lysander had basically suggested we all let Pendragon walk free. He's still a little too idealistic for my tastes. Let her lead her life as she sees fit, Theo mused. I believe those were his exact words. Were they? I frowned. I didn't take notes. I have a good memory, Theo said with a grin. And it isn't as far-fetched an idea as you seemed to think at the time. Besides, isn't that exactly what's happening now anyways? I thought for a moment. Pendragon in House Avari. Pendragon punching me in the face the day before without any repercussions. There have certainly been some changes, I said carefully. Theo hooted. I'd say so. In you. I rubbed my eyes. Theo didn't know the half of it. Fine. Laugh it up. Theo watched me. You sleeping all right? Define all right. My dreams were all red ones, full of blood and scales. So no, I wasn't sleeping well. Nightmares. He quickly looked away, setting his cup down on the table. I've had my share of those. I examined him. My cousin looked a lot like me in some ways. Same sharply cut cheekbones, same grey eyes, same old blood in our veins. But there were differences. His jaw was softer, his mouth a little less, well, cruel, I guess. His hair was duskier than mine, more like dark honey. He'd grown it out and taken to wearing it in a bun. He had it piled in a messy knot on his head now. If Victor could see Theo right now, he'd probably give his nephew a jaw-cracking slap. Thank the Blood Maiden the old bastard wasn't around. My jaw tightened. Only his proxy, Regan. My gaze dropped to Theo's hand. His fingers gripped the side of the couch tightly. There was tension in him, hovering in the air between us, unspoken and heavy. And we hadn't even broached the word wolf yet. Aenir. We both spoke at the same time. I swallowed. My little sister. His cousin. His kill. She always liked this room, Theo said hurriedly. Remember when you brought her here for the first time? She said she'd go to this school one day and be the best student they'd ever seen. Then she'd tried to pull the swords off the wall. Said they were hers because her name was Drakharrow and she wanted to take one home, I said dryly. I remember. The little tyrant princess. She was a brat, Theo said softly. But she was our brat. I didn't respond. She died quickly. The words came out of Theo's mouth in a rush. I don't think she was in pain. It happened fast. So fast. I sat up, leaned forward, my hands wrapping around my knees, knuckles white. I don't think she even knew it was me who did it. I think it happened so quickly she didn't even see. I like to think she didn't anyways. Theo's face was a picture of misery. My spine stiffened. Just let me get it out, Blake. Just let me say the words, Theo begged, rushing on. Then if you want to hit me or kill me, whatever. It's your right. I know it's your right. His face became stoic. At least I've already said goodbye. I choked. You've what? I've already said my goodbyes. Not to everyone, I mean. Just to Vaughn. There were tears in his eyes. I left him a note. He won't come after you. I almost choked again. Nearly said I wasn't afraid of Vaughn's Sabino. But that wasn't the fucking point, was it? The point was that my little cousin was afraid of me. The dragon inside me tensed, sensing opportunity. The chance to kill. I slammed it down hard. I'm not going to kill you, Theo. Theo's whole body seemed to sag. You're not? How could you even think that? I said, suddenly angry. You really think I'd do something like that? That I'm, what, the next victor? I don't know, he said slowly. No, not like Victor. Of course not. Though, he'd certainly like you to be. I'm not Victor, I snarled. I'm nothing like him. I'd never do that to you. I've stood up for you. I've tried to help you. We're fucking family, Theo. I know, all right? Theo's voice was pleading. But, Blake, that's the point. Aeneas. She was family too. I killed my own family. I stared at him, trying to really understand, trying to absorb the cloud of guilt I now saw hanging over him. He'd done his best to hide it from all of us these past few days, as we'd all struggled to process that night, each of us in our own way. Theo had waited patiently, grieving alone. He hadn't even told Vaughn he thought his cousin was going to eventually come for him. No, he'd written Vaughn a letter. Because the words were too heavy, too terrifying to even say aloud. You seriously wrote your boyfriend a letter? I shook my head. So right now, Vaughn is what? Reading it and thinking I'm murdering you here in this tower? Theo looked sheepish. Maybe. I laughed out loud. Some heads turned towards us, then just as quickly whipped away. For fuck's sake, Theo! I stood up. Theo shrank back. I held up my hands. May I? I sat down on the couch next to my cousin. Then, shocking even myself, I slipped one hand around the back of his neck, not roughly, but firmly, and pulled him towards me, tilting my forehead so it rested against his. Theo, you don't get it. You just don't fucking get it, do you? I whispered. Get what? He whispered back, his voice trembling a little. You spared me. You fucking spared me. Spared you? What do you mean? I let go of him and sat back, breathing hard. There was water in my eyes, but I blinked it the fuck away. This wasn't the time. Not when Regan and her posse could march back in at any moment. You did what I'd have had to do. What I knew I'd have to do. Theo's face was still uncertain. There was no hope for Aeneas. Don't you think I knew that? I shook my head. She was turning feral. I fucked up the moment I saved her life. I ruined things. Like I always do. I swiped at my eyes with the back of my hand. Fuck no, not in the common room. Theo was staring at me in wonder. Blake, is that what you think? You think you ruined Aeneas? Of course I did. You know exactly what I did. You've always known. I'd turned her, made her into one of us. Or some would say something worse, a so-called foul blood. Theo glanced around. I know you made her. His voice was very low. But you had to. You had to save her life. He shook his head. Blake, if anyone is to blame, it's Marcus. It's Victor. It's me. But it's not you. You tried to save a little girl. You tried to give a child a better life. I snorted. And look how well it turned out. Don't. Stop it. I am looking. You bought her time. You gave her a new family. You loved her. She lived, Blake. That's all any of us get. The chance to live. The chance to make a few happy fucking memories. No one knows how long they have to make them. It's fucked up and it's unfair, yes, but it's not your fault. That's how it all works. You gave her a longer life, a happier life than she would have had. You tried. And you're braver than me for doing it. Better than me. I stared at him. What the fuck are you talking about? Theo was the better one, the good one. The Drakharrow who still had an actual heart, and, Blood Maiden help him, even a soul. He'd stood up to Victor, chosen a Blightborn boy and stuck by that choice, come hell or high water. I was the fuck-up, the prick, the asshole. I was the scum. Theo, he didn't even know half of what I was, what I'd become, what I was still becoming. You're a good person, Theo, I said stiffly. I'm the one who... You're the one who Victor has tried to make feel like shit ever since your father died, Theo said bluntly. And guess what? It's worked, Blake. But you're not like that. I see you. I know you. We're not so different, despite what you may think. I forced a laugh. Look at the time. The bell's going to ring any second. Fine. No more heart-to-heart, Theo said, immediately getting the picture. I glanced at him. You thought I was going to murder you in the common room a few minutes ago. Now you're trying to make me into, I don't know, some kind of a fucking martyr. You are a fucking martyr, cuz, Theo said quietly. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind about that. Never has been. You martyred yourself for your family. You'd do absolutely anything for the ones you love. It's your greatest strength. Your greatest weakness. I stared at him. I never thought you were really going to kill me, he admitted. I raised one eyebrow. So, there was no letter? No, there was. He grinned and punched me lightly in the shoulder. Come on, we're going to be late. Let's get to class. The stone courtyard that served as the defensive arts arena was open to the sky. I glanced up, remembering the time Nyxaris had appeared there, perching on one of the stone walls. That wall was looking a little worse for wear these days. A cold breeze swept through the training yard, but at least it wasn't snowing on us. Not that snow would make Sankara cancel a class. We'd have to soldier on no matter what the weather was. Just part of our training. Theo and I were a few minutes late. The yard was already full of high-bloods in leather training gear, sparring on mats in practiced movements, in pairs or solo. Some had weapons, others were drilling hand-to-hand. But some were standing around in groups, chatting and doing absolutely nothing. I glared at them. Sankara wasn't there yet, which explained the lack of order. Then I cursed under my breath. Oh shit, I'm supposed to be supervising. Theo lifted a brow. Better get started then. I marched forward, barking commands and taking pleasure in the way the groups of chattering students immediately broke up. High-bloods ran this way and that, forming pairs and grabbing weapons from the racks. Doing what they were supposed to be doing. Good. I scanned the training grounds as the shirkers got to work. The students, who had already formed pairs, seemed evenly matched. There were shouts of exertion, but nothing unusual. Until my gaze landed on a roped-off set of mats at the far end of the room. A flash of red. My breath caught. Pendragon. She was holding her own, fighting a high-blood girl, a third year who I immediately recognized. Larissa, one of Regan's old lackey friends. She was a little shorter than Pendragon, but thicker, more muscular. She should have been able to hold her own. I'd have said they were evenly matched, except Larissa was struggling. Pendragon moved like an unsheathed blade, sharp and relentless. She was kicking the ever-loving shit out of Larissa, to put it bluntly. Pendragon feinted left, then slammed an elbow into her opponent's ribs, knocking her off balance as her fist found Larissa's nose. Blood sprayed, and Larissa stumbled backwards, clearly dazed. But Pendragon didn't stop. She surged forward, tackling her opponent to the ground and throwing herself on top of her, driving her fist into her stomach, her ribs, her face, again and again. Students nearby had stopped what they were doing. Whispers rippled through the yard. A few tried to sneak closer to get a better view. "Get the fuck back to work!" I roared, my voice echoing off the stone walls. Everyone jumped back into position, and the whispers immediately ceased. The only pair my voice hadn't seemed to reach was Pendragon and Larissa. They were still going at it. At least, Pendragon was. Larissa was quickly becoming a bloody meat sack. I marched towards them, my mind racing back to Pendragon's very first day at Bloodwing, when she lay in this same yard with Visha atop her, broken and bleeding, a laughingstock. I'd stood by then, too, watched her be humiliated and put in her place, on my orders. But now, things were completely reversed. Pendragon was half mortal, half Blightborn. But she wasn't a half-born like Professor Wispwood. No, her blood was even more unique. She had rider blood. Fae blood, she'd told me. I was still trying to wrap my mind around that. Her being from another world, one filled with beings called Fae. Regardless, from the look of things, she was using all of the advantages of her blood right now, without holding anything back. I'd only seen her like this once before, on the island with the other consorts. She'd had my blood to heighten her senses then, though. Now she was showing me just what she was capable of on her own. She shouldn't have been able to even take on a high blood, not like this. Sure, she'd held her own against Laurent when I'd set him on her in a moment of self-indulgent weakness that I was now ashamed of. But there was a difference between holding her own and pummeling someone to a bloody pulp. "Pendragon!" I yelled as I approached the mats. "Good fight. You're done." She ignored me. Or maybe she didn't even hear me at all. All I knew was she kept throwing punches. Larissa's face was covered in blood, her cheeks swollen. I didn't like the girl much either, but this was gruesome, even for me. Though a part of me saw the blood and thrilled at the sight of it. A part of me looked at it and screamed, "More! More! More!" I glanced down at my forearms, praying I wasn't about to see red scales appear. I rubbed at my wrists, trying to force the urge away. "Pendragon!" I tried again. "Get the fuck off her! Didn't you hear me? I said you're done." She didn't stop, Not when I shouted, not even when Larissa gave a truly pathetic garbled moan. Not even when I noticed Pendragon's own knuckles starting to split and bleed from the impact of the blows. So I jumped in, letting instinct take over. One arm snagged around her middle as I hauled her body up and off the other girl. Pendragon thrashed like a wild animal. Her elbow caught my jaw hard, and I saw stars. But I didn't let go. Where the fuck was Visha when I needed her? I scanned the courtyard, but she was nowhere to be seen. I owed her a talk. "Theo!" I yelled. "Get over here! See to Larissa!" Across the courtyard, I caught my cousin's eye. He nodded and ran towards us. Pendragon was still fighting me, teeth bared, lips pulled back as if she might even bite me. I didn't want to hurt her, but I tightened my grip, tossing her over my shoulder as I cleared the ring and crossed the yard. "Let me down!" she snarled, beating her fists against my back. I ignored her. Inside, my dragon was roaring his approval of the way I was handling things, struggling to rise to the surface. I could feel my skin heating, the itch of scales just barely hiding beneath the flesh. "Not now. Not here," I pleaded. I made it to the corridor, out of sight of the class. I dropped Pendragon to the ground in front of an arched window, and she stepped back, breathing hard. Her green eyes glowed with fury. Her hair whipped around her shoulders in a breathtaking halo of flame. Slowly, her shoulders sagged. Her eyes reluctantly met mine. "Pendragon," I said slowly. "What the fuck was that all about?" She blinked. "What?" I shook my head. "You were beating—" I'd been about to say, "that poor girl," but decided that wasn't an apt description when it came to Larissa. "You were beating your opponent senseless. You weren't holding back, at all. What were you thinking? Did you want to kill her?" Pendragon stared up at me coldly. "Maybe. That a problem?" "Trouble in class, Drakharrow," a deep voice boomed. I glanced over to see Sankara striding up. The professor was a large man, pure muscle and bulk, with at least a few inches on me, and I stood at a decent 6 feet 3 inches. He made quite an impression. Now his lips were thinned in displeasure, and Sankara was one teacher I did not enjoy displeasing. He was the kind of teacher who might actually kick your ass if you pissed him off too much. He frowned. "I thought you were supervising for me today, Blake." "I am," I said hastily. "I was." "Pendragon just needed a break, sir." I scratched my head. There's a student who might need to see a healer. I left Theo with them." Sankara glanced at Pendragon, then back at me. I could see him trying to put the pieces together. "A high-blood student." "That's the only kind we've got in this class besides Pendragon, isn't it, Professor?" I said through gritted teeth. Sankara raised his dark eyebrows as he looked Pendragon up and down. "Impressive. Good work, Miss Pendragon." I wasn't sure he was going to say that when Larissa's family complained to him. "Thanks, Professor," Pendragon muttered. Sankara tilted his silver head. His tight curls looked as if they'd been freshly cropped. He'd been growing a beard out. I'd heard some of the girls talking about how much he looked like a pirate. I doubt they knew they didn't stand a chance with Sankara. I wondered if he and Rodriguez were still fucking. Not that it was any of my business. "We'll talk later, then." I nodded. "Professor?" He stopped in the doorframe. I think Pendragon could use a break from class today, I said meaningfully. Sankara looked a little disappointed. Very well. If you think that's best. I do, I said firmly. I'll get her back to her tower. Well, to the door, anyhow. I'd never actually visited the House Savari Tower, just like Cage wouldn't dare to step foot in the Drakharrow one. When Sankara was gone, I turned back to Pendragon. She gazed out the window at the bright, snow-covered hills. Hey, I snapped. Let's go. You're done for the day. She faced me with a glare. Fine. I snuck a glance at her as we walked side by side down the hall. Then I held myself back, giving her a few minutes to calm down. I watched her breathing slow and turn more even. Only when we neared the Avari Tower did I finally speak up. Now, are you going to tell me what that was really about? I wanted to kill her, she said, not even bothering to look at me. Isn't that enough? Wasn't it obvious? Oh, it was obvious, I agreed. But it's not enough. I searched for words. It's not like you to do something like that. She stopped. Why? Because I'm Blightborn? Because we aren't supposed to hurt Highbloods? I mean, not really hurt them. That's not what I meant. It was exactly what I meant. Why the fuck should I hold back, Blake? Tell me. I really want to know. I should have killed her. She probably deserves it. And at least then she... Why? Why does she deserve it? I demanded. What happened? She looked away. Just a little Blightborn bullying, as usual. Larissa was part of it. She nodded, her face furious. They can hurt us. They can drink us. They can kill us. So why can't we kill them? Mostly because you can't, I snapped. You're not capable of it. Well, most Blightborn aren't. And if you are, well, good for you. But do I have to remind you there's only one of you and a hell of a lot more of them? If you'd killed Larissa back there, what the fuck do you think would have happened? She tightened her lips. I don't know. Enlighten me. They could have surrounded you, I said, a hint of fear creeping into my voice. Theo and I, we might not have been enough. You wouldn't have been able to take them all on. Not to mention the trouble you'd have been in. Another tribunal? She asked, dully. Something like that. Or just a really fucking quick execution. I ran my hands through my hair. I want to protect you. I need to protect you. But if you act like that, then who knows what could happen.
Chapter 7. Medra. What about what I need? I said softly, turning to face him. He stared down at me. What you need? I nodded. The truth was, I felt like I was going to explode. I could feel myself splitting, breaking, ever since the night in the courtyard, ever since I'd lost Florence. No, not just her. Ever since I'd lost Nyxaris, lost my mother, lost my trust in Rodriguez. I felt numb inside, but also on fire. Could both things be true? I wanted to stop holding everything in, stop pretending. I didn't want to be calm anymore. I didn't want to be good. I wanted to burn. It hit me like a blow to the chest, sudden and absolute. I didn't want to run away from Blake. I wanted to run straight towards him. I wanted his mouth, his hands, his teeth. I wanted him to forget everything with me, forget to be careful. Come upstairs with me, I said, my voice low and throaty. Come back to my room. His body went still. What? Come up to my room with me, right now. The air between us ignited. No touch, no magic, no blood, just the mere words, the thought of what we could do together. I saw it happen, saw the flicker in his eye. For a moment, sheer disbelief, then the spark, the heat. I drew a shaky breath, watching his jaw tighten, but not in anger. His nostrils flared. He was struggling to breathe. So was I. He shook his head tightly. I can't. I blinked. What? I can't enter the Avari Tower. It would be seen as a challenge to Cage, a huge sign of disrespect. I stared at him. I didn't give a shit. The thought of Blake and Cage at one another's throats again like in the library that one day was, well, kind of fucking hot. But Blake was probably right. I wanted to be reckless, but not in quite that way. Fine, I said flatly. He looked confused. Fine. I spun away from him and stormed down the corridor to our right, towards one of the castle wings full of classrooms. Blake caught up, falling in step with me easily. What are you doing? I yanked open a classroom door. A high-blood professor looked up from a lecture with a stern glare. 50 high-blood students from House Mortis turned their heads towards us. Not this one, I muttered, slamming it closed again. Pendragon, Blake hissed. I tried another door, occupied, this time full of groups of Blightborn, working on some kind of a map project involving lots and lots of paint and paper mache. Sitting in a circle, all holding the same book, as Hassan droned on about high-blood history. Oh, Pendragon, what the hell? I ignored him. Then finally, I found one. The door swung open into an empty lecture hall. Long wooden benches curved in rows around a central platform with a large wooden desk. The air was full of dust and shadows. Filtered light streamed through the high arched windows, clouded with dirt on one side and snow on the other. But it was empty. I breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect. I grabbed Blake's wrist and yanked him inside, then slammed the door shut behind us and flicked the lock. What are you? He started. I didn't let him finish. My lips were on his in a heartbeat. Hard, fierce, reckless. His back hit the nearest wall, and I moved against him, hands in his hair, my teeth tugging at his lower lip. I didn't want slow. I didn't want careful. I wanted to devour and be devoured. I wanted to feel something. Something so powerful, so overwhelming, it would make everything on the other side of that fucking door completely vanish. At least for a while. And when Blake kissed me back, it did. Everything else disappeared. All that remained was fire. All that remained was us. My fingers were already attacking the laces of the sleeveless leather tunic he had on, yanking at them as if they'd personally wronged me somehow. Blake's breath hitched as I tore the leather over his shoulders. There was a thin shirt beneath separating me from his bare skin, but I could still feel the heat of his body, smell the scent of his skin. So close, so fucking close. I reached for it. His hand caught my wrist. For a second, Blake looked at me and I saw confusion there, hesitation. His eyes flickered. I thought I glimpsed red behind the grey. Then the impossible moment passed and he was on me again. His mouth collided with mine, running his hands through my hair, pushing me backwards, up one step, then another, until my hips hit the desk on the centre of the platform. I arched into him, his hands already clawing at the laces of my leather corset. It was a simple kind, worn for sparring, the lightest kind of armour. I'd known I'd be fighting hand-to-hand today, not using heavy weapons. Blake tugged the cords, swearing impatiently under his breath, while simultaneously yanking the knots undone with ruthless efficiency. Finally, the corset fell open, and I let out a heaving breath. The leather was soft and well worn. It was tight-fitting, but comfortable. I hadn't bothered wearing anything underneath. "Gods," Blake rasped, staring at my naked body as the corset dropped away. "That's all you wore to class?" I grinned darkly, breathlessly. "Are you going to lecture me about it?" His hands were all over me then, hot, greedy, desperate. I slipped his own cotton shirt off him and felt him beneath my hands, reveling in the warmth of his skin. He was trembling, I realized, something stirring in him beneath the surface. I'd lit the spark. There was no going back now. Whatever this was between us was dangerous, and we both knew it. But I was sick of resisting, sick of pretending, sick of denying myself what I truly wanted. When what I truly wanted was him. This man, this vampire, had promised me everything, anything. He'd promised to kill for me. But maybe all he had to do was give me himself. I slid a hand between us, stroking him over the leather, feeling the hard lengths of him. "I feel so fucked up, Blake," I whispered. He nodded tightly. "I know the feeling. You think this will help?" I let out a sound somewhere between a giggle and a hiccup. "What the hell? It's worth a shot." His lips descended onto mine as his hands slid over my breasts. I moaned, searching for the lacings of my own leather trousers and starting to pull them loose. His hands covered mine. His one good eye met mine, stormy and clouded with need. "Let me." His voice was raw. Blake undid the laces, then worked the leather down my hips, as if he'd done it 1,000 times before. As they reached my ankles, I kicked them off with a grunt of impatience. Blake reached for his own, unfastening the ties and pulling the training gear off. He hadn't stopped trembling. I wasn't sure what the hell was going on, but I wasn't going to ask. His aggression seemed barely leashed, but at least it wasn't directed at me. Besides, I had my own fury to contain. Better we attack each other than go on a rampage in Sankara's class. Leather dropped to the ground in a heap. A linen undershirt followed. We'd kicked off our boots long ago. I took him in. Blake's body was incredibly beautiful, perfectly shaped in every way. Pale blonde hair curling down over his neck, basically chin length at this point. He raised his hands to push it back off his face, and the black dragon tattoos painted over his skin rippled as his muscles flexed. I followed the lines of ink down his torso, eyeing the pale hairs that formed a line down his stomach, past his hips. My throat felt dry as I took him in. He grinned. "See something you like?" I met his eye. Heat, clawing urgency. We crashed back together, flint striking tinder. He lifted me, hands rough, breath harsh, then slammed my ass down on the desk, scattering a tower of parchment to the floor. He leaned into me, grinding his hardness against my core as I gasped his name. "Want me to stop?" he growled. I swallowed. "If you stop, I won't be held responsible for your death." I started to slide a hand between us, to stroke his cock and bring it closer to where I wanted it. But his hand gripped mine with an iron-tight grip. "No." "No?" I challenged. "I think I'll take what I want from you first." Blake's hand slid between my legs, and I gasped as his fingers made contact, slipping between my thighs and into the slick wetness at their center. "First your pussy," he murmured, leaning towards me. "Then your blood. Then all of it. All of you, given entirely to me." I narrowed my eyes. How the fuck did you just make that sound hot? But Blake had already moved on, moving his lips down my neck, biting teasingly, but not enough to break the skin, then trailing a string of kisses down my breasts, over the planes of my stomach, and down to the tops of my thighs. My legs were already slightly spread in anticipation. Now he shoved them open wider. A whimper crossed my lips as Blake grabbed my wrists, slamming them down on the desk on either side of me, holding them there as he lowered his mouth and dragged his tongue over me. His tongue flitted across my clit, his forearms pressing my thighs apart while his hands held my wrists firmly against the desk, as if there was no way he'd let me escape now. It was primal, feral, fucking hot. I cried out, feeling my hips lifting as the urge to shamelessly press my center against his face overwhelmed me. I bit my lip, arching upwards against his tongue as I watched him lave and lick my pussy like a starving lion at a feast. Blake looked up at me, somehow radiating an inferno, yet also steely as ice. I was all over his mouth, shiny slick remnants of my arousal coating him like a second skin. "I'm going to let go of your wrists now. Don't fucking move," he instructed. I opened my mouth to protest, then shut it again. This was what I wanted, what I dragged him here for. I managed the weakest of nods and did as he said. His hands caressed my thighs, moving down gently. Then his mouth found my clit again, ravaging it with expertise as he slid one finger inside me, then another. Nothing had ever felt like this intense and incredible pull. The pressure in my clit throbbed. I felt myself on the edge, about to come. Blake buried his face deeper between my hips, and I could feel the explosion rising. I ground against him as his fingers plunged in and out, in and out. "Please," I moaned. He pulled his face away and stood up. I looked up at him in disbelief. "What are you doing?" "Turn around." "What?" "You wanted this, Pendragon. You asked for it. You dragged me here. Need I remind you?" "No, but you're doing it anyway," I muttered. He smirked, that glorious, infuriating fucking smirk, and unbelievably, I felt the wetness between my legs grow. Hell, if he wasn't the absolute picture of everything I wasn't supposed to want. A secret thrill went through me. But mine. I turned around slowly. "That's it," he encouraged. "Put your hands down flat on the desk and bend over." I gritted my teeth, but did as he asked. Really getting into the role-playing, aren't we? His voice was suddenly in my ear with vampire speed. "You've been a naughty girl, Miss Pendragon, and now you're about to be punished. Punished for being the most fuckable girl in the entire blood-damned school." I opened my mouth to make a hot retort, just as I felt his cock press against my entrance. I moaned. It felt so good. Blake's fingers expertly strummed my clit. "Blake, please," I said, clenching my jaw. "It's Professor Drakharo, actually," he murmured, his mouth dancing over the soft skin at my throat. "There's so much I want to teach you about the ways of pleasure, Miss Pendragon." "You're enjoying this a little too much," I whispered. "Professor." "Bloodwing professors aren't technically supposed to compromise their students, you know," he breathed. "And yet, here we are." His teeth found purchase, sinking into the tender skin. "Here we are," I gasped. The gasp turned into a moan as his cock slid inside me. "I can't believe you came to class dressed like this today, Miss Pendragon," he murmured, sliding his hands over my ass, then gripping my hips as he thrust. "Yes, stark naked as always," I said through clenched teeth. "I find I can focus better this way." I closed my eyes, losing myself in the blissful feeling of his cock pumping in and out of me. Just when I thought he'd filled me with his length completely, he pulled out, then thrust back in. I screamed. "I'll take it that was an appreciative sound," he said, lapping and licking at my neck before finally pressing his fangs into me. "You'll receive full marks for this." I shivered. I'd never get over the, quite frankly, humiliating fact that having his fangs sink into me felt, well, fucking good. Really fucking good. As did the sensation of his tongue licking up the bloody remnants, sliding over the tiny puncture marks he'd no doubt left on my skin. Marks that would quickly heal, as they always did, now that I was willing and compliant. "What's the matter? Are you having trouble taking all of me now, Miss Pendragon?" "Oh, I can take it," I breathed, as he gripped my hips. "Good," he whispered. "Now touch yourself. You know you want to." I whimpered slightly as I slid one hand between my legs, gripping the desk with my other. My clit was already swollen and throbbing from his earlier ministrations. I tilted my head down, letting my long hair cascade around my shoulders, then closed my eyes, imagining how we must look together. I wished I had a mirror so I could see just how incredible Blake Drackharrow looked, fucking me from behind, over a teacher's desk. But in the meantime, my imagination would have to suffice. "You feel," Blake growled from behind me, "fucking exquisite, little dragon. And you taste." He snarled and sank his fangs back into my neck as I gasped in delight. "You taste even better." He moaned, a sound I absolutely revelled in having elicited. Blake pulled away, and I felt him trembling against me, holding himself back from coming, simply holding on to the feeling of ecstasy that this, our being together, two bodies united, created. "You taste so sweet, Pendragon," he whispered, nuzzling his mouth against me. "Do you like how I fuck you?" A moment's hesitation, then, "Yes. No one's ever made me feel this way, this good." It was a confession I hadn't meant to make. I felt him go very still. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet. "You don't know what you do to me. You don't know how much I'm holding back. I crave everything about you, Pendragon. Your voice, your lips, your body, and the sounds you make when you come. Sheer perfection." He kissed his way down my neck, then slid his hand over mine, rubbing my clit with his finger. "Come for me now, little dragon. Come for me." And I did, exploding at his fingers, while his cock filled me up and he thrust hard into me, shoving my thighs against the table so roughly I knew I'd have bruises afterwards. I didn't care. I saw stars, sparks, fire, whatever you want to call it at that moment you reach your climax. I was there, floating, weightless, breathless. I heard Blake cry out, felt him bury his head against me, then lift his hands to cup my breasts, a gesture so perfect, so gentle, it shocked me. And then I was falling back to earth, my body trembling, tears inexplicably streaming down my cheeks as I turned towards him. Hey, what's this?" he said, sounding startled. He reached a hand up, touching the wetness on my cheeks. "What did I do?" "Nothing," I said quickly, trying to wipe the tears away. Blake didn't say anything, just looked down at me for a moment. And then he was scooping me up, lifting me into his arms. "What are you doing?" I exclaimed. "Put me down." But it was too late. With one great arm movement, he'd cleared the remainder of things littering the desk behind us. I had a moment of guilt thinking of the poor instructor who'd be cleaning up later. And then Blake was laying me down, carefully, with infinite tenderness, and then climbing up beside me, lying down on the desk next to me, and pulling me into his arms, until his chin rested atop my head. "What is—" I started to say. "Hush," he commanded, not meanly, just firmly. He tilted his head a little, and I felt him inhale. He was breathing me in, I realized, smelling my hair. "What do I smell like?" I asked, unable to resist. I grimaced, remembering. "Probably like Larissa's blood." "You smell nothing like Larissa. A vampire can smell your true scent even beneath the filth." Was he calling Larissa filth? I felt myself smile. Tell me then. He sniffed again, then sighed appreciatively. You smell like autumn. Autumn, I said dubiously. It's winter. You smell like autumn even in the winter, like fallen leaves. Like decay, in other words. He pinched my upper arm playfully, and I squealed. I told you to hush, he reminded me. Oh, are you still playing Professor Dracarrow? Autumn leaves, he repeated, ignoring me. Jasmine, vanilla. He took another sniff. Blueberry tarts. I had a blueberry tart at lunch, I said, impressed. Can you really still smell that? I felt him nod his head, and beneath all of it, the rich scent of your blood, potent, powerful. I waited for the inevitable word. When it didn't come, I felt oddly disappointed. Aren't you going to say it? I teased. Blake was quiet for a long time. I'm not sure what you want to hear, but I know I owe you an apology beyond words. I froze. This wasn't what I'd been expecting. That didn't mean it was unwelcome either. I owe you an apology today and every single other fucking day for the rest of our lives. I felt him give a choked laugh as he held me, however long that might be. I frowned, disliking the bleakness I heard there, the hint of hopelessness. That wasn't the Blake I knew. Before I could stop myself, it slipped out. I think I already have. I felt him turn his head, trying to look down at me. What? My lips suddenly felt dry. I licked them carefully. Forgiven you, you idiot. I think I already have. He stayed silent. Good. I kept going. Besides, I'm not the only one who's lost something, am I? Ainea. I'm truly sorry, Blake. I'm sorry about your sister. His gaze dropped. The fire was still there between us, but it was calmer now. A fire you could hold in a hearth, not the raging forest fire it had been a few moments before. I never expected this, Blake said, his voice low. With you, ever again. I pushed away from him a little, so I could tilt my head up and see his face. One eye was stormy grey, the other was ravaged. He might have chosen to wear a patch over it, but so far he hadn't. It was just like Blake not to bother trying to put others at ease with the truth of his appearance. I traced the outline of his eye socket with a fingertip, very gently. I feel like I'm burning alive when I'm with you, I whispered. And the worst part is, I don't care. I don't want it to stop. I shook my head. Even after all the shit that's happened between us. Blake nudged my forehead gently with his breath mingling softly with mine. Gesture was tender, almost dragon-like. You're the only part of this place that doesn't feel toxic, Pendragon, he whispered back. You're the only thing that feels real. He took a deep, ragged breath. Being with you makes me want to believe I can be something better than what I've been. My heart ached at the stark honesty in his words. I reached up, fingers brushing along the line of his jaw, lingering on the scars that still marred his face. Every mark a story that had led us here. Every scar a sign of how much he was willing to sacrifice for my sake. You already are, I whispered. His eyes softened, grey eyes less stormy, and I told myself the red I'd glimpsed in them earlier had just been my imagination. Blake was not Victor. It was only my fear that was causing me to see a resemblance where there was none. We lay together, breathing slowly, the moment a temporary peace in a little hidden corner of our chaotic world.
Chapter 8. Florence. I was a coward. I knew it. My mother probably knew it, even if she'd never ever in a million years dream of using the word. Even the fluffin sitting on my feet knew it. I scratched Neville's head, and the Fluffin purred loudly, his entire little body rumbling with contentment. For a moment, I envisioned becoming a Fluffin, with all the sunbeams, snacks, and naps I could dream of. But I wasn't a Fluffin. I wasn't even me anymore. I was something else now. Something new. A rider. The word felt frightening, even said silently in my own head. It wasn't my word. It wasn't me. Rider was a word that belonged to Medra, to someone brave and bold and daring, someone who wasn't afraid of climbing onto a scaled monster who breathed fire. Books belonged to me. Hot tea belonged to me. Endless projects and extra credit assignments belonged to me. They were what I lived for. I was supposed to be a strategist, or a healer, or preferably both. I'd live my days inside, very safely, in rooms full of books, studying ancient battles or testing new remedies. Of course, I'd venture out to my garden or greenhouse from time to time. Plants and books were far safer than a dragon. Anything was safer than a dragon. I glanced across the room where my mother sat hunched over on a pink and green floral sofa, surrounded by a pile of books, nibbling on the tip of a quill. Her cup of tea rested on a small table, still full, completely cold, of course. I looked at my own cup, also cold, but only half full. I had 3 books open in front of me and a quill in my hand. I was supposed to be writing an essay for Professor Allenvale's class, extra credit to make up for the fact that I hadn't actually attended any classes since it had happened. I'd made my mother bring notes to my professors, notes in which I'd lied and said I was ill. It was childish and immature and silly, but knowing that hadn't stopped me. Only Professor Rodriguez knew what had really happened. And Cage. Thankfully, my house leader hadn't pressed me to come back to the Avari Tower. He'd left me alone. But I knew he would come eventually. I couldn't stay hidden away in my mother's suite of rooms forever. I'd have to return to class soon, unless I wanted to flunk out of Bloodwing entirely. And considering the possible consequences, that wasn't an option. I leaned forward to ruffle Neville's fur again, and the Fluffin lifted his head, opened one eye, and peered at me. He'd been a faithful companion since the incident in the Dragon Court. If I were ever to write a murder mystery, that's what I'd call it, I decided. The Incident in the Dragon Court. It had a nice ring to it. There would be no actual dragons in said book, only murders. Even murders were safer than dragons. I flinched suddenly as a sensation hit me. A scent. Fresh fish filling my nose. I supposed I should be grateful it wasn't filling my mouth. I wrinkled my nose, but there was nothing I could do. I hadn't been able to block Nyxaris out. Not completely. He'd reached out to me once. I'd ignored him. Pretended I couldn't hear him. He hadn't tried again since that first time. He hadn't needed to. Because I could feel him there always, sense him even without trying. Even if he wasn't trying to speak to me, I knew where he was. Knew when he was flying over the island, when he was curling up for the night on a ledge on the cliffs above the sea. I could even sense emotions sometimes. Right now, he was content. The fish were delicious. I might have simply gone on with my life, pretended Nyxaris was something akin to a dog. But he wasn't a dog. He wasn't a mindless beast. He was intelligent. I knew he wouldn't wait forever. I pursed my lips stubbornly. But he'd have to. I wasn't going to be his rider. I wasn't going to be his in any way. I certainly wasn't going to fly on his back at a dreadfully great height without even a saddle or reins to hang on to. I just wasn't. I told you Medra came by to see you last night, my mother murmured absent-mindedly without looking up from her books. Didn't I? This is the third time you've mentioned it, I answered, a little peevishly. Oh, is it? My mother smiled down at her book as if relieved. Good. I was worried I'd forgotten. She lifted her head to look at me and sighed. She misses you, Florence. I'm in the middle of an essay. I made my voice chill in a way I hated. Can we talk about this later? Her face fell. Of course. The silence resumed, but it was no longer a comfortable one. I was being awful. I knew that. Not only to my mother, but also to Medra. But I didn't know what else to do. No one had asked me if I wanted to be pulled back from the brink of death. No one had given me any choice about it. They'd done their ritual and bound me to a dragon without even thinking about what that would mean for me exactly. Nyxaris was flying over the island now. I could feel him, practically hear his wings flapping. Sometimes when I lay in bed at night, the knowledge of where he was and what he was doing would keep me awake, trapped by this creature now in my head, probably forever, sharing my personal space. After all, if I could sense this much about him, what did he sense about me and my life? What could he hear, smell, taste? A dragon's senses were probably even better than mine. I knew I was being unfair, even ridiculous. But when I lay there, sleepless, all I could think about was how this had all happened because of Medra. If I hadn't gone after her to the Dragon Court, if I hadn't run forward to try to save her life, which I suppose I had done rather successfully, if she hadn't tried to save me, if I hadn't met her. I snapped my book shut. I hadn't really been reading it anyway. Neville leaped to his feet and barked loudly. My mother looked up. I suppose it is getting late. I'm going for a walk, I announced. I'll be back in an hour or so. But it's a school night, she trailed off, then smiled. Very well. I suppose I don't know when you go to sleep when you're back in your own room in the House Avari Tower, so I shouldn't worry so much about when you go to sleep here. You've always been very capable of managing your own affairs. I took a deep breath, resisting the urge to tell her how wrong she was. Thank you, Mother. I'll be back soon. She bit her lip. Be careful, Florence, with the new headmistress. I nodded, knowing what she meant. She gathered up her things, dumped out her teacup and left it on the counter in the kitchen, then carried a stack of 3 books to her bedroom. When she was gone, I reached for a cloak hanging near the door and quickly left the apartment. She didn't need to know that I hadn't meant a walk in the halls. What she doesn't know won't hurt her, I told myself. For instance, she didn't know exactly how my life had been saved, or if she hadn't mentioned it. Not once. Not a peep about dragons. I assumed Rodriguez had only told her the bare minimum, that he had saved me and that Medra had something to do with it. Otherwise, maybe she wouldn't be so grateful to them both. I closed the door to the suite softly and looked down. Neville had followed me out into the hall. Fine, but you'd better be quiet, I hissed. He lolled his tongue out in response, panting happily. I followed the pull I was feeling. Down the hall, down another hall, down endless halls, all full of stone pillars and frost-covered windows. Through the school towards the door that led out onto the hills. I caught my breath at the chill in the air. The sun had set, but the moon was up. It was easy to make my way down the path towards the greenhouse, then past that to a rocky path that led around the edge of the island, where the cliffs rose higher, rocks climbing towards the sky. Why was I doing this? Why had I come? Because I couldn't go another minute hiding inside when it felt as if my heart was being dragged out of my body by something vast and terrible. It wasn't a good reason. It was probably a very bad one. Yet here I was. My footsteps slowed. Neville was still at my heels. He'd been impressively quiet. Something shifted on the rocks at the edge of the cliffs, and I froze. A silhouette rose up against the stars. Nyxaris. The dragon pushed himself upwards, perching on the edge of the cliff, stretching out the massive wings that had been furled at his sides. Black scales caught the moonlight, shimmering like obsidian glass. My breath caught in my throat. He looked beautiful, ancient, lonely, regal, completely terrifying. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I stayed where I was, hidden behind a crag, watching the dragon who had saved my life. My heart pounded, and yet it shouldn't have, because I knew I would never move past this rock. I would never go to him. I would never be enough. Medra hadn't even been fully bonded to Nyxaris. She'd been able to speak to him mind to mind, but she hadn't been able to sense him, not like I did now. Even so, she'd spoken to him, flown on him, fought from his back. But she was fire and fury, and I was a trembling girl hiding in the dark, wishing she could stay hidden inside a book forever. Well, I'd had the glimpse I wanted. I'd come closer than I probably ever would again, and I'd gotten away with it. I hadn't been caught. The fresh air was good for me, too, I reminded myself. I turned to go, my boots moving over the pebbled pathway.
You hide as if you were prey.
The voice struck my mind like a bolt of lightning. I froze.
Are you prey, fledgling?
Slowly, I turned back. Nyxaris turned his head towards where I stood, hiding in the shadows of the rock. Glowing amber eyes locked onto me through the dark.
I feel you. Are you so foolish as to believe I could not sense you standing there in the dark?
I felt my face flush hot. I don't know what you can and can't sense.
Yet there you are,
he observed.
Watching me. Do you have questions for me, fledgling? Why else do you linger?
I took a step back, then another. No questions. Down beside my ankles, Neville whined. The sound was a plea. Did he want me to run or to stay?
I will not harm you.
I froze again. The dragon rumbled aloud, a great booming sound that echoed over the cliffs.
You think I would choose one I wished to destroy?
You didn't choose me. My voice sounded small and pitiful even in my own head.
The little one beside you follows you. He visits me, too.
I glanced down. Neville?
Neville, yes.
A pause.
He's much more civil than you are.
I beg your pardon?
You ignore me. You would flee even now. Do you know nothing about what offends dragons?
I shivered. I didn't mean to offend.
Silence,
the dragon commanded.
You do not listen. Not truly. You do not speak. You do not come. What am I to think of you, a rider who refuses the bond, a girl who would rather hide beneath her mother's skirts than face me?
Tears stung my eyes. I didn't ask for this. A roar filled the air. I stumbled backwards.
None of us ask for this,
Nyxaris bellowed in my head.
You think I wanted this? We are chosen. You were chosen. You were saved.
Then maybe you saved the wrong person, I blurted out. Maybe you shouldn't have saved me at all. Medra is the one who belongs with you. She should be your rider, not me. Silence. I was breathing hard, my cheeks wet, my eyes blurry. I'm sorry, I whispered.
Sorry? Is that what you are? Nyxaris snarled. She did not tell me you were such a coward.
I turned and ran, boots slipping on the slick, snow-covered gravel. The wind whipped at my face as I scurried up the hillside and back towards the castle. The ribbon tying my hair back slipped out, flying away in the breeze. I didn't even try to turn and look for it. Behind me, the cliff had become silent once more, but I could still feel him, watching me, listening to me, judging me. I blinked away tears as I stumbled back into the warmth of the school. Neville had vanished. I didn't blame him. He'd probably stayed behind to visit Nyxaris. The dragon was probably much better company than I was. The door caught in the wind and slammed behind me with a bang. I picked up my pace again, boots pounding against the stone floors as I turned corner after corner, blindly retracing my steps back towards my mother's apartment. I'd passed the refectory and was nearing the library when I heard them. Students laughing. It shouldn't have been unusual, but the sounds were too loud, too sharp, too cruel. I peeked around the next corner, pressing tightly against the stone wall. A group of high-blood students were gathered around something, laughing and talking. Some took swigs from flasks in their hands. I recognized a few of the girls from House Dracarrow. Quinn Riley was there, and another girl, Gretchen, I thought her name was. A bunch of boys were with them. They looked older than any students I'd seen. None of them were familiar to me. All of them wore matching badges with the image of a blood droplet being pierced by a sword on their uniforms. There was writing on the badges, but I couldn't make out what it said. The voices were getting louder. The group split up, moving in different directions. I retreated around the corner, pressing my back to the wall and praying none of them would turn in my direction. Really thought she could say no. Can you believe the nerve? The look on his face when Cade told him to pick up the knife. Stupid fucking Blightborns. Quinn, the other girl, and a boy I didn't recognize reached the split in the hall. To my relief, they turned left instead of right, moving away from me. I waited, still hugging the wall. Then I looked carefully around the corner again. That's when I saw them. 2 bodies, lying on the stone, a boy and a girl. They lay sprawled in the center of the corridor, a growing pool of blood around them. Each one held a dagger in one hand. It looked as if they'd stabbed one another to death. I pressed my lips together. But maybe they weren't dead. I couldn't just leave them like this. I stepped around the corner.
Stay where you are.
I stilled for a moment.
Go back to your mother's apartment. That's where a fledgling like you belongs.
I can't, I hissed. Go away. Why are you watching me?
Whatever you're about to do, stop and do the opposite, little fledgling.
I'm not your fledgling, I said furiously. If they aren't dead, I have to help them. I moved around the corner as quickly as I could. Reaching for the girl, I dropped to my knees, stretching out 2 fingers to feel for a pulse at her throat. Her skin was cold. There was no rise and fall to her chest. Stomach twisting, I moved over to the boy, checking him in the same way. Nothing. They were gone. I could have tried to fetch a professor, a healer, someone, anyone. But if I went searching, who would I encounter? A high-blood or a Blightborn? I thought of Professor Sankara, Professor Allenvale. I thought of Headmaster Kim. High-bloods had done this. High-bloods didn't care if Blightborn died. I saw it then, written on the wall behind where the boy and girl lay. Their own blood had been used as ink. The school motto was scrawled like a taunt. Sanguis et flamma florient. Beneath it, in sloppier letters, words even more cruel. Never refuse a high blood. My hand flew to my mouth. I choked back a cry, looking around. I was alone. There were no teachers coming to rescue me. Medra wasn't there to save me. Shakily, I got to my feet, looking down at the boy and girl. I didn't even know their names. Would their parents ever learn the truth about what had happened here? Would I? But then, I already knew what must have happened. The boy and girl had been walking down the hallway, probably hand in hand. They'd been talking and laughing. They'd looked just a little too safe, a little too happy, for Blightborn, that was. They'd made a fatal misstep without even knowing it. They'd turned a corner and encountered Quinn and her friends. One of the Highbloods had probably wanted to feed. The Blightborn girl had refused. The boy had tried to protect her. Or maybe they'd wanted to feed from the boy first. Either way, someone had dared to refuse.
"Cease your dawdling and return to the safety of your home,"
Nyxaris growled impatiently. My legs moved on their own, somehow pushing me forward, forcing me to stumble away. There was blood on my hands from where I'd knelt in the puddle. I wiped it off on my skirt as best I could. Then I ran. I forced myself to stop at every junction, checking around each corner before dashing on. Finally, I reached my mother's suite, unlocked the door, and slammed it shut behind me. The lights were low. I knew she'd gone to sleep. I fell onto the sofa where I'd been sleeping each night, curled into a ball, and let the sobs come. My whole body shook.
"Thrallweave."
I paused my sobs. What?
"That is how the tale ends, Thrallweave."
They used it on them? They made them hurt each other? I hadn't been there on the first day of school, but my mother had returned at the end of the day looking tired and somber. She'd told me what Regan had done to the Blightborn woman on the balcony.
"Highbloods do what brings them pleasure. They always have and always will. They delight in cruelty. It is their nature."
Nyxaris sounded both repulsed and resigned. My skin crawled. I knew exactly what Thrallweave was. It had been used on me my very first year at Bloodwing. I'd nearly died because of it.
"Do you know how to defend yourself against it?"
I shook my head in the dark. No, of course I don't. I'm Blightborn.
"You're more than that now. You must be. You need to learn."
There was a long pause. I could almost feel Nyxaris pondering.
"You did not listen to me back in the hall. You did not stay put."
I couldn't. I had to see if they were... Another weighty silence.
"Perhaps you are not as hopeless as we both believe you are. If you are willing, I can teach you."
"Oh, I don't think I could..." The words rushed out.
"Silence!"
Nyxaris said with the force of a roar. It was the second time he'd told me to shut up that night. Not that I really blamed him.
"For one supposedly quite clever, you do not give nearly enough consideration to your words before they leave your mouth."
I closed my eyes, wondering if that might be true. I'd never had that problem before, but I supposed there was a first time for everything.
"I cannot teach someone who believes themselves unworthy,"
Nyxaris said coldly.
"Who recoils not just from me, but from her own essence."
Another silence.
"You must choose, fledgling. Continue to fall to pieces and hide away in the safety of your mother's home, if that is what you wish.
I could hear the derision in his voice, the weight of the challenge. Oh. He was silent so long I thought he'd disappeared. Or, I ventured. His voice came out of the darkness like a shadowy blade. Or, you rise.
Chapter 9. Blake. I slouched on one of the hard wooden benches in the lecture hall for sanguine rites. Professor Vane was already hard at work at the blackboard, scratching away at the slate with a white piece of chalk. I scowled at his back, the scritch-scratch of the chalk gnawing at my already limited patience. At the top of the board, the lecture topic was written neatly. Sanguine Rites, the Art and Ethics of Blood Invocation in Modern Sangratha. Ethics. Now that was a laugh. That fucking bastard. Just how much information had Vane given Marcus? What had he told him? For all we knew, he'd been the oblivious key to everything that had happened, passing on to Marcus everything he and Catherine had needed to enthrall Linnea and awaken Molindra. I kept up my glare, clenching my fists, willing Vane to feel my hatred. Vane was one of the oldest professors at Bloodwing. Not as old as my dear old Uncle Victor, though. I shifted on the bench, barely suppressing a growl. My skin itched. Didn't take a lot of thought to know why. It had been happening more and more lately. The feeling of my blood boiling beneath my skin. Of a darkness stirring. All vampires craved blood. It was our nature. But this wasn't the same kind of craving. It was rage in its purest, most savage form. The desire to kill simply for the sake of it. To shred, to rip, to tear. It had nothing to do with feeding. Everything to do with the desire for destruction. And it fucking terrified me. Because the last time I'd been with Pendragon, I'd felt different. Everything had been incredible, of course. She'd been incredible. But I'd been rougher. I'd felt myself come close to losing control. I'd felt my dragon trying to reach towards the surface. At one point, I'd touched her, and even now, I wasn't sure if at that moment it had been me or my dragon. It was as if there were two parts to me now. Two selves that were irreconcilable in some fundamental way. And the idea that one with scales could take over, even for a moment. I flexed my hands, trying to release some of the tension. Red scales shimmered across my forearms, crawling up from my wrists to my elbows like a disease. A warning. I yanked my jacket off the back of the bench and shrugged it on quickly, pulling down the sleeves to hide the evidence. I kept my head low, but scanned the rows around me. Students were still trickling into the hall. No one seemed to have noticed. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed someone slide into the seat beside me. Visha. I blinked. I hadn't had a chance to speak to her since. She didn't look at me. She tossed a battered-looking notebook on the desk and flipped it open. "Good to see you," I said under my breath. "Missed you in class last week." She kept her eyes on the notebook, but nodded briefly. "I'm still enrolled, or so they tell me." I inhaled. "We should talk." I leaned back, trying to relax, studying her. I wasn't used to seeing Visha like this. She was usually fierce and full of life. Now there was something muted about her, hollowed out. But I recognized one thing simmering beneath the sorrow. Rage. Stop being a fucking coward, I told myself. Get it done. I cleared my throat. I'm sorry about Lace. I've been wanting to say that to you since it happened. She looked up at me, violet eyes narrowing. She'd razored the sides of her hair recently, but was growing the top part out. The silver strands were getting longer. She'd tied them in intricate knots at the nape of her neck. I see your eye is healing. I touched a hand to my face, a little self-consciously. It'll probably grow back, she said, still staring at me. Fucking high bloods. We lose an eye, we get it back again. But... She stopped. It's not fair, I said softly, knowing what she was thinking. Not fucking fair at all. I agree. And the fact that it was Aeneas, my own sister, who did that to Lace. I met her gaze. The way I see it, and probably you do too, is I owe you a debt of vengeance. Vengeance? She echoed. She laughed. Professor Vane was still scribbling on the board. Around us, other students were starting to take down the notes. Visha leaned towards me, purple eyes narrowing. Are you saying you're ready to duel, House Leader? I wasn't intimidated. If that's what you demand. I owe you blood. My blood harmed you. As her maker, I was responsible for Aeneas. You know that. Visha studied me. Theo told me what you did in the Dragon Court, offering yourself to Nyxaris. She shook her head. Always knew you were a bold motherfucker. Well played, Blake. Well played. It wasn't about self-preservation. Not at that moment. I took a deep breath. It was about protecting Florence Shen. Right. She gave me a dubious look. Pendragon's Blightborn friend. You actually cared if she lived or died, huh? Yes, I said bluntly. I did. I still do. Does that shock you? She looked at me for a moment, then shook her head. You've always thought yourself worse than you were. But be careful, Blake. Don't want to see you going soft. Soft? I growled. I haven't gone soft. I need your edge, she continued, ignoring me. At a time like this, when everything is going to finally blow up in their faces. In whose faces? I interrupted. Visha gave me a look as if she thought I was an idiot. Come on, Blake. Read the room. Regan as headmistress. Gangs of asshole alumni patrolling the halls. The entire school is a powder keg. Don't you feel it? She leaned towards me and lowered her voice. And Lace? Lace was it for me. It. I ended my triad. I stared. You. What? So, Lucian and Evander, there. I swallowed. I mean, I support you even if... She laughed. Oh, don't worry. They're not dead. At least, not yet. I glanced around. Behind us, a boy from House Drakharrow stared back at me, wide-eyed. I growled low in the back of my throat. He quickly got the idea, rose and moved to a row farther back. Keep your fucking voice down, Visha, I warned after he'd left. If we're going to conspire to kill your Archon and fellow consort, could we at least be a little discreet about it? Lucian isn't my Archon anymore. I'm out, Blake. I'm fucking out. She gave me a funny look. Didn't Pendragon tell you? Tell me what? Apparently, Evander and Lucian thought it would be fantastic to team up with Quinn Riley and her friends. They were bullying a Blightborn girl in the halls when Medra found them and put a stop to it. Theo told me all about it. I thought back to the first day of school when Pendragon punched me in the face. Now that you mention it, she did seem a little on edge that day. Right, on edge, Visha snorted. On edge is what Evander is now. You should see him, scurrying around the halls like a rat with a hound chasing him. I assume you're the hound in that analogy. She tossed her head. Good guess. As for Evander, the low-lying scum, it was a powerful match. Your family worked hard to arrange it. I thought you were happy except for the fact that my mates would both have been narrow-minded bigots, she hissed. Do you think I've heard a sorry pass their mouths since Lace died? I stared at her. They haven't said anything. Oh, if you can consider laughter something. Evander looked a little sheepish. She dropped her voice to a whisper. It's like they didn't even expect me to care that she was dead. They thought she was just something to fuck. Her cheeks grew redder. They thought I'd enthralled her. I felt horrified, even while I knew that, for a high blood, the behavior was sadly normal. I'm sorry, Vish. I know Lace meant a lot to you, and I know she cared for you, of her own free will. I wouldn't accuse Visha of falling in love. No, I wouldn't go that far. But she'd been in something. She'd felt something more than she usually did. That had been easy enough to see. She'd been happier, too. Abruptly, I tried to turn the tables. Imagined it was Pendragon who I'd lost. Hard no. I did not want to go there, not even in my imagination. It wasn't going to happen. I was not going to lose Pendragon. I couldn't allow myself to think about it even for a moment. I tried to focus on Visha again. So, no. I don't want your debt of vengeance. I want your blade. I want blood, but not from you, and not from Aenea, even if she were still alive to give it. She was just a product, Blake. A product of this fucked up shitty world that we've been brought up to think of as normal. We're not gods, and they shouldn't have to worship us as if we are. Her eyes blazed purple. I'd never seen her like this before. Don't look at me like that, she snapped. Like what? With your eyes bulging out of their sockets, like you think I might explode. Well, isn't that what you're suggesting? Look, I agree with you, all right? You know I do. We're not gods. But thinking that way, we're the minority. So you need to, tone it down. I took a deep breath. We have to play by the rules for now. We need to lie low and blend in. Yes, it's a powder keg, point taken. But don't do something stupid and get yourself killed trying to blow things up, all right? Are we lying low? She looked at me closely, too close for comfort. I thought about the moment she'd sat down beside me. What I'd just been doing. Transforming. Is that what we're doing? I mean, I'm clearly not the one stirring shit up. She laughed loudly enough that Professor Vane paused his scritch-scratching and turned to glare at her. Visha held up her hands and stayed silent until he turned around again. She lowered her voice. I mean, look at your fucking face. What about it? Where did you get the wounds, Blake? Who gave them to you? I got in a fight, I said tersely. I'll tell you more when the time is right. Sure. She rubbed her chin. Let me ask you something. Has Victor ever used Thrallweave on Pendragon? She'd caught me off guard. Yes, he has. But why does it matter? Did she give way? No, I replied. Rodriguez had been teaching her to shield herself. Headmaster Kim had approved her to learn Thrallguard. She was able to resist. She's impressively strong. Right. Visha folded her arms over her chest, looking smug. Thought so. What? I demanded. Have you ever heard of such a thing in your life? A Blightborn, even if she is a rider, who was able to resist Thrallweave when it was wielded by arguably the most powerful vampire alive? I frowned. What do you mean? Visha shook her head. A few lessons in Thrallguard, and you think Medra's what? A prodigy? Does that make sense to you? She couldn't even resist Regan, for fuck's sake. She hadn't started her lessons back then, I protested. But now that I thought about it, it didn't make sense. It had always seemed too good to be true. But I'd simply been grateful Pendragon had been able to keep Victor out of her fucking head. Now I wondered what Visha was getting at exactly. Professor Vane was starting his lecture, but Visha seemed intent on continuing her train of thought. You can worry about me if you want to, Blake. But I'd be more concerned about yourself if I were you, House Leader. And I mean that, genuinely. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I hissed. Is that some kind of a threat? She shook her head and turned to her notebook. Not a threat, a warning. You know exactly what I mean. You need to get a handle on your shit, Blake, before it handles you. By some miracle of the Blood Maiden, I made it through the rest of Vane's class without incident. It was a near miss, though. The whole time I could feel Visha next to me. Alarm bells were going off in my head. She knew. She didn't even have to say it out loud. The way she'd looked at me was enough. She knew what I was becoming. Soon someone else would figure it out. Maybe someone I couldn't afford to lose. Pendragon. The thought of Pendragon seeing me as a scaled red monster, seeing the beast I was turning into. Iron bands seemed to tighten around my ribs. I wasn't Nyxaris. I wasn't some wise old dragon. Pendragon would look at me the way she looked at Victor, like I was a freak. A monster. Because it was true. That's what I was. I shoved my way out into the hall the moment the bell rang, not waiting for Vane to dismiss us. I didn't stop moving. I kept my head down, dodging and weaving through groups of students, then climbing staircase after staircase until I was almost dizzy. All of the fear, all of the anxiety, I hadn't kept it in check. Couldn't control it. And now it was happening again. I could feel the shift in my bones, the itch under my skin. With every step I took, the dragon was trying to claw its way out of me. I needed space. I needed air. I stumbled into the classroom, the one I'd walked Pendragon to once for her lesson with Professor Hassan. The room was in a wing of the school few people visited. I'd noticed the room was built right into the cliffside, overlooking the ocean, opening out onto a wide stone landing that must have been used as a dragon perch back in the old days, when Bloodwing had been able to boast about having more than one dragon. Now, it was mostly forgotten. Thank the Blood Maiden. Hassan wasn't there, and neither was Pendragon. I slammed the door shut behind me, hoping and praying I could turn the tide, but it was too late. The change ripped through me. I gasped, dropping to my knees, body buckling under the pressure. How could this be natural? There was nothing natural feeling about it. I fought the dragon at every step, skin splitting, crimson scales forcing their way up to the surface, gleaming in the sunlight. My fingers twisted, contorting. Bones lengthened, thickened. Nails sharpened into wicked black claws. And then my shoulders burst open, wings unfurling, vast and sinewy, scraping the rough stone ceiling as they stretched outward. I fell onto my hands. No, not hands. Talons. The floor gave a shudder at the sudden increase in my weight. A guttural noise tore from my throat. I barely recognized myself. My body was alien. Too big. I was too big. The classroom was too small. The walls were pressing in on me. The ceiling suddenly became too low, too close. I staggered towards the edge of the room and out onto the landing. My wings brushed against the walls as I went, scales scraping, knocking pieces of stone down in a hailstorm. I tried to breathe, tried to get control, but there wasn't time. It was too late. There was no room, no space. I had no choice. I squeezed my eyes shut and jumped. Birds pushed their young from their nest when they were ready to fly, didn't they? But I wasn't a fucking bird, and I wasn't flying. I was falling. I laughed, or tried to. The sound stuck in my throat. I couldn't even laugh as I died. I suppose that was ironic. I was going to die because I was too stupid to fly, because I wasn't made for this, wasn't meant to be this thing. Then, instinct took over, ancient, undeniable. My wings snapped open with a crack, catching the air. Pain lanced through my back as my muscles adjusted. I pitched forward, then up, wings carrying me higher. I didn't even dare open my eye. I just felt it. The air rushing over my scales. The power in the beat of my wings. Open space around me. Freedom. Slowly, I cracked my eye open. I was flying. I was fucking flying! The sea stretched out below me, glinting so brilliantly in the sunlight it was blinding. Behind me lay Bloodwing. I beat my wings, self-preservation kicking in, knowing I had to get away from the school and out of sight as fast as possible. With the glare from the sun, if anyone had happened to see me, chances were good they'd assume I was just Nyxaris. Black scales might look red in the sun, right? I tilted my head upwards and spotted a cluster of clouds. I nearly crowed. Looked like Bloodwing was in for a storm, and the timing couldn't have been better. I flew straight towards the cloud clusters. Instinct. It was all I had. And thank fuck it was enough. I angled my wings, banking into the approaching storm front. The clouds swallowed me whole. For a moment, I breathed easy. It was peaceful within the swirling grey and white. The world dropped away. Nothing but mist and the muted sound of my own wings as they cut through the damp air. The vapour was so dense I couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction, like being inside a grey cocoon. The perfect hiding place. I was safe. I'd done it. I'd flown. I'd stay under cover until nightfall, then turn back to Bloodwing. Hopefully, once the beast in me had gotten nice and tuckered out, I'd be able to land and force myself back into my human form. I tried hard to ignore the part of me screaming for blood. Not Pendragon's blood, for once. No, the dragon didn't have good taste. Right now, it craved flesh, meat, a fresh kill. It wanted to hunt. Feed, the voice in my head snarled, now that it was fully free and had me flesh and bone. Tear, rip, kill. The whispers had been in the back of my mind for months, but now things felt truly out of control. I could hear it. Hear the dragon inside of me screaming, "Kill, hunt, feed, weak, prey." But I wasn't giving in. Not now. Not ever. I could feel the dragon pulling. Where instinct had just saved me, now it tried to drag me down, back to the earth, to where the dragon knew it would find warm flesh and blood. Prey below. Spill their blood. Rip and tear. The hunger was frantic, desperate, but also gleeful. That's what scared me the most. The excitement at the thought of killing. I'd never known anything like it before. I'd never relished acts of violence. Whatever I'd done, I'd always done out of necessity. Or, on rare occasions, anger. But this went beyond any of that. I squeezed my eyes shut as I flew, forcing my mind away. Tried to think of anything else. My classes. Visha. My house. Theo. I latched on to Pendragon. Her face. The freckles on the curve of her hip. The smell of her hair. The sound of her voice as she'd gasped my name the last time we'd. Movement. I sensed it. Warning flashing inside me just before I saw it. A flash of darkness, cutting through the mist to my right. I turned my head, hoping I'd been wrong. Every muscle in my body tensing up. Something massive moved through the cloud bank. Not a storm, not a shadow. Nyxaris. The older dragon's head came into view as he sliced through the clouds, trying to pull alongside me. My heart hammered. The voice in my head had thankfully shut up. Maybe just as intimidated by Nyxaris as I was. Was I really doing this? Was I really flying alongside a fucking dragon? I pushed the thought away. Everything about the scenario should have been impossible, but it wasn't. You fly very poorly. I jerked, wings nearly seizing up from the shock. The voice was in my mind, but this was different from the beast's demands for blood. Was this what Pendragon could hear? Who are you? Nyxaris' voice was cold. My Thrallguard training leaped into action. My mind clamping down, slamming up mental shields I'd spent years perfecting. Why do you hide, cousin of Scales? Nyxaris murmured in my head. Cousin. Good. He had no clue who I really was. Or is it that you've forgotten how to speak? The black dragon's voice was sharper. Vorago. Is it you? He veered closer, skimming through the clouds. I panicked. Wings folding, I dropped altitude in a sickening plunge. Air whipped past me, cold and stinging, burning my eyes. Vorago. The word was a command. It was easy now to imagine Nyxaris as he'd once been. A leader of dragons. A terror in battle. You will answer me. That is an order. I flew harder, flapping my wings, staying in the cloud cover but flying low, closer to the roiling sea below. But it wasn't enough. It was my first fucking flight. I was a novice. Nyxaris was an expert. I could hear him behind me, wings beating. He was catching up. Then, pain, stabbing through my head, screeching like a crow. The screeching was real, I realized. The pain and the screeching were one and the same. I tried to shut it out, but it was no use. I couldn't cover my ears, couldn't close out the sound. It pierced through my mind as easily as Nyxaris's had. The screeching faded. A word took shape. One single word. Nyxaris. It called to me. The voice was plaintive, keening, unnatural. A chill went through me. Fuck. I knew who this was. What this was. Molindra. Nyxaris. Answer me. Not Nyxaris, I grunted, pushing the words out of my mind. Behind me, the sound of Nyxaris's wings were fading. Was he feeling this pain too? I hoped so. I beat my wings faster. He was distracted. This was my chance. After a few moments of silence, I risked a glance back. Nothing. Nyxaris had been swallowed up in the clouds. He'd either lost me or changed direction, or been in too much pain to continue his pursuit. I flew on, already exhausted, wishing my first flight was at an end. But there were hours to go before nightfall. And when I got back to Bloodwing, simply shedding this body wasn't going to be enough. I couldn't just keep hiding. Not when I knew this could happen again. Not when there was no safe place to go. Not within Bloodwing's walls or outside of them where Nyxaris could find me. I had to deal with this, whatever it was. I had to bury it so deep no one could ever find it. And I knew where I had to start.
Chapter 10. Florence. I fell to the floor, sweat pouring down my face. Florence! Dimly I could hear my mother's voice. Pain. Overwhelming pain. Physical, yes, but emotional too. Sorrow and horror mingled together. Tears ran down my face. No, this was wrong. This should not be. Nyxaris! I tried to scream, but the word caught, tangling in my mind, wrapped in the web of pain. We paid the price, and a great one it was. Did we pay it for nothing? Nyxaris's voice was urgent. Tell me, Molindra. Nyxaris! I tried again. Pain, unrelenting pain. Florence! My mother's voice was urgent, panicked. What's wrong? Tell me what's happening. I tried to push myself up, palms flat on the floor, but it was no use. My wrists wobbled. Gasping, I fell forward, whimpering. Who has done this to you? A voice demanded. Nyxaris, but he wasn't speaking to me. Tell me, Molindra, how has this happened? What have they done to you? He was speaking to someone else. I racked my mind. The dragon court. The third stone dragon, the golden one. The Luminthar of House Orphos. The one Lunea, Marcus and Catherine had ridden away. Could dragons talk to one another? Of course, they must be able to. If Nyxaris could talk to a weak and foolish human like me, surely he must be able to speak to another dragon. I knew Molindra was gone, but the details were hazy. I'd been unconscious when it had all happened. Through the pain, I felt a prick of recognition. I'd shut everyone out. I hadn't even asked. I'd only cared about what had happened to me. The veil. My blood ran cold. The voice was neither mine nor Nyxaris's. They seek to pierce the veil, the voice whispered tremulously. So much pain in that voice. So much agony. No. Nyxaris's voice was sharp. I felt my body nearly sag in relief. If Nyxaris said it, it must be true. Therefore, whatever horrible thing this other voice was saying was false, impossible. No, he repeated, and I froze. That's impossible. You will not allow it. Tell me you will not allow it, Molindra. I trembled, sensing the fear in his voice, the terrible horror. Melindra's voice was gone. I could only hear Nyxaris now. Nyxaris, I called, pushing weakly against his mind. What is it? What's happening? A pause.
Something beyond your comprehension. Go back to your life of blissful ignorance, fledgling.
And then he was gone. The words were contemptuous, but no less than what I deserved. I felt weak and dizzy, but the pain was dissipating. My mother's arm was around my waist. Gently, she helped me to a sitting position. She touched my cheek, looked at me with the heartbreaking expression only a mother could have, and bit her lip. Florence, I'm sorry for scaring you. I managed to get out, my voice raw. I had a headache.
A headache?
She looked doubtful, then slowly shook her head.
Florence, please, won't you tell me what's really happening?
I stared at her, weighing the choice. Clearly, it was mine to make. Medra and Rodriguez hadn't told her what saving me really meant. When Medra and Professor Rodriguez saved my life, I said carefully, it came with a catch. Her eyes widened.
What kind of a catch?
I studied her face. Did all children love their mothers this much? She had always been the very best of parents. Ever since my father died, it had always been the two of us. We were lucky. Our temperaments were very similar. We enjoyed the same things. Did I love those things because she taught me to, because I had seen her loving them? Or would I have loved them simply because I was me, and thus part of her? Knowledge, books, wisdom. I weighed them one by one, all worthy pursuits. Now I had access to a very special archive. For what greater treasure trove of knowledge could there be than a dragon? Nyxaris was a flying remnant of a vanished world. He must have been witness to countless historical events. I stared into my mother's dark eyes, rimmed by wired spectacles so very like my own. If she could speak to Nyxaris, she would have asked him 1,000 questions by now. She wouldn't have shied away from him as I had done. She wouldn't have hidden from her fate. A catch, I said slowly. A catch to do with dragons. When I was finished speaking, my mother's face was thoughtful. What are you thinking about?
I'm terrified for you, of course,
she said without beating around the bush.
You're my daughter, and you're bound to the most powerful creature in existence.
I shivered, yet part of me swelled with pride at hearing Nyxaris described in such a way.
The world is changing, Florence, she went on. The power balance is shifting.
Shifting? I repeated. Shifting how? My mother looked around the room nervously, even though we were the only people in the little apartment. When she spoke, her voice was low.
All of us live to serve the High Bloods.
Of course, I agreed. It's what we've always been taught.
Only the most devout are accepted at Bloodwing, you know this. The most obedient. Those with the highest respect for Sangrathan tradition. I hoped you would rise within the constraints of being Blightborn. I wanted you to succeed. She touched my cheek. You've always had such a competitive spirit, Florence. I knew you'd need a place where you could shine, so I taught you as best I could. I wanted you to be accepted here, to follow in my footsteps. She bit her lip. But sometimes I've worried that was a grave mistake. I stared at her, shocked. But then, who could teach a child anything other than obedience? To do so would be heresy, treason, worse. My mother had done the right thing, the only thing she could have. Outside of the school, compliance with the high blood way is less of a choice, she continued. Very few people even realize the systems of control that keep the balance, Florence. Blight-born compliance isn't instinctive. It's compulsion. The blood rushed to my head. Compulsion? You mean magic? Enchantments. Compulsion magic. The implications were instantly clear, woven through generations, all of us, bred and bound. You felt the tug lessening once you arrived here, my mother said gently. You may not have understood what was happening, but I saw the changes in you, though they were subtle. Like a weight on my shoulders lifting that I hadn't even known I'd been carrying. And most Blightborn carried that burden all their lives, the weight of control. I've been speaking to some of the other Blightborn faculty. There have been whisperings for a while now, ever since Medra brought back Nyxaris. She gave me a meaningful look. Don't you feel it too? Feel what? She didn't answer, not directly. There is a very old saying, the axe forgets, but the tree remembers. I stared at her, uncomprehending, or not wishing to comprehend. The chains have bound us all for a very long time, Florence. Dragons break chains. I swallowed hard. Is that what Nyxaris was? An axe? You're speaking of rebellion. Perhaps. All I know is that something is coming, and you're going to be at the center of it, Florence. If you're bound to a dragon, you must be. She looked terrified, but also hopeful. It was that look of hope which got to me. But I don't want to be, I blurted. I didn't choose this. I certainly don't want to start any kind of rebellion. My mother's face was sad but stoic. Don't you? You think I do? Her hand found mine and squeezed. Perhaps you should discuss it with Nyxaris. I felt numb. The pain from my last encounter with dragons had hardly worn off. I couldn't do this. I wasn't Medra. I wasn't brave. And yet, far off in the back of my mind, I felt a tug, the pull towards Nyxaris. My dragon. Watching. Waiting. A great price, Nyxaris had said. Just what exactly was the veil? And what had Nyxaris paid to keep it shut?
Chapter 11. Medra. I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling. I knew I should be studying, but instead here I was, not sleeping, just lying there, doing absolutely nothing useful, nothing but thinking the same thoughts over and over. The bed beside me was still empty. Florence was, well, who knew where she was? Maybe she was out flying on Nyxaris. I felt a pang of envy as I imagined Florence on Nyxaris's back, speaking to him as the wind blew through her hair. The loss hurt a little. Still, I hoped that was what she was doing. I really, truly did. I hoped she'd accepted the bond and let Nyxaris in. But that didn't mean I didn't mourn any less the absence of what I'd started to forge with Nyxaris. It could have been me, was supposed to be me out there, riding Nyxaris, training him, learning from him. Now I was a dragonless rider. If Regan and the others knew the truth, how gleeful they would be. I turned over on my side, wrapping my arms around myself. It was past midnight. If I wasn't going to study, I should try to sleep. It was at times like these that I missed Orcades the most. One touch of the dagger, and we'd have been in deep conversation. If I hadn't used that dagger to stab Melindra, would my mother still be here now, with me? But if I hadn't stabbed Melindra, would any of us be here at all? I groaned. Why did my brain insist on replaying the worst memories and asking questions that had no real answers? I couldn't change the past even if I wanted to. I'd done what I'd done. It was final. There was no going back. That was just life. There was a knock at the door, and I nearly leapt out of my skin. "Who is it?" I called. When no one replied, I guessed the answer. One moment my heart was in my throat. The next, I was leaping off the bed and running to the door. "Florence!" I exclaimed as I yanked it open. A wave of sadness hit me like a blow. Oh. Blake watched my face fall. He grimaced but didn't seem terribly offended. "Sorry to disappoint." I gazed up at him. Not a disappointment, just a surprise. He grinned, resting his forearms on either side of the doorframe and leaning in. He wore a black button-up shirt tucked into a pair of black fitted trousers. A gold chain mimicking dragon scales hung around his neck. He looked handsome and very put together. In contrast, I'd literally just crawled out of bed. I resisted the urge to touch a hand to my hair. I already knew my curls were wild and out of control. "So, you going to let me in?" He tapped his foot with mock impatience. He looked tired, but was evidently in a good mood. I peered past him into the hall, which was thankfully quiet and empty. "How can you be here? I thought you said—" "I know what I said," he interrupted. "To hell with the rules, Pendragon. I wanted to see you." His eye burned into mine. "Fine. Not just wanted, needed." My throat felt dry. It wasn't fair how easily he did that. Made me breathless with even the hint of his want, turning my body boneless with desire. I tried to get a grip. Sure, come in, I guess." He raised an elegant eyebrow. "You guess? Your enthusiasm and graciousness are truly boundless." "I'm ever so sorry," I said sarcastically. "Pardon me. I forgot I had the Black Prince himself on my doorstep." I made a flourishing gesture. "Do come this way, Lord Drackharrow." Blake wrinkled his nose. "Please, Lord Drackharrow is my uncle." "Unfortunately, yes." He stepped inside and leaned down towards me. "The Black Prince will do nicely, however." I snorted, suddenly remembering something my mother had once said. "Seriously, you want me to call you that? You want me to call you that, Your Highness?" he corrected. He grinned wider as he saw my expression. "What? You don't think I'm princely, Pendragon? Should I have worn more gold tonight?" "You're wearing too much as it is." The words slipped out before I could stop them. He laughed as I flushed red. "No, the truth comes out." He whistled and looked me up and down. "I could say the same about you. It'd be a lie, though." I glanced down self-consciously at the silky black nightdress I'd worn to bed. It had thin straps, barely covered my legs to mid-thigh, and was cut low in the front and back. It was silly. Blake had seen me naked before, and yet suddenly I felt more exposed than ever. I crossed my arms over my chest, which only had the unfortunate effect of making my breasts rise up, out of the bodice even more. Blake looked thrilled. He glanced from my breasts to my neck and licked his lips, showing a glimpse of sharp white fangs. "You just fed from me a few days ago," I pointed out. "Yes, but with you, I'm always a starving man, Pendragon. My thirst is unquenchable." It was shameless flirtation, and it was working. He stepped closer, reaching out a finger and running it over one silky shoulder strap. "I like this. It suits you. You should wear things like this more often." "Ah, yes. Perhaps I'll wear it down to the Avari common room tomorrow morning," I quipped. Blake's eyes narrowed at the mention of House Avari, and for once it was my turn to smirk. What? You don't think Cage would appreciate the style? I ran my hand slowly down the shimmering fabric that hugged my hips. Blake growled low in his throat. Mention his name again, and I might have to remind you who you belong to. I tried to quell a shiver. Since when had Blake's overly possessive tendencies stopped being infuriating and become a turn-on? One second thought, did I really want the answer to that question? I lifted my chin defiantly, the words on the tip of my tongue. Usually I'd say something like, I don't belong to anyone. Certainly not you, Blake Drackharrow. But something had shifted. Still, I decided I'd play the game. Last I checked, little princeling, I didn't belong to anyone, no matter what some self-deluded highbloods might believe. Certainly not to you, house leader. He stepped closer, his chest inches from mine, radiating heat. No? His lips quirked. And yet your body believes it does. Arrogant bastard. I should have slammed the door in his smug, stupidly gorgeous face. Instead, I decided to torture him right back. I let my fingers trail slowly up the front of my nightdress, deliberately teasing. His grey eye locked on mine, nostrils flaring, reminding me of a hungry animal. You're awfully confident, I said smoothly, for someone standing in enemy territory. Enemy? He laughed, his voice low and sinful. Cage is a rival, if that. And you... Are we enemies, Pendragon? Is that what we are, even while I stand here in your bedroom? I don't see you trying to throw me out. I shrugged. Fuck if I know what we are, Blake. You did make a career out of tormenting me last year. He smiled, slow and wicked. You say that like you didn't enjoy it. I flushed, hating that he wasn't entirely wrong. Rage, fascination, desire, they'd all been twisted and tangled together from the very beginning when it came to Blake Drackharrow and me. Is that why you're here? To torment me some more? Maybe I'm here to collect a debt, he murmured, brushing his knuckles down the delicate skin of my arm. Maybe you still owe me, for all those little sins you committed. Sins? My voice had a telltale hitch to it. I beg your pardon? Immediately, I regretted using the word beg around Blake. Every time you defied me, he said, leaning in, his mouth a hairbreadth from my ear. Every time you fought back. Every time you looked at me like you hated me, but wanted me anyway. I shivered. Damn him and that wicked, teasing mouth. He pulled back just enough to meet my eyes. Maybe it's time to pay up, Pendragon. And what, exactly, do you think I owe you, my prince? I tried to keep my voice cold, but feared I was failing. Worried he could hear the ragged need there, just below the surface. We were playing a game again, just like the other day when I'd pulled him into that classroom. But this time, he was clearly enjoying being the one in control. Blake's hand came up and brushed the strap of my nightdress off one shoulder. It slid down my arm in a whisper of silk. Everything, he said simply. Before I could retort, his hands were on my waist, lifting me easily, spinning me around and pressing me against the bedroom door. His body caged mine in, all muscle and heat. For a second, we just breathed each other in. His breath was hot on my throat. My chest brushed his own with every rise and fall. Say it, he demanded. Say what? I whispered. That you want this. His voice was ragged, almost pleading. That you want me. I swallowed. He was still the boy who had tried to break me, the one who'd sneered at me in the halls, who told me my blood wasn't good enough to mingle with his own, the one who'd pinned me down in the training yard, whispered threats in my ear. But he was also the man who'd given his blood to save me, who betrayed his house for me, gone up against Victor for me, who looked at me as if I was the only thing in the entire world and could tame whatever dark shadows tormented him. And, God's help me, I wanted to. Wanted him. I want you, I breathed. The growl that rumbled out of him was dragon-like, making my knees weak. His hand came up, tracing the slope of my neck, brushing over my bare shoulder, feather-light. His fingers were warm. His fangs flashed when he smiled down. "You're mine, Pendragon," he murmured. "Always have been, even when you hated me." Who said I still don't? My voice was a whisper against the heat of his mouth. He chuckled. "That's the spirit, little dragon. Keep fighting me every step of the way. It only makes it taste all the sweeter when you finally surrender." "You so sure I'm going to?" I said, breathless now. The way my body was beginning to ignite, becoming impossible to ignore. He tilted his head, lips barely brushing mine. "You already have." I closed my eyes, barely able to think straight, trying to grasp onto whatever sliver of sense I had left. "I'll admit it," I said slowly. "I'll admit I'm yours." I didn't dare open my eyes, but I could hear Blake's breath catch, just slightly. I let the pause stretch, made him wait for it. "If," I continued, "you'll admit you're mine." I felt him go very still. I opened my eyes. Blake's gaze drilled into mine, not moving, not blinking. Then, slowly, he smiled. A guileless smile that had no malice, no cruelty, only certainty. "All you ever had to do," he said, as my heart flew to my throat, "was ask." Blake leaned down, his hands flat on the door behind me, imprisoning me. His mouth brushed my ear. "I'm yours, Pendragon. Every brutal, broken piece, if you want me." I couldn't speak, couldn't move. "And you're mine, here, now, forever," he whispered, brushing his fangs lightly along my throat, teasing me, promising me. His hand gripped my thigh, yanking it up against his waist, pinning me even tighter against the door. I could feel his body, hot and hard against me, even through the trousers he still wore. I shivered. "Prove it," I whispered. The bite wasn't gentle. It was a claim, merciless and possessive. I gasped, gripping the front of his shirt, yanking him closer against me, as his fangs anchored his mouth to my skin. The pain was sharp for an instant, then melted into pleasure, pure need. Blake moaned against my neck as he drank, and the sound went straight to my core. When he finally lifted his head, my blood slick on his lips, I stared at him with nothing but longing, dazed from his fangs, drunk on the intimacy of what we were doing. "You're playing with fire, Black Prince," I warned him, but my voice was unsteady. His eye gleamed. "Fire's the only thing that can forge something worth keeping. Though you're already priceless to me, Pendragon." He was on me before I could form an answer, lifting me off the floor, carrying me to the bed. I didn't resist. I couldn't. He laid me down, following me onto the mattress, bracing his weight on his elbows so he didn't crush me. "You're mine," he repeated, snarling against my mouth as he kissed me, fangs grazing my lips, my chin, the line of my throat. "Say it." I gasped as he raked a hand up my thigh, bunching the silk fabric of my nightdress at my hips. "You're mine," I shot back. He laughed in delight, then caught my lower lip between his teeth. "You're damned right I am, Pendragon." He shifted, sliding the nightdress higher, tracing the inside of my thigh with practiced fingers. "Say it again." I arched up into him, gasping. "You're mine." He growled, and the sound vibrated through my whole body, reminding me of Nyxaris. "Say it like you mean it, little dragon." My hands shot up, grabbing his hair, dragging him down closer until there was no space left between us. My mouth crashed onto his, desperate and hungry. "You're mine, Blake Drackharrow," I breathed against his lips. "And may all the gods of your world and mine help you if you ever try to forget it." His laugh rumbled against my skin. "I wouldn't dare. Not in this life, nor in the next." I froze at the words, trying not to think about them too closely. And then he was kissing me back, as if tattooing me with his lips, branding himself into my blood, my bones, my every breath. I clawed at his shirt, yanking it up, feeling the ripple of muscle underneath, the heat of his skin. Blake tore it off, tossing it aside carelessly. His fangs grazed my throat again, teasing, promising. I gasped, raking my nails down his chest, feeling the way his muscles tensed under my touch. His mouth crashed into mine again, but I pushed him back, hands against his chest, surprising him. He let me move him, pressing him down until he was seated at the edge of the bed. Sliding off Blake, I stood in front of him, watching his face as I slid the other thin strap of my nightdress from my shoulder. The fabric slid down my body, pooling around my feet. Blake's eye darkened, his jaw tightening with barely contained restraint. "Pendragon," he warned, his voice gritty and raw. But I was done with warnings, done with games. The same feeling of being about to explode, the reckless desire to throw caution to the wind and burn everything down that had led me to drag Blake into an empty classroom the other day, was upon me again, urging me on, encouraging me to trade rationality for rebellion. I wondered if Blake could feel it too, that sense of snapped restraint. I knelt before him. His breath hissed out from between his teeth. "My black prince," I murmured, sliding my hands along his thighs. They were taut, lean, muscular, like every part of him. I reached for the front of his trousers, unfastening them slowly, savouring the sight of him struggling for control. He lifted his hips to help me, and I tugged the fabric down, freeing him. He was hard and beautiful and mine, all mine. I wrapped my fingers around him, and a low, guttural groan slipped from his throat. Slowly, I leaned in, pressing a kiss to the flushed tip of his cock, tasting the bead of arousal there. Blake's hands clenched the sheets at his sides, knuckles white. "Pendragon," he rasped, "you don't have to." But I wanted to. Gods, how I desperately wanted to. I ran my tongue along the length of him, savouring the way he shuddered, the way his body trembled. He was barely holding on to restraint. Then, without mercy, I took him into my mouth. Blake's breath left him in a ragged gasp. One of his hands shot out, burying itself in my hair. I moved slowly at first, hollowing out my cheeks, sliding my mouth down his length, feeling the tension getting higher and higher. Blake's head fell backwards. "Fuck, you're going to kill me, Pendragon," he breathed. I smothered a smile. Good. Let him suffer. Let him burn the way he always made me burn. I dragged my mouth around him, swirling my tongue, then sliding back down. His hips jerked, fingers tightening in my hair. I drank in every broken sound he made, every strangled groan. Blake was losing it, and I loved every second of it. "Pendragon," he hissed, his voice wrecked and shaking. "I'm not going to last if you keep... Oh, fuck." His hand froze in my hair, but I didn't stop. His free hand gripped the bed behind him, entire body taut, trembling. The muscles of his thighs quivered with the effort of holding himself back. I felt it when he started to come undone. The low groan he made, the way his hips arched, his desperate hand clenching in my hair. He came with a hoarse cry, body shuddering, hips jerking. I swallowed every drop, drinking him in like he drank my blood, like a starving woman. When he finally opened his eye and looked down at me, the expression on his face made my breath catch. Pure, reverent. I stopped myself before I could think too much about what that expression meant. Instead, I wiped the corner of my mouth with the back of my hand and rose to my feet slowly. Blake caught my wrist and pulled me into his lap in one swift motion, strong arms wrapping around me, holding me tight. It felt good. It felt right. I leaned against him. He pressed his forehead against mine, still breathing hard. "Fuck, Pendragon. That was—" I smiled, brushing his damp silver hair from his forehead. "Good," I murmured. "Good doesn't begin to describe what that was." Blake had me by the waist and flipped me back onto the bed before I could even try to stop him. Not that I would have. He reared back for a moment, looking down at me, his very gaze aflame. "Do you even know how perfect you are?" he said, his voice low, worshipful. I squirmed at the compliment, reaching up for him. "Get back here, Black Prince," I whispered. He laughed, then his face sobered. "I mean it, Pendragon. There is nothing about you that is not perfect to me, inside and out. Nothing you do could ever make me run, make me look away." I thought of the way he'd see me pummeling the shit out of Larissa and winced. He touched my cheek. "No," he whispered, as if he were reading my thoughts. "Not even that. Let me see all of you, even your darkness. Let me be the one who will never, ever look away. I treasure you, all of you, the darkness and the light." He chuckled. Maybe the darkness a little more. But before the veil of laughter, his voice was sad in a way I disliked. "Blake." He'd already begun to move again. His mouth found mine, his hands roaming everywhere, over my breasts, down my sides, across the curves of my hips. His cock pressed against my thigh, hot, heavy, hard again. I moaned as he caught my wrists, pinning them over my head with one large hand, as his other travelled down my body. When his fingers brushed the slick heat between my legs, he grinned. "So wet for me," he murmured against my throat. "Something you've been dying to ask me for." I should have resisted, should have snarled something mouthy back, but I couldn't. I only arched into his touch, aching for more. "Say it," he demanded, voice low and edged. "Tell me what you want. Tell me who you belong to." "I want you to fuck me," I gasped. "Please, Blake." I hesitated, gritting my teeth. Why was it so difficult to speak the truth? Maybe because I'd been running from it as hard as I could for so long. "I'm yours." He made a sound, half snarl, half groan, and shifted, guiding himself against my entrance. I tensed, afraid and eager and desperate all at once. He leaned down, forehead pressed to mine, his hand still pinning my wrists, his other guiding himself inside. I gasped, stretched, the feeling brutal but delicious. He didn't move right away. He let me adjust, let the connection and the sudden overwhelming intimacy of him inside me settle between us. Then slowly, he pulled back and thrust forward. I screamed aloud. Blake swallowed the sound with his mouth, kissing me hard, suffocating the scream. His hip slammed into mine, punishing, possessive. I writhed beneath him, panting and gasping his name like an unholy prayer. All the while, he was murmuring against my skin. "Mine. You're mine, little dragon. All mine." He freed my wrist suddenly. His hand slid down to grip my hips, hauling me up to meet every one of his thrusts. He was being rougher than he'd ever been, reckless. It was perfect. I clung to him, nails digging into the black ink covering his shoulders as the heat built, pleasure coiling ever tighter in my core. "Blake," I gasped. "Please, now." His hand slipped between us, fingers finding my clit, stroking, pressing, demanding. "That's it, little dragon," he whispered. "Come for me. Let me completely possess you." It took only a few more thrusts, a few more strokes, and I shattered. Pleasure ripped through me, wild and consuming, stronger than it had ever felt before. I cried out, clawing him, clinging to him, my body tightening and pulsing around him. Blake snarled, the sound fierce and bestial, then thrust twice more, burying himself deep and coming with a shuddering, heaving gasp. He wrapped his arms around me slowly, careful not to crush me, as his body trembled with the aftershocks. Carefully, we lay down on our sides, legs still tangled together, body slick with sweat. My heart was still pounding. Blake buried his face in my neck, a gesture so achingly sweet it stunned me. Then, in the quiet, he lifted his head and looked at me. "I'm yours, Pendragon," he said, his voice rough but strong. "You never even have to ask." I stared back at him, chest aching. Not because I didn't believe him, but because of how much I wanted to keep him, to believe that this was real. Do you think Victor had a fucking clue what he was really doing when he put the two of us together? Blake's face split into a grin. Not a clue. He lay back, tossing an arm behind his head to prop himself up. "Oh, he knew he'd be pissing me off, sure. But this..." He shook his head. "No. He thought he knew me too well for, well, to ever think that..." He trailed off again. I cocked an eyebrow. "What?" Blake closed his eye. "I'm tired." "You're not tired, you big liar," I said, laughing. I swatted him on the chest, watching admiringly as his muscles rippled as he flexed his arms over his head and faked a yawn. "Tell me what you were going to say." He popped his eye open and studied the room around us. "It must be strange, being in here without her." He didn't need to say the name. I nodded, letting him change the subject. "It is. I miss her." "She'll be back," he said confidently. "I'm sure she'll be back soon. Florence Shen drop out of school? Never." "You almost sound like you know her a little," I observed. "Well, I do, a bit. I know she loves books, adores libraries, has good taste in friends. I mean, Neville likes her, so she's all right in my book." He grinned. I groaned and propped myself up on my elbows. "Neville?" Blake looked at me with confusion. "What? He's a sweet little thing. I thought you liked him." "I do like him," I said, gritting my teeth. "But he's a demonic imp who thinks he can go wherever he pleases and do whatever he wants. Case in point." I pointed accusingly at the Fluffin, who had just trotted out of the bathroom and was now sitting on his hind legs, licking his front paws while he watched us with undisguised curiosity. I yanked a blanket off the foot of the bed and threw it over us. Blake snorted. "He's an animal, Pendragon. Get a grip." "Well, I don't exactly have nice fluffy fur to cover me up like he does," I retorted. I glared down at the Fluffin. "Just when exactly did you arrive and what did you hear?" The Fluffin tilted his head. Then he swished his large red tail. His eyes widened as if to say, "I just got here, I swear." I sniffed. "I don't believe you. You were probably sleeping in the bathroom all along." Blake was still laughing. "He's a Fluffin." He slid out of bed and went over to Neville, crouching down beside him, apparently completely comfortable in his nudity. Blake scratched the top of the Fluffin's head. Neville's eyes rolled back in his head. Even from the bed, I could hear the little animal begin to purr in contentment. "He adores you," I commented. "You and Florence." "You're the one who saved him in the first place," Blake reminded me. "Yes, but he has favourites. I think he only sneaks in here to see if Florence has come back, but I'm sure he visits her too, so I'm not sure why he bothers." He bothers because he likes you. Blake jumped back up and leaped onto the bed next to me, shaking the entire four-poster. I shrieked as my blanket slid off. Blake ran a hand soothingly over my shoulders, kneading and caressing the tension away. I closed my eyes and tried to relax. Florence being gone, and Ixaris, it must be a lot to adjust to, he murmured. I'm curious. Can you still hear him inside your head? Reluctantly, I shook my head. Not anymore. For the first few days, I could still hear bits and pieces, like eavesdropping on a conversation in another room. I'd done my best to shut them out. I knew I wasn't supposed to be privy to Nixaris's mind, not anymore. I sighed. I was just getting used to the grumpy old bastard too. To be able to sense a dragon, to speak to one mind to mind, to ride on one's back. Blake was looking at me keenly. It must be incredible. I suppose you'll have to talk to Florence about that, I said peevishly. She'll soon be the expert. She'll talk to you about it herself, he said softly. And think of all you'll be able to share. She'll need your help and advice. Not many people can say they've spoken to a dragon, let alone ridden one. She'll come back to you, Pendragon. You saved her life. She's smart enough to know that you were just trying to protect her. Give her time. I nodded, trying to show more face than I really felt. What about Rodriguez? Blake asked. Have you... No, I said shortly. He had the nerve to try to work another justification for what he'd done into one of his historical strategy lectures. Can you believe it? Blake tilted his head. Can I believe that Rodriguez is still an arrogant prick after all that just happened? Why, yes. Yes, I can. I sat up, wrapping the blanket around me like a shawl and leaving Blake naked. He grinned. Nothing for me. You don't need it. You don't seem cold. It was true. His skin was warm and flushed. Besides, you look good that way, I said primly. He stretched out more fully, giving me a better look. The problem with Rodriguez, I said, determined not to be completely distracted again by Blake's beauty, is Thrallguard. Thrallguard? Blake's eyes lit up. Right, he was your tutor. After what Regan did the other morning, I shook my head. Seems like some practice might be a good idea right about now. Blake cleared his throat. You might not need as much practice as you think, and, if you do, I could always be your instructor. What's that supposed to mean? Visha said something recently that made me think. The way you were able to shut out Victor when he tried to get into your head. That was impressive. And completely shocking, I said bluntly. What did Visha say about it, exactly? Pretty much that. She doesn't think you should have been able to do it. Not after just a few lessons with Rodriguez. He hedged. She thinks something more is at play. Oh? What? Me. Blake tried to look humble. I mean, us. I laughed. What? Our bond, Pendragon. You're gaining something from it. Things you might not even realize. Because I'm letting you feed from me now. Not just that, but yes, I also shared my blood with you. That was just once. It has to have worn off by now. Sure, but it might have had lasting effects on your own physiology. I glared at him. Nice of you to mention that might happen beforehand. He shrugged. Well, I didn't know. Not exactly. What we have between us, is not exactly a common kind of pairing. Right, triads are the norm, don't remind me. I thought of Regan suddenly, the former third in our trio, and Highbloods didn't usually let Blightborn into those exclusive mating arrangements. We won't be a triad, Blake said quietly. At least, not unless that's something you want. His eye homed in on me, steady and questioning. I stared back in surprise as I understood his implication. There was only one possible third who I might have considered, and Blake probably knew that. But Cage Tanaka had never outright expressed his interest in me, nor me in him. We danced, but done no more than that. He was handsome, of course. Strong, yes. Also annoyingly enigmatic, secretive and stubborn. And that was all right. I was starting to accept those things about him. Overall, we were better off friends. Our connection had never been anything close to what I felt when I was with Blake. I knew Cage felt a sense of responsibility towards me, a protectiveness, but what he probably didn't realise was that it went both ways. We were allies now, like it or not, bound by blood, but in a very different way from what Blake and I shared. I looked at Blake. One enigma was enough for me. Something in my heart twisted hard, more than enough. I want this, I said simply. Let's take things one step at a time. He nodded, but I caught the relief on his face.
As long as we're clear about one thing, Pendragon. He looked into my eyes. I only want you.
I flushed and looked away. You know, before I came to Sangrasa, I never thought I'd live in a place more fucked up than Camelot, I said, shamelessly changing the subject like I'd let him do earlier.
What was Camelot like?
Blake asked, curiosity written all over his face.
Tell me about it.
I told him briefly about my life in the Rose Court. I was the sole progeny of Pendrath's king and queen, but I wouldn't have been permitted to inherit the throne. When I left, we'd been in a state of war, with my grandfather and his army encroaching on our kingdom. My aunt and uncle had gone to find him and finish things. Little had they known the role I'd wind up playing in that.
And your mother? Your father? Blake asked. Where were they in all of this?
My mother died in childbirth. She was Fae. I touched a finger to one pointed ear. She'd been a famous general once. She had a long life, before my arrival ended it.
So you never knew her?
Blake shook his head.
I'm sorry.
I didn't bother to correct him, to tell him my mother and I wound up reconnecting after all, from beyond the grave. If I told him that truth, would he think I was mad? Or would he believe me without questioning it? Suddenly the words were on the tip of my tongue, wanting to take the chance. Was Blake someone I wanted simply in my bed, or someone I could tell my deepest secrets? But before I could speak, he changed topics again.
And your father? He was the king of Camelot?
Was, yes, I said. He was mortal, not Fae. He died the night I was born, too.
I'm sorry,
Blake said again. I wouldn't be too sorry, I said flatly. He spent his last night trying to find me so he could kill me. He sent his men out into the streets of Camelot, searching for any newborn babies, because he had no idea where my mother might hide me. His soldiers were ordered to slaughter any infant they found. It was a massacre. Blake's eyes were wide.
His people must have hated him.
Apparently he had a little change of heart towards the end after he found me. But that doesn't change the fact that he was a fucked up bastard who would probably have killed my mother and me given half a chance.
Blood Maiden, Pendragon,
Blake said slowly.
You're one-upping me here. I thought I had the most fucked up family.
I snorted. You? Your father was basically a Sangrassan folk hero, from the sounds of it. A vampire they call the Peacebringer? It sounds like a fairy tale. Nothing like the Sangratha I know.
Sure, but it sounds like Victor and your dad would have hit it off,
Blake said with a twisted grin. I shuddered. He might have been right. I looked at him curiously. What about your mother, Desdemona? Blake's jaw tightened, but he nodded.
Yes.
She's alive, right? Do you ever see her? Blake looked across the room and out of the window where snow was falling.
She's alive, yes, or so we're told. When my father died, she decided to enter the sanctum, supposedly.
I raised a brow. Supposedly? From what I'd seen of the sanctum, it seemed the absolute last place I'd want my mother, but I didn't say that.
Victor is our only source of information on her, he said tightly. She disappeared one night. Victor said she was in the sanctum.
She'd left a note, a messy one. She'd never been all that devout, but I suppose things change, especially when one is grieving. That's true, I said carefully. But does being in the sanctum mean she can't leave? Can't send messages to her children? Oh, we've received messages, Blake said, his voice bitter. All pass through Victor, of course. Women who enter become priestesses. It's very exclusive, few are accepted. To become a priestess at the sanctum is one of the greatest honours a devout high-blood woman can attain. But usually they enter when they're a lot older or much younger. Not when they're still raising a family, I said softly. Blake gave a tight nod. Do you think she's... I bit my lip. Safe? Do you trust Victor? Blake laughed harshly. Not by a fucking long shot. And that's the problem. He can access her somehow. He can hurt her. Hell, he could kill her. He ran his hand through his hair, hunching over. Sometimes, he said, and shook his head. Sometimes I wonder. For all I know, she's already dead. He looked over at me. She was a half-born, you know. My eyes widened. Half Blightborn, half high-blood, like Professor Wispwood. Really? I only found out recently, from Victor. Well, he didn't tell me so much as I guessed. What does that mean for her, for your family? Is it shameful? Blake's lips thinned. Shameful? Some would probably think so, but there's nothing shameful in being who you are. You're not a high-blood, but I sucked in a breath as our eyes met. But I would never consider you less worthy than me, Blake finished awkwardly. I gave a small smile. Not so worried about polluting your bloodline anymore, huh? Blake grimaced. Fuck, I was such a prick. Was? He smirked. I can turn that side back on for you whenever you want, Pendragon. I couldn't help myself. I visibly shivered. Blake laughed. You see? You like it. You like me when I'm bad. You're not bad, I said automatically. Just misunderstood. Blake hooted. Sure. Do you really think you're bad? I asked curiously. Last year, when I followed you into Valemar, I saw you with Rodriguez. What were you really doing there? He scratched the back of his neck. You saw me. I was feeding. My face grew hot as I remembered watching him with the Cellblood girl. No, before that. That wasn't the only reason you'd gone into the city, was it? Slowly, he shook his head. Just tell me this. Were you doing something good or bad in Valemar, Blake? I took a deep breath. Because I have this theory. He cocked an eyebrow. A theory? I nodded. Yes. A crazy little theory that you were there doing something good. He waggled his eyebrows. You know I'm as bad as they come, Pendragon. I threw up my hands. All right, don't tell me. Fine, he said quickly. You're right, kind of. Rodriguez and I... He paused, looking sheepish. We were passing out food and medicine in the slums, to Blightborn families, children especially, ones who had lost someone. Lost someone to high-bloods, that is, I said bluntly. He nodded. Look, before my father made some sweeping changes, things were worse than they are now. You need to understand that. I'm shocked he was able to make any changes at all, honestly, I said. Blake sighed. So am I. He was a very smart, very persuasive person, as is my mother. They must have been an impressive pair, I said, studying him. Though I don't know how two people like that managed to produce someone like Marcus. Blake grimaced. He's the worst of our family. Victor's true protégé. Your father saw something in high-bloods. He was able to get them to make concessions, to treat Blightborn more as people and less as prey, I said slowly. But now look at things. Victor's put Regan in charge of this entire school. She has high-bloods roaming the halls, treating Blightborn students like shit. Or worse, Blake said quietly. There have been deaths already. I paled. Of course there have. I thought of Naveen. Why kill us? Why not just make us thralls? What's it like to be a thrall anyways? With a chill, I thought of something I'd never stopped to consider. You feed from me, so why aren't I a thrall? Or am I? I sat all the way up and shoved myself across the bed. Pendragon, no, stop. Wait. Blake's hands were up, but he wasn't trying to touch me. He looked tired again. You're not a thrall. How am I not? I demanded. Because I'm not fucking using thrall weave on you, am I? He shot back. Do you think I'm in your head, controlling you, telling you what to think, telling you to... He stopped. That word again. We kept coming too close to that word. Blake was breathing hard. I wouldn't do that to you. I'm an asshole, sure. I'm evil, sure. You're not evil. I interrupted. Stop saying that. You went to pass out charity baskets to the poor, for fuck's sake. That doesn't exactly sound like the actions of a cold-hearted person. I don't see many high-bloods doing it. Some do, he said stubbornly. And it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. You don't know me, Pendragon. Not all of me. Victor's shaped me, more than even I want to admit. If you knew... He stopped. I stared at him. But I don't know. And you don't know all of me either. Clearly there are things we don't want to tell one another. He gave a terse nod. Maybe. I started to say something, but he interrupted me. I don't think you can be made a thrall, Pendragon. He sounded wary and a bit frightened, and I think if Victor figured that out, he'd kill you. I stared at him. What do you mean? I mean, he doesn't know that you don't have Nyxaris anymore, does he? That Florence is the one bound to him now. But when he figures it out, he shook his head. Victor likes to believe he can control you. He's been content to do that through me, in a way. I'm supposed to, well, have you under my control. I bristled. I don't, he said quickly. Obviously, never have. But the illusion of it needs to be real to Victor. But once he finds out about Florence, I said in horror, as reality dawned. Blake's jaw tightened. It's only a matter of time before he does. You can't protect her. You'll have to trust Nyxaris to do it. Blake, I said slowly. We're always so focused on Victor, but what do you think Marcus and Catherine are really trying to do? They have a fucking dragon. Them, not Victor. We don't even know where they are. Blake nodded grimly. I know. I've thought about it, believe me. I'll say this, though. Marcus hasn't exactly been known for his genius. He's a thick-skulled, dim-witted asshole who usually can't see past what's right in front of him. A thick-skulled dimwit who's now bound to Linnea Orphos, I pointed out, and who has Catherine Mortis in his corner somehow. I thought of something. Are they a triad? Blake's eyes widened. I hope not. If they are, they're a pretty messed up one. They're up to something bad, that's obvious. But with all that's going on right here, right now, I understood. I was suddenly obsessing over what was going to happen to Florence, and it was hard to worry about Marcus and Catherine when they'd flown off into the wide blue yonder. Maybe Melindra crashed into the sea and they all drowned. Blake snorted. That would be too good to be true. For everyone but poor Linnea, I mean, he added hastily. That girl is fucked, Blake, I said bluntly. That's what she is. I wish we could help her, but she's on her own. He sighed. You're probably right. Abruptly, I leaned forward, putting my weight on my hands and sliding towards him. I think it's interesting that you care. He looked startled. It might also have something to do with the fact that the blanket has slipped off me. Care? You care about what happens to Linnea. You care about what happens to Blightborn. You're not the monster you claim to be. I kissed him softly, my breasts brushing against his chest. There was a need building in me again, a need only he could satisfy. You've stood up for what's right. You faced a dragon's wrath to save Florence. Give yourself a little credit. He looked at me, face still serious, even as his hands moved to grasp my hips. And what about you, Pendragon? Me? You can't tell me you're not the hero of this story, the dragon rider who appeared from another world. I shifted a little, feeling awkward. I dropped in. I didn't exactly plan to visit, and I didn't come here to save anyone. No? Blake's voice was low. But you have. There are things in this world that are worth saving, I said slowly. But I'm not stupid enough to think I can save everyone. All I can do is try to help my friends. You brought me hope. You've given me something to live for, Blake said, softly tracing the lines of my shoulder blades. I shivered, leaning into him, brushing my lips against his jaw. I didn't want to talk anymore. I wanted to feel and to forget. Blake's arms came around me. He rolled us, guiding me onto my back as he lay over me. His mouth moved over mine, claiming me briefly. Then he moved it down my body, trailing kisses over my throat, my breasts, my stomach, my hips, then lower. I breathed out, letting him take his time, letting him make me forget the creeping darkness just outside the walls, the danger that was always threatening, always just beyond our reach. When we finally came together again, we moved with a desperate urgency. Our hearts were bare in those moments, at least. No lies, no fear, just him and me. When it was over, I watched his chest rising and falling. I tried to let myself believe this could last, that this feeling, this sense of happiness, might be real. Blake slept on, his breathing even, his hand loosely tangled with mine. My mother's words came back to me. Are you so very different? Are you not angry? Are you not lost? I was angry. Anger fueled me as it did Blake. We were similar in that way. I'd always be angry, but lost, alone. It had been true once. Maybe it wasn't anymore. Not with Blake beside me. I smiled, shifting, turning my head toward him. But something wasn't right. Blake was looking back at me, and yet wasn't. His good eye was closed, relaxed as he slept. But his other, the ruined one, the one Victor must have ripped away and left empty, it was open, and it wasn't empty anymore. It watched me unblinking. The globe wasn't the grey it should have been. It was red as blood.
Chapter 12. Regan. Let's continue to the next point on the agenda, the list of revisions to the school code of conduct. I stood and faced the faculty seated at the long, narrow table. Let's begin with the dress code. A fairly straightforward point. All Blightborn students will return to the standard first-year approved wardrobe, blue and silver only, no house colours. A murmur of confusion rippled through the room. I suppressed a sigh. It was almost as if they hadn't bothered to read the agenda in advance. Considering some of these professors had once chided me about failing to read their syllabi, I thought it was rather ironic. I glanced around the room. It was full of dark, polished wood furniture, much of which was covered with rather creepy little carvings of naked women that Headmaster Kim had added in his term. Professor Vane leaned forward, squinting to look over the agenda, and his hand wrapped around a carved Blightborn woman's left breast. I bit my lip, repulsed. The carvings would have to go at once. I wouldn't even ask Victor's approval. This was my suite of offices now, wasn't it? Though the truth was, it was hard to believe I now ran the school and wasn't still a student myself. I saw Headmaster Kim every time I walked into his office. The ghost of him, scribbling with his quill on parchment, or frowning up at me as I approached his desk. At night, I saw him too. More often than I'd ever dreamed I would. Saw his mouth slack, head jammed ruthlessly onto a blood-slicked spike, cheeks a mottled grey-blue with frost. Had he still been able to feel when Victor had slammed his head down onto that spike? At what point precisely did nerves cease to feel? Professor Rodriguez would probably know. Not that I'd be asking. I tapped my foot. High bloods, of course, will retain their traditional house colors. No changes there. Any questions?
For identification purposes.
A familiar voice muttered from the far end of the table. I gritted my teeth. What was that? Was it too much to hope that he'd shut up and let me continue? Apparently, yes. Rodriguez slowly rose.
It says here that the Blightborn uniform is being changed for identification purposes.
Yes, I said, as brightly as I could. That's correct. So much easier this way. And think of the money saved on clothing. Many of our Blightborn students come from families of limited means. I'm sure their parents will be thrilled. There were some titters of laughter from high-blood faculty.
What about the danger this dress code alteration places our Blightborn students in?
Rodriguez demanded. Danger? I laughed. I hardly see a change of fashion as a danger, Professor. More titters of laughter. I tried to relax. I'd been manipulating people my entire life. A group of underpaid, poorly dressed academics was no different. They weren't smarter than me, they just thought they were. I was the one with the real power. I could do this. Still, my entire body felt tight and tense.
Visible markers of being Blightborn,
Rodriguez said flatly.
If you're going to brand them, why not come out and say so?
How ridiculous, I said, my smile still not dropping. We'd never be so savage. They're not cattle, they're people. No one is questioning that. It's a simple change. Really, what got into your carver this morning, Professor Rodriguez? Some staff members laughed, but then came the sound of a second chair backing up. I beg your pardon, headmistress, said a female professor. But I have to admit, I see Professor Rodriguez's point. This makes Blightborn students immediately visible and, as such, much easier targets. Targets for what, exactly? I said coldly. Professor Allenvale, isn't it? Yes, Vasanti Allenvale, headmistress. And as for targets of what, I'm afraid the answer to that is systemic harassment and discrimination. She paused, looking uncomfortable. Or worse. Professor Allenvale, you're a visiting scholar, aren't you? You aren't from Bloodwing. I gave her a cool look. She wore a long dress in the typical purple and gold of House Orphos. She was pretty enough for a teacher, dark-skinned with long braided hair. But she'd done something absolutely ludicrous with her hair. She dyed it, streaking it with green and purple. Yes, that's correct, she responded. I eyed her up and down slowly, trying to raise her sense of unease. That explains it, then. Obviously, Bloodwing fashions must be very confusing to someone who looks the way you do. I watched her stiffen, and my smile grew. I beg your pardon, headmistress. I gestured to her hair and wrinkled my nose. House Orphos has always set itself apart from the other houses. I'm not sure what's considered fashionable in the Sable Isles, Miss Allenvale, I said, purposely dropping her title. I was being an evil, snooty little bitch, and I knew it. Why? Because It was the easiest way to get someone's back up. And once I'd rattled this woman, she'd sit down, shut up, and no longer be a threat to me or to herself. And I don't care to know, but it's Professor, actually, she said, sounding annoyed. Of course, Professor. Well, this is how we do things at Bloodwing. You simply aren't in the Sable Isles anymore. House Orphos does not have a greater say at the table than any other house. I smiled sweetly as I drank down my own cup of lies, spoken like a true drag hero, or nearly so. I leaned forward and tapped my finger on the next part of the agenda. Now, if we may move on. I didn't wait for agreement. Next point, curfew regulations. Blightborn students will be expected to return to their towers by 9 o'clock sharp each night. High blood students will retain their current privileges. I sped up, not bothering to wait for any questions. Next, registration for sensitive school areas. The library and greenhouse, as well as any storage areas that contain potentially hazardous materials, will now require Blightborn students to register and sign in before entry, for safety purposes, naturally. I glanced up briefly and saw Rodriguez beginning to open his mouth. But to my surprise, Professor Allenvale beat him to it. Apparently she had more of a backbone than I'd guessed. This is outrageous, the Orphos professor said, her voice trembling. The greenhouse! Why on earth would students need to sign in at the greenhouse? It's a classroom. You teach about plants, don't you? I said dismissively. I teach alchemy and herbology, yes, Allenvale replied, narrowing her eyes. So what? Well, some of those plants are poisonous, aren't they? We're trying to limit Blightborn students' exposure. I smiled reassuringly. For their own safety. You're treating them as if they're criminals, she exclaimed. They've done nothing wrong. Of course they haven't. It's not punishment, Professor. It's merely precaution. We have a responsibility to those students' families. I clasped my hands in front of me and tried to look maternal. We must keep them safe. A snort rang out, Rodriguez, of course. I closed my eyes briefly. That man was going to be a constant thorn in my side. Safe. I don't recall anyone caring about Blightborn's safety when it came time for the consort games, Rodriguez said disdainfully. The loss of life there was despicable, but there was no concern for Blightborn students' families then. Let's be honest, this is just the beginning. Next you'll have them chained to the lecture tables, escorted from their towers in groups. How ludicrous. There are no plans for any of those measures at this point in time, I said smoothly. Now, next matter on the agenda. Some classes are being reassigned facilities. I looked down at my notes, trying to remember which classes were being moved. Some of the changes Victor had demanded be implemented only this very morning. Yes. Basic combat for Blightborn, intermediate combat for Blightborn. Basically all of the combat classes for Blightborn taught by Professor Stonefist, Rodriguez interrupted loudly. She's right over there. Why not look at her when you're speaking to her? A muscular dwarven woman stood up, clasping her hands behind her back. Pardon me, headmistress, but I see you've moved the classes to the old gymnasiums. The walls there were thick with mold the last time I checked, and the ceilings leak and are cracking. They're being renovated, I lied, flashing her a brittle smile. Dear Blood Maiden, did the woman have a beard? As we speak, improvements are being made, Improvements, Stonefist muttered. Those will take months of repair. Just a few small changes and all should be fine, I insisted. The sound of a throat clearing interrupted me.
Headmistress Pansera, if I may.
I looked across the table where Professor Sebastian Sankara was leaning back in his chair. The tall, dark-featured professor didn't bother to rise. I'd always thought him rather handsome. Now, he looked at me with stark disapproval. Headmistress Drackharrow, if you please. I cut him off. I've decided to take my Archon's house name. It was a very old tradition, one many modern high-blood women eschewed. Well, I decided to bring it back. The Drackharrow name held immense power, and I needed every bit I could get my hands on if I were to keep this whole sinking ship afloat. My father had wanted me to wed a Drackharrow for as long as I could remember, but Blake was supposed to be my way into one of the most prestigious houses in Sangratha, not Victor. Never in a million years did I dream I'd be the consort of the head of the family himself. It was a dream come true, I told myself. Not a nightmare. Not a nightmare.
Very well, Headmistress Drackharrow, I must protest these changes, Sankara said, his expression somber. The faculty of Bloodwing bear a responsibility to the safety of all students, Blightborn ones included. Now, some things are tradition, but the changes you're proposing are starkly inequitable. There's no need to set Blightborn students apart in this way.
No need, I said coldly. Well, that's your perspective, Professor. And I must say, your loyalty to your own kind is admirable. There were some murmurs of agreement from our fellow Highbloods. My Archon, Victor Drackharrow, who I'm sure you're all very familiar with, saw a need.
Was the board of directors consulted about all of these changes?
Sankara asked, furrowing his brow. Of course, I said, lying through my teeth. We never make such sweeping changes without them. So you admit the changes are sweeping? Professor Allenvale interjected, jumping on my slip-up. Fuck. I glared at her. That was the wrong word. I glanced at the clock on the wall. In any case, I do so appreciate all of the wonderful feedback, but I'm afraid we're out of time. Classes will be starting soon, and we don't wish to keep students waiting, do we? Any further questions or concerns may be submitted to me at any time, in writing. Some chairs scraped back as faculty began to rise to their feet. Oh, yes, one last thing. Trying to sound casual, I gestured and my new secretary darted forward, handing out small square sheets of parchment, muscles rippling beneath his tight white button-up shirt emblazoned with the school motto, of course. I saw Rodriguez take note of the badge affixed to the secretary's uniform and frown at the symbol, a drop of blood being pierced by a sword. Silvio Santos was the younger son of a well-off family. He'd graduated a few years ago and had been a wastrel ever since, squandering his father's fortune instead of doing something useful with his life. His father was only too happy to donate Silvio as one of my new blood gods. I'd added secretarial duties to his assignment, and he'd been happy to comply, seemingly content to lounge behind my waiting room desk every day looking pretty. One last memorandum for today. You can read it on your way out, I finished. Rodriguez grabbed a sheet from Silvio. I tucked back a lock of hair and began to put my papers in the red leather briefcase I'd taken to carrying with me. But from out of the corner of my eye, I saw Rodriguez skimming. What the fuck is this? A ball of paper bounced off my shoulder and landed at my feet. Silvio stepped forward, growling, exactly like the protective guard dog he was supposed to be. What the fuck is this? Rodriguez repeated, ignoring my secretary. He held up the sheet of paper and read aloud. Bloodwing's Blood Donation Incentive Program? Have you gone absolutely mad, Regan? His voice had risen to a fever pitch, filling the small room. For a mere blight-born professor, he was oddly intimidating. I tried not to flinch. He might have been my instructor once, but now it was I who was in charge, not him. Rodriguez had to get used to it, for his own safety if nothing else. He either listened to me now, or he'd soon be dealing with Victor. It's very straightforward, I said, noticing how no one had left the room yet. They were all waiting to see how this played out. Thralls, of course, are automatically enrolled in the program. They'll be receiving extra credit from now on for their loyal service. Enhanced privileges, reduced curfew time, perhaps even some other incentives. The program details are still being worked out. We thought it would be only fair to extend similar rewards to all Blightborn volunteers. We, being me. Victor hadn't wanted to incentivize the program he created at all. He was sadly short-sighted at times. Rodriguez's lips curled back. Volunteers? You mean people being stopped in the hallways easily thanks to the color of their clothing and forced to give a so-called donation anytime a high-blood student feels peckish? The privilege extends to faculty, too, I said sweetly. Rodriguez's face froze. And of course, it's all voluntary. Don't you see the word right there on the parchment? Voluntary. Sankara spoke up, his face very hard now. In theory, yes, but in practice. I shrugged. School rules must be followed by everyone. Rodriguez was practically vibrating with fury. It's coercion. Thrallweave has always been permitted, Professor, I pointed out. You do realize you live under high blood rule every day, do you not? We all worship the Blood Maiden. We all follow the same precepts, don't we? I let the words linger. Of course, Rodriguez snapped. And the Blood Maiden cares for all her children. Some more than others, I muttered under my breath. I started to move away from the desk, but Rodriguez wasn't finished yet. Did you even consult the House leaders about these proposed changes beforehand? I took a deep breath, then wished I hadn't. I wrinkled my nose. When was the last time he'd properly washed and ironed his own clothes? He might have been a brilliant mind, but he dressed like a disgrace. I didn't see the need. Rodriguez gave a choked laugh. You didn't see the need? No, I said icily. And these are not proposed changes, Professor Rodriguez. They are effective immediately. I pointed out into the hallway. As soon as you step out into that hall, they apply to everyone, students and faculty alike. I watched his face pale. To my surprise, Sankara put a hand on his arm and looked down at Rodriguez reassuringly. So, it was like that, was it? Interesting. Victor would appreciate knowing. The man was absolutely obsessed with eliminating what he saw as unnatural liaisons. But I didn't share his sentiments on the matter, and I didn't plan on passing on everything that transpired at my school to Victor. I glanced down at my hand quickly, then closed my palm. The mark where Cage had cut me had faded, but I could still feel it. The memory of his blood mingling with mine as it entered my body. The heat of it. The power of it. I should never have made that vow. I should have gone straight to Victor. What I'd learned might have changed the entire balance of power between the two houses. But that was just it, wasn't it? Victor had enough power already. I pictured the wolf, throat torn out, lying bleeding in the snow. No, I'd made my choice. I was doing everything else Victor asked of me. What more could he possibly want? Everything, the voice in my head said softly. The room was quiet. I licked my lips, sensing the tension. Good. Let them be angry. Fear and anger would keep them all in line. It certainly worked on me. This meeting is adjourned, I said abruptly, turning away from the horror on their faces, before I could see my own fear reflected back there. In the corridor outside of the boardroom, 4 members of my blood guard were waiting, all in prime physical condition, all alumni, all wearing their identifying blood and sword badges that marked them as loyal enforcers of my new regime. As I began to stride down the corridor, they flanked me, blood guard badges flashing, boots echoing alongside my pointed high heels as we crossed the stone floors. I kept my chin up, my stride quick but steady. I should have felt powerful. Instead, I felt nauseated, as if something inside of me was rotting away. Kim's decapitated head flashed behind my eyes again, mouth gaping, maggots crawling along his blackened lips, eternally silent. I pushed the image away, only to have it replaced by a new one. Dark, intense eyes, staring into mine with the fierceness of a wolf. I shoved that one away too. I had a school to run. I was doing this for everyone's good, whether they knew it or not. I thought of Persis, far from his family, helpless and afraid, and I steeled myself. There could be no room for regret. I was my brother's only way back home. A soft scritch of claws made me glance to my left. My eyes widened. Blake's pet. I'd seen the tiny fluffin marching through the Drakara Tower last year, looking as if he owned the place. Much like Blake did, I thought sourly. Now the fluffin sat between 2 tall pillars, not yipping or scampering away, but simply watching me. His wide golden eyes followed every step I took. I swallowed. No one else seemed to notice him sitting there. And yet I could swear the creature was looking right at me, judging me. That he could see straight through the silk and bravado, right to the rot beneath. I missed a step, my heel clipping the stone. Tearing my gaze away, I faced forward. Behind me, I thought I heard the fluffin give a faint, reproachful chirp. The creature was far smaller and quieter than Rodriguez. Yet his outrage rang for much longer in my ears as I walked away.
Chapter 13. Medra. The halls of Bloodwing Academy had started to feel like home to me not long ago. Now they were simmering with something ugly. Anger radiated off Blightborn students like heat from a stove, and it was easily attributed to the new programs our headmistress recently put in place. The extreme force of the Blood Guard had pressed in on the student body all at once, but no one quite knew how to fight back without facing extreme consequences. I stood with my back against the wall, flipping through the pages of my essay for Professor Alan Vale's alchemy class, while I waited for my intermediate combat class to begin. We'd been moved to an older part of the castle and were using a gymnasium that was in a sorry condition. I knew Professor Stonefist wasn't fond of the new space, but she'd managed not to complain too loudly in front of the class. I decided I'd either imagined or dreamed Blake's red eye, because when I woke up the next morning, he looked exactly the same as when we'd fallen asleep the night before. One eye perfect and grey, the other still wrecked but slowly healing. The corridor was full of students arriving from their previous classes, most wearing blue and silver. A few highbloods strolled through, looking like they owned the place as usual. Most of us pretended not to notice them. A sound from across the hall caught my attention. I looked over to see a highblood boy leaning in close to a familiar-looking dwarven girl and swore under my breath. Danny had her head tilted up obediently, her body relaxed and pliant as he sank his fangs into her throat, drawing out her blood. The bliss on her face was unmistakable, which would have been fine if she'd managed to stay quiet. Unfortunately, she let out a loud, throaty whimper of pleasure that had more than a few heads turning. I forced myself to look away, feeling uncomfortable. The scene had too many parallels to my own existence. But Blake didn't use thrallweave to coerce me, I reminded myself. No, I was a willing participant now, being fed from and being fucked. Was that any better? I felt a disturbing twinge of guilt. Usually, a feeding like that would have been done in a more private space, tucked away in an alcove or behind a closed door. Not because it was shameful, but because highbloods had some sense of, discretion and tact, but apparently not anymore. This was open, blatant, deliberately provocative. The highblood boy, someone from House Mortis, from the look of his red and white attire, pulled away lazily from Danny, his mouth wet and gleaming red. He wiped the back of his hand over his lips carelessly, then tossed a smirk over to where I stood with the rest of the Blightborn students, and walked away. I muttered a curse under my breath. What a fucking fool to leave his thrall there like that, if she even was his thrall. The last time I'd seen Danny, she'd been with a highblood named Brocklin. The enthralled girl stayed where she was, eyes half closed, swaying slightly, clearly still caught in the haze of thrallweave and the highblood's bite. At first, I thought it was over, that the crowd of students around me would just ignore her. Maybe they would have, if Professor Stonefist hadn't been late that day. The buzz of chatter in the hall started to shift. A group of Blightborn boys, 4 or 5 of them, broke off from the rest of the crowd of waiting students and moved over to Danny. Their faces were tight, angry. I recognized one of them, a tall, burly boy I'd encountered a few months back. He was from House Avari. Cage had told him off once for harassing me. I was pretty sure his name was Lachlan. Now he sneered down at Danny. "Slut," he spat. The crude comment stopped me in my tracks. The other boys began to close in. "High-blood whore," one hissed. "Disgusting," muttered a third. "You're throwing yourself at them. For what? A moment of their attention?" A Blightborn girl marched up. I recognized her long braided hair from a previous encounter. "She's not even dressed right." She yanked at Danny's dress. "Look at her. House Mortis colours." My heart sank. She was right. Danny's dress was red and white. A silver cloak had covered it so I hadn't noticed at first. Now the dress was like a waving flag in front of a herd of rampaging bulls, a symbol of favour. Before I could even think to react, the girl with the braids drew back her arm and slapped Danny full in the face. "That's what you get, whore," she hissed, then followed the slap up by spitting full in Danny's face. I watched the dwarven girl blink rapidly, horror dawning as she finally realised what was going on. The boys around her laughed and jeered, quickly following up with mouthfuls of spit of their own. I'd had enough. Danny had been through enough. Disgusted, I pushed through the circle of students that had formed around Danny and her tormentors. As I made my way to the front, I heard the sound of fabric ripping and saw Lachlan holding up a piece of red triumphantly. Behind him, Danny was sobbing and clutching at the bodice of her dress. "Hey!" I snapped, feeling a ridiculous sense of déjà vu. I shoved through the last of the crowd and snapped my fingers loudly. "Hey, that's enough!" The girl with the braids looked at me. "Look, Drac Harrow's pet is here, Lachlan," she sneered at me. "Going to defend this one? That makes sense. You're no different. Part of a special high-blood sluts club, aren't you?" I could feel my blood boiling. "That's enough. Back off. You have no idea what this girl has already been through. Believe me." Lachlan stepped forward. He was taller than me, brawnier, but if I had to, I knew I could take him. I tensed my body. "What? You think you're better than us because Drac Harrow feeds from you?" I decided not to point out that this was exactly what the sanctum taught, what every Blightborn had been brought up to believe. The only reason these two felt so feisty right now was because the compulsion magic woven through this world was faltering. Funny how I'd originally thought that would be a wonderful thing. So do many other Blightborn, and they do so willingly. I tried to lower my voice. This is different. Danny wasn't willing. I understand why you're so upset, but you need to leave her alone. "Not willing?" one of the boys behind Lachlan hollered. "She looked pretty fucking willing to me. Let's take her back to the first-year tower and see how willing she is with us. Hey, Lachlan?" To his credit, Lachlan looked a little repulsed by that proposition, but he didn't back off. "Your friends are mostly first-years, aren't they?" I said to him quietly. "You're going to get them all expelled, Lachlan. Or worse, you're interfering with a high-blood thrall." Immediately, I knew I'd said the wrong thing. Lachlan's eyes blazed. "Fuck that! They act like they own us. Own our women." "Your women?" My hackles rose. "We're not your women, you prick. She should be able to make her own choices. But that's just the point. She didn't get to make one. You know how hard it is to say no to a high-blood," I pointed out. "So please, just leave her the fuck alone." "You're not one of us." The girl with the braids pushed in between Lachlan and me, her voice raised. "You let one feed from you too. You're no better than her." I stood my ground, heart pounding, not from fear, but from rage and frustration. "Look, it's not about that. It's about consent. It's none of your fucking business what I do or what Danny does, as long as we're all right with it. But what that high-blood just did to her? He did it with Thrallweave. You and I both know that. She doesn't deserve to be attacked just for being manipulated." I raised my voice so the students around us could hear me. "Because we all know the same thing could happen to you or to me." The girl blanched a little, but her lips were still set in a stubborn expression. "Fuck that. It's not happening to me." I rolled my eyes. "Fine, then I won't bother talking to you. If you want to be naive about things, go right ahead." I turned to face the students behind me. "But the rest of you think tearing each other apart like this is going to help anything? Change anything? You think it's going to stop them from doing what they want to us? This isn't the way." Some students looked away, suddenly uncertain. Others moved off to the side, clearly deciding they weren't going to get involved. A tall, skinny girl wearing a blue dress stepped forward. "Easy for you to say. You belong to a house leader." "I'm not Blake's property, and I assure you he'd say the same thing," I said firmly. "The way Blake and I talk to one another when we were alone, absolutely none of their fucking business. I am my own person. Otherwise, would I really be speaking to you all like this?" She ignored me. "You've got a dragon. That's real power. If you really hate the high blood so much, why not use it? Why don't you stand up for us?" My heart sank. I should have known it would come down to that. It was, of course, an excellent question. And with the way things had been going at Bloodwing, I was reaching the end of my rope. If Nyxaris had truly been mine, I might have been reaching out to him, begging him to intervene. But he was not mine. He was Florence's. A chorus of murmurs followed the girl's questions. Obviously, many agreed with her. The weight of responsibility that those murmurs placed upon me was heavier than anything I could have imagined. Even without Nyxaris, I was burdened by their expectations. I wasn't even from this world, and yet I felt a horrible awareness of letting them down. Another student shoved forward. "Forget the damn dragon, Isha. There are bigger things happening than our little problems at school. Haven't you heard the rumours? There's a plague, a high-blood plague, and it's spreading." The girl he'd called Isha scoffed. "Rumours? Lies more like. High-bloods don't get sick." "No one is sick in Vale Mar," someone protested. "We'd have heard if there was a plague." "That rumour came from a little town thousands of miles away, Alan," called another. Alan set his jaw. "So what? Doesn't mean it can't still be true. 1,000 miles, 100. Plagues spread, you idiots." "We're talking about dragons, not plagues." Isha's eyes were back on me. "This girl has power no high-blood could dream of possessing, and she's done absolutely nothing with it to help us." I decided not to point out that high-bloods absolutely could dare to dream. Dragons have minds of their own. Nyxaris isn't a weapon to be controlled, but I assure you, he's not fond of the way high-bloods rule Sangratha either. I glanced behind me, aware Dani cowered against the wall, still holding her ripped dress. Regardless of what Nyxaris chooses to do or not, this isn't the way, Isha. Hurting this girl won't fix anything. She's already been hurt enough. We have to stand together, help one another. If we don't... Lachlan gave me a shove as he came to stand beside Isha, crossing his arms over his broad chest. I took a step back towards Dani, pulse racing. If they attacked, if I fought back... "Call him," Lachlan demanded. "Prove you're one of us, otherwise shut up and get out of here." Where the hell was Professor Stonefist? A few words from her and these idiots would scatter. Then I had a terrible thought. Maybe Regan had gotten rid of her. Was that going to be the next step? Eliminating all the Blightborn faculty? I wouldn't put it past our new headmistress. A beefy hand shoved my shoulder. Lachlan again. I let out a gasp as I stumbled and nearly went sprawling backwards. "Keep your hands off me," I snapped, "and keep them off this girl. I'm taking Dani back to her room now. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay the hell out of my way." "Or what?" Isha challenged. "You'll stick your dragon on us? You've basically already said you can't. He doesn't listen to you." A tremulous, high-pitched voice rang out through the hall. "No, but he'll listen to me. Leave Medra alone." The mob of students slowly parted. A girl stepped forward slowly, outfitted in a knee-length dress of royal blue, her black hair pulled into a long black ponytail. Her cheeks were flushed with emotion. Her glasses had slid slightly down the bridge of her nose. I could tell she was nervous because she didn't bother to push them back up. Her shoulders were squared like someone about to step onto a battlefield. In that moment, I knew I'd made the right choice to save her, no matter what the price. Not that I'd ever doubted it. Florence was a bookish, quiet girl, far too kind and reserved to ever intentionally choose to be a dragon rider. And yet, there was fire in her blood. Once she realized it, gods helped the ones she wielded it against. Still, I knew this wasn't the time. I stepped forward, knowing what I had to do.
Chapter 14. Florence. "Florence, stop!" Medra called. "Stop and leave now!" The tall boy near her turned, face red with rage, his fist already swinging. "Medra!" I screamed, but I needn't have worried. She already had it under control. Medra moved, quickly dodging, then darting forward, landing her own fist hard in his chest and following it up with a brutal kick first to one knee, then his other. He sank to the floor with an oomph, looking dazed, and Medra stepped past him, coming towards me. She positioned herself between Lachlan and me. "Florence, don't say another word," she shot over her shoulder. "I know what you're trying to do, but please, don't." "What's she talking about?" The girl with long dark braids came up behind Medra, looking angry. What do you mean the dragon will listen to you? Why would he listen to you but not the rider? I opened my mouth. Medra's eyes were pleading, but if I didn't speak up, what would they do to her? Some of the students moved in closer, eager to hear what we were saying. A shoulder bumped into mine, deliberately rough. I gasped, suddenly aware of how many people were watching me. I felt hot, claustrophobic.
What is happening? Where are you? Why is your heart beating so fast?
I just about jumped out of my skin. Nyxaris, I squeaked. Florence, Medra warned.
No. Your heart should not be beating so quickly. Not in a greenhouse. Precisely what is it you do in this class? Botany should not be this exhilarating.
Nyxaris, Isha repeated. What? I asked stupidly. She leaned forward. What are you hiding? What aren't you telling us? Part of me wanted to tell Nyxaris that botany could actually be quite exhilarating, and part of me was all too aware of everyone staring at me. My mind raced, thoughts all a jumble. It might have been funny if Lachlan hadn't suddenly rushed at us again, his arms locked around Medra's neck, hauling her off her feet and choking her. "Medra!" I cried. Horrified, I watched as she clawed at his arms, struggling to break free. But he was so much bigger than she was, stronger. His thick forearm was locked so tightly around her throat. Medra's face turned red, her boots scraping against the floor as she fought him, kicking at his ankles, stomping on his feet. I couldn't help it. I screamed.
I must insist you clarify the nature of this class immediately, fledgling.
Nyxaris' voice was commanding, insistent. But there was no time to talk. "Let go of her!" I shouted. Medra tried to shove her hand between the vice of the boy's arm and her throat. I could see her gasping, choking, and there was absolutely nothing I could do. I'd made things worse, so much worse. Lachlan grinned at me and squeezed tighter, the muscles of his forearm bulging against Medra's windpipe. I'd never hated anyone so much. The girl, Isha, leaned in, her eyes triumphant. "Florence, isn't it? You're an Avari, right? Tell us what you were going to say, Florence, or Lachlan here is going to hurt your friend." She glanced at the boy and nodded. "Tell us, or he finishes her here and now." Medra's eyes were on me. I could feel her silent plea. I knew she didn't want to hurt the boy, but he was hurting her. If I said nothing, she might die. Medra had saved my life. I wasn't going to let that happen. Lachlan's grip seemed to tighten. "No!" I screamed. "Stop! Nyxaris is mine! He—" The words left my mouth just as Medra exploded. There was no other word for it. It was like something had been building in her, and suddenly she snapped. With a feral snarl, she twisted her body, angling her elbow up and smashing it into Lachlan's ribs. Hard. I heard the cracking of bones and gasped. Lachlan stumbled backwards, his grip loosening. Medra wasn't through yet. She pulled her head back as far as she could go, then drove it backwards, hitting his nose with a brutal blow. Blood sprayed. Lachlan let out a howl, and his grip bolted. And then my friend moved faster than I'd ever seen her move. She pulled out of his grip, dropping back down to the floor, grabbing Lachlan's wrist as she went, and twisting it with her full weight, slamming him down. Medra staggered back, coughing and gasping, as if the impact of what Lachlan had done was finally taking effect. But the boy on the ground wasn't finished. He pushed himself up, violence flashing in his eyes. His mouth twisted savagely as he yanked a knife from his belt. Medra was breathing hard, but she'd stepped back. I could tell she didn't want to hurt him. She just wanted him to stop. But he wasn't going to stop. This was going to end badly.
"Tell me where you are. You are not at the greenhouse."
Nyxaris' voice was urgent. Isha was suddenly moving to join Lachlan, fists clenched, teeth bared. There was no time to do anything, to even shout. It all happened at once. A shadow tore through the crowd, a blur of red and black. Blake. I hadn't even seen him arrive. But 1 second, Lachlan was standing, dagger poised, and Isha was running up behind Medra, and the next, Lachlan went sprawling backwards again with another sickening snap of bone. His head twisted at a grotesque angle, an unlivable angle. His body hit the ground. He didn't move again. A sob choked my throat but never made it past my lips. Isha screeched and reached for Lachlan's blade, but Blake was faster. He lunged, fangs bared. He was beside Isha in a flash, seizing her wrist and twisting the knife out of her hands. It fell to the floor with a clatter as she cried out in pain, stumbling back and falling hard onto her knees as she cowered beneath him. The Dracarrow house leader loomed over her, his mouth still twisted in a ferocious snarl. I closed my eyes. There was no doubt in my mind that he was about to finish her with his teeth. "Blake, stop!" Medra's voice cut through the air. I peeked through my half-closed eyelids. Blake was breathing hard, still leaning over Isha, fangs bared, his body vibrating with tension. He was a predator poised to kill. His chest heaved with the effort of holding himself back. I held my breath. Around me, no one dared to move. "Blake, stop it," Medra commanded, the only one brave enough to address this terrifying man. The high blood slowly straightened, turning his head to face Medra, his fangs still out. And that's when I saw it. His eye, the one good one that should have been grey, was red. Blake's gaze flickered, and suddenly his eye was grey again. The tall high blood scanned the crowd of Blightborn students, now so still and silent, many backing away, faces pale with horror. He growled. "No one," he snarled, his voice echoing down the hall, "touches her." Medra didn't look away. She moved towards him carefully and placed a hand on his chest. "Blake," she whispered, "stand down. It's over." Only then did his fangs recede, like blades being sheathed. The rage and violence that had seemed to possess him completely now drained. His shoulders sagged. I took a deep breath, realizing for the first time I was shaking from head to toe. Blake exhaled, looking my friend up and down, his eyes suddenly soft, unguarded. "Are you hurt?" Medra shook her head, but I could see the red marks still around her throat from where Lachlan had strangled her. She touched a hand to her neck self-consciously, and Blake's mouth hardened. A whimper came from nearby, and I realized Isha was still there, crouching on the floor near Lachlan's body. She stared up at Blake, wide-eyed, tears running down her cheeks. I didn't blame her for being afraid. Blake ignored her, his eyes fixed entirely on Medra. I swallowed, unable to help but wonder how it must feel to have someone look at you like that, as if you were their entire world, as if the entire world and everyone in it were worth destroying for their sake. Then I caught sight of Medra's stricken face, and any thoughts I'd had of what Blake had done being romantic were wiped away. "That's quite enough of that, I think," a cool, clipped woman's voice announced from behind me. The crowd parted, students scrambling back. Professor Amina Hassan stepped forward, her cane clacking against the stones. She looked past me with distaste at Lachlan's still form, but otherwise paid it no more mind than she might to a dead bird that had crashed against a window pane. "Professor Stonefist will not be coming today," the instructor declared. "I was assigned to replace her, but I now see my time will be better spent elsewhere. Class is therefore dismissed. All students will clear the halls."
No one moved. We were frozen, all of us transfixed by the sight of Lachlan's still body. There'd been deaths in Bloodwing's halls before, Blightborn losses. Naveen hadn't made it past first year. But this, all of this felt different. I'd found 2 students dead in the hall just a few days before. Now Blake had killed another trying to protect Medra. Everything was changing. Everything felt wrong. "Perhaps your ears are not working," Professor Hassan snapped, raising her volume to a higher pitch. "Students will clear the halls. Immediately." Slowly, the mob of students began to move. I turned to go with them, hitching my bag of books over my shoulder. I'd been planning to do some extra work in the greenhouse. I'd had my essay for Professor Allenvale on my mind all morning, and I wanted it to be perfect. Suddenly, I wondered how Nyxaris had even known I was headed there. I hadn't spoken to him in days, not consciously. Just how much of me and my life could he see? Could we not shut each other out completely, even if we wanted to? Based on the impressions I constantly received of him, the answer seemed to be a clear no. Before I could take another step, a hand grasped my arm, nails digging in, pulling me to a halt. "Oh, no, not you, Miss Shen." Hassan's expression bordered on gleeful. "You're not going anywhere. You and Miss Pendragon will both be coming with me." I looked over at Medra helplessly. "See to Danny," Medra quickly said to Blake. He nodded and turned to the dwarven girl still huddled by the wall. She looked confused and dazed, but as Blake approached, she didn't shrink away. Medra came up beside me, and we followed Hassan down the hall. Though I tried not to look back, I couldn't help it. Lachlan's body still lay there, but Isha had vanished. Blake was crouching beside Danny. His face was calm as he helped her to her feet. The transformation between what he'd done just a few minutes ago and what he was doing now seemed incredible. I touched a hand to my collar, feeling for the silver pendant that dangled around my neck, a small silver fluffin sitting on a stack of books. Blake had given it to me just a few weeks ago, before everything had changed. Not for the first time, I wondered if things had changed for everyone, not just for me alone. I'd been so wrapped up in myself, in my own cares and worries. I'd been selfish. I glanced at Medra guiltily, but her eyes were fixed on Hassan's back. "Where are you taking us?" my friend demanded after we'd turned a corner. The professor didn't bother to reply, but our destination was clear within a few minutes, the headmistress's office. Belatedly, I realized Professor Hassan must have been in the hallway observing things for quite some time. She'd watched Lachlan choking Medra, but she hadn't intervened. She'd seen Blake appear, and still she'd done nothing. She'd heard me speak about Nyxaris, I realized with a chill. She knew. And in a few minutes, Regan would know too. And if Regan knew, Victor would soon know. I stopped as a wave of dizziness washed over me. Medra's hand touched my elbow encouragingly. "Keep moving," Hassan barked, turning to glare at me. We arrived all too soon. Hassan didn't bother to knock. Lifting her cane, she shoved open the door of the antechamber. Inside, a tall, young, high-blood man lounged at the secretary's desk with his feet up, a telltale blood and sword badge visible on his uniform. The whole school knew about this group of alumni who'd been called in to form Regan's new so-called blood guard. He looked up in surprise as Hassan marched in. Apparently, Hassan's reign of terror stretched back to this high-blood's time because he gulped nervously and immediately took his feet off the desk. "Professor Hassan, I know the headmistress would be happy to see you, but she's already in a meeting." It was pointless. Hassan didn't even pause. Under any other circumstances, I might have admired the woman's nerve,
and her skills with that cane. She knocked open the set of doors leading into the headmistress's office, the heavy wood banging against the walls. The blood guard boy rose from behind his desk, wringing his hands. But it was too late. Hassan had already swept inside. Medra and I glanced at one another. There was no choice but to follow. I'd never actually been to the headmistress's office before, even back when we had a headmaster. I'd never been one to get into trouble. I wasn't a rule breaker. I was a model student. I kept my head down, got good grades, was well liked by all my teachers. I shouldn't have been there. The thought appeared once and then, like a tainted piece of coin, wouldn't go away. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here. This wasn't my life. This wasn't who I was. The sharp chill of cowardice was on me again. I thought suddenly of my mother, safe in the library, with no idea any of this was going on, with no idea her daughter was about to be marked as a troublemaker, a rebel, a dissident. I'd already put her in danger once when I'd been targeted for being friends with Medra. Dragons. It all led back to dragons, I thought in panic. My heart pounded like a drum and my palms were sweaty. My life had been saved in a deal with a dragon, but was anything worth this? Sunlight streamed in through a huge arched window along the left side of the room. In the center, Regan sat behind an ornate wood desk. Each of the desk legs depicted a naked Blightborn woman, their faces rapturous. Thralls. I felt sick at such a clear reminder of what the Highbloods really thought of us, of what even Headmaster Kim, a man I'd retained a modicum of respect for, had really thought of us. We were just objects to them, each one of us a potential thrall. And then I stopped thinking about the desk as my blood turned to ice, because Victor Dracarrow stood to one side of it, leaning over Regan. They'd obviously been arguing. I could tell from the tight set of Regan's shoulders, the flush of red in her cheeks, the way her lips were pressed tightly together. Now, as we entered behind Hassan, both of them looked up. If Hassan was put off by the fact that she'd now be speaking not just to Regan, but to the most powerful Highblood in Sungratha, she gave no indication of it. In fact, as I glanced at her, I realized she looked even more pleased. She jabbed her cane in my general direction without looking at me, then stepped forward boldly, her eyes locking onto Regan's. "I've discovered something you'll wish to hear about, Headmistress." Something meaningful passed between them, swift and wordless. "I can see that," Regan said coolly, "but you've interrupted a private meeting. I assure you, Headmistress, my Lord Dracarrow, you will want to hear what I have to say." Hassan's eyes moved to Victor, as if assessing her chances of getting what she desired. Victor straightened, lifting black-gloved hands from Regan's desk. He wore a heavy, long red velvet cape, a mantle fit for a king. But he wasn't our king. He was a regent, one of 4. Not that you'd ever know it by the way he acted. As Victor's red eyes landed on me, I wished the floor would open and swallow me whole. Would it really have been too much to ask? I could feel myself backing up, cowering, just like the girl Medra had been trying to protect. What was her name? Dani. I'd seen her before in one of my classes, I suddenly realized. Dani Parks. Her older brother went to Bloodwing too. He was studying to be a scout. I wondered if he'd been in the crowd back there.
"We'll hear what Professor Hassan has to say, of course,"
Victor said smoothly, his eyes sliding over to Medra.
"After all, if the Dragon Rider is involved, it must be important."
He came around the desk and I held my breath, but instead of approaching me, to my shame and relief, he went straight to Medra.
Could this have anything to do with why our rider has failed to meet her assigned targets with you this month, Professor? Nyxaris has been sighted more than once over Bloodwing and the surrounding lands, and yet I don't believe our rider has been seen once upon his back.
Medra stared back at Victor with a coolness I found admirable, not backing away or backing down. She said nothing. Hassan inclined her head respectfully. My Lord Dracarrow, this pertains directly to the dragon, and thus directly to the matter we've previously discussed. She paused significantly, eyes shifting back to Regan. Perhaps what I've brought you today could influence other matters. Regan stiffened slightly. Victor smiled faintly.
Yes, Professor, I remember our arrangement clearly. You have my full attention. Do continue.
Hassan idolized him, I realized. Where I saw a monster, she saw something else entirely. In Victor Dracarrow, she saw something truly divine, the Blood Maiden's image herself. But something else was clearly at play, though I wasn't sure what.
Go on then, Regan said coldly from behind the desk.
Say your piece and get on with it. I have a school to run. Nyxaris the dragon. Hassan paused, clearly savoring the moment.
Yes, we all know the beast's name. What of it?
Victor demanded impatiently. Hassan looked over at me and smiled gleefully.
You know a great deal, Lord Dracarrow, and yet, did either of you know this?
I held my breath, waiting for the axe to fall.
The dragon is not bonded to Medra Pendragon after all,
Hassan announced. That's a lie, Medra declared, moving forward before I could even think. Nyxaris is mine. Everyone knows this. Hassan's eyebrows arched.
Is it? I was there, in the hall just now. I heard everything.
I don't know what you think you heard, Medra countered, but Florence never said that. Not once. Victor was frowning.
She said the dragon was hers, Hassan argued. I heard her clearly.
You misheard, Medra said promptly. But that's no surprise. You were hanging back like a coward. You didn't give a damn about the students turning into a mob right in the hallway. You could have diffused the situation. But when that student tried to strangle me, you didn't do a thing about it. Aren't the teachers here supposed to at least pretend to give a shit about what happens to us? She was being purposely melodramatic, trying to get Victor's attention, trying to keep it off me. I knew that. I also knew it wasn't working. Victor paced towards me, his boots soundless.
There's one way to easily clear the matter up,
he said lightly as his shadow fell over me, blocking the light from the window. I forced myself to lift my chin and look at him, to look into those horrible red eyes.
What did you say this girl's name was?
Victor said carelessly, waving his hand in Hassan's direction.
Shen. Florence Shen. Her mother is a librarian here,
Hassan quickly replied.
They've both been friends with the rider from the very start.
She made it sound as if that was some kind of a crime. I could feel my chin wobble slightly. Why had she brought my mother into this, the horrid woman?
Miss Shen,
Victor said, his voice deceptively soft.
Why don't you tell us the truth? Is the professor correct, or did she mishear you?
He laughed lightly, as if it made no sense to him.
It does seem rather strange for you to claim the dragon belongs to you.
I took a deep breath. Was I really going to do this? I had to. She's lying, I said, trying to hold my voice steady. I never said he was mine. That would be silly, just as you say. I'm no dragon rider. Just look at me. Victor did just that, his eyes scanning me from head to toe. I held still. I was a mouse, he was a hawk. One wrong move and I'd be his next meal. I was defenseless, vulnerable. I'd always known that. I was Blightborn. But never had I felt it quite like this. Victor's eyes lingered on my face. I tried not to flinch.
"Miss Shen," he murmured, "you have quite lovely ears."
I blinked. Thank you, Lord Dracarrow?
"They have such fine points to them. Very few people have such a distinctive shape of ears. Have you ever noticed?"
I couldn't help it. My hands shot up, touching my ears. My fingers fumbled around their edges. Desperately, I wanted to look at Medra. I forced myself not to. "Her ears are the same as they've always been," Medra said. I could tell she was trying to sound bored. "They've looked precisely like this ever since I met Florence." But there was a panicked look in her eyes. Victor smiled thinly.
"Pardon me if I don't consider you a reliable source of information any longer, Miss Pendragon."
I forced myself to lower my hands, but it was too late. My face must have given away everything I was feeling, because when I raised my hands to touch the tips of my ears, I'd felt it, a sharpness that hadn't been there before. They'd changed, were changing, angling into points like Medra's. I'd been hiding in my mother's apartment for weeks. I hadn't even been looking at my ears. I hadn't been attending classes regularly enough for anyone to tell me about them either. Now I realized hiding had been pointless. Lying had been pointless. The truth was literally being written onto my body. How long before they looked exactly the same as Medra's? What else about me would change? I touched a finger to my hair without thinking, and Victor's smile widened.
"Miss Shen is lying," Professor Hassan spoke up. "Of course the girl would lie." "Of course the girl would," Victor murmured. "Fortunately, there's a very easy way to find out the truth."
He smiled at me. There was no kindness to that smile. Suddenly, claws were stabbing into my mind, raking through my thoughts. My knees buckled and I fell to the ground, gasping and clutching at my head. The pain was indescribable. I'd led a fairly sheltered life. I'd never been badly injured, never been in a real fight. I'd had headaches, a toothache once or twice. This put every pain I'd ever felt together in one bundle of agony and then put all of that to shame. It was as if my mind was being peeled open, flayed while I was still alive. As if from a distance I could hear someone screaming. It was me. Farther off still I could hear voices. Medra shouting, Hassan yelling something back, the scrape of a chair. But everything was very far off, muffled under the misery coming from my skull. Victor was in my head. He was in my head and he was tearing things apart. Ixaris, I thought desperately, even though I knew I shouldn't. The high blood's claws sharpened, pouncing upon the thought. My hands covered my face, trying futilely to get the pain to stop.
"Let me in, girl,"
Victor's voice called in my mind. I could feel his voice, permeated with cruelty and rot.
"There's no sense in hiding. There's nowhere to go. I hold your mind in the palm of my hand. I will find the answers I seek. Give them to me now, and perhaps you'll come out of this whole."
I screamed aloud. "Stop!" Male, loud, authoritative, familiar. "Stop this at once, Lord Dracarrow. This girl is under my protection." I couldn't open my eyes, couldn't move. Victor was rifling through my thoughts, cherished memories of my mother, books I'd recently read, the idea I had for my next essay. He threw them aside one by one, searching deeper, looking for things I didn't wish to share, shouldn't have to share, things that were mine, private parts of me. He dug deeper, claws scraping through the layers. My screaming intensified with the search. The day I'd met Medra, the day Naveen had died.
This boy cared for you, did he? Such a pity he died. But he was a weakling, Florence. Bloodwing purges the weak. You're still standing, though. Interesting. Very interesting.
This was nothing like hearing Nyxaris. This was a violation, a nightmare. Victor's voice in my mind left a trail of decay and gore behind. I felt filthy, soiled by his touch.
She's a Vari. She's my house,
Cage thundered from somewhere nearby.
You have no right to do this. Let her go.
Victor didn't answer, not aloud anyhow, but he didn't let go. The pain only intensified. I tasted blood in my mouth. Then, suddenly, the room was full of wind and glass. I heard screaming, from someone else this time. Hazily, I forced my eyes open, feeling wetness on my cheeks, the taste of iron still in my mouth. The window had burst open. Outside the office window, a huge shape loomed, dark against the pale blue sky. Nyxaris.
Fledgling.
The word rumbled through me, filling me with warmth and hope. You're here, I thought back. How did you know where I was?
In future, fledgling, you will answer me when I make inquiry of you.
The voice was cold with anger, yet I wasn't afraid. I knew instinctively that his anger was not directed at me. Yes, I will. I'm sorry.
You spoke of the bond between us, he observed. That is why they have brought you here.
I nodded weakly through our connection, unable to even form words.
They would have learned of it sooner or later.
Nyxaris sounded resigned. The room spun with each flap of his wings. Pieces of broken glass littered the floor. Hassan crawled through the wreckage, blood running down her face. I watched as she reached Regan's desk and scuttled beneath it. Regan stood against one wall, her face pale but composed, her hands pressed flat to the stone. Medra and Cage stood by the wall nearest the window, their arms still lifted to shield themselves from the burst of glass. Medra's eyes were on me. She looked afraid for me. Nyxaris hovered just beyond the ruined frame. His massive wings churned the air, obsidian scales gleaming, his amber eyes fixed on me.
This high blood has threatened you? He has entered your mind, searching for signs of me?
I nodded. The jerk of my head caused a residual wave of pain to wash over me, and I moaned. Victor stood nearby. He held very still, his red eyes moving, first to me, then Nyxaris, then back again. He must have known we were talking about him, but all I cared about at that moment was that he was gone, his claws retracted from my mind.
I know this man,
Nyxaris snarled.
We have met before.
Victor? I stared at the dragon stupidly. You know him? Yes, I suppose you would have encountered him at the tribunal, and when they tested you and Medra.
No.
Nyxaris's voice was grim.
Long before that. Many years ago, I remember. Look at his face. He knows me, too.
I glanced at Victor cautiously, wondering if it were true. His face was tight, his body tense, as if he were contemplating his next move.
Move to the door,
Nyxaris commanded, his voice in my head so much gentler than Victor's had been. Then, in a completely different voice, one I had never heard him use before, I heard him say,
I see you, you high-blood bastard. I see you seeing me, and I know you. I know your true name.
Beside me, Victor shifted. His bearing changed subtly, his body stiffening. I blinked at him, then looked around. The door had been left ajar in Hassan's haste to enter. It was only a few feet behind me. "Move to the door now," Nyxaris demanded. "What are you going to do?" I whispered back, fear creeping up my spine. "I'll do what dragons do," he answered, his voice surprisingly calm. "And what's that?" "Rain fire and devastation down upon all those who threaten you and stand between us." A chill went through me. Not everyone, not Medra. "She is no longer my rider," he answered calmly. "You are." "She was your rider. She saved me." "She is not my concern, fledgling. Besides, she has proven repeatedly that she can care for herself." I looked over at Medra. To my surprise, she gave me a subtle nod. Did she know what Nyxaris was planning? "But Cage," I thought desperately. "My house leader. He came here to try to help me." "The High Bloods are of no concern to me," Nyxaris growled. "Only you. Now stand back." I moved, not because I was fast like Medra or brave like Cage. I moved because I was afraid, and Nyxaris had told me to jump in a way that brooked no refusal. I moved just in time as fire blasted forth from Nyxaris's jaws. My shoulder brushed something as I staggered, my feet landing just outside the office doorway. Everything happened at once. The room exploded into flames. Dragon fire burst from Nyxaris, flooding the room with light and heat so intense the air was suddenly searing in my lungs. Medra dove into a corner of the room, shielded from the blast. But I needn't have worried about her at all, for Nyxaris had a target in mind, the desk in the center of the room. As flames engulfed the desk, Regan screamed, "Amina!" I'd have expected her to call Victor's name, but either way, it wasn't her Archon who came to her aid. Cage moved like a bolt of lightning. One second he was beside Medra, the next he was at Regan's side. He grabbed her by the waist, half lifting, half yanking her across the room, her high heels skidding over the floor. Pulling her to the opposite end of the room from the window, he grabbed hold of a huge bookcase and drew it away from the wall, shoving Regan and himself behind it. Hassan wasn't so lucky. No one came for her. She died screaming alone beneath the desk, a scream that lasted only a brief moment before being cut short as the flame hit her full on, melting her like fat dripping from roasting meat. And Victor? He was already gone. "Holy Mother of Blood," a voice beside me breathed. I turned. Regan's secretary stood beside me, a crossbow in his hand, his eyes wide and shocked. For a second he actually pointed the thing at Nyxaris. Then the dragon's eyes narrowed, and a split second later the crossbow had clattered to the ground. "I will not destroy him," Nyxaris said almost lazily, "simply because he is too close to you. You may tell him he has been spared." I cleared my throat. "I won't, if you don't mind. I don't think he'd take it the right way." "As you wish." "Florence!" Medra had me by the arms. She raised a hand to cup my cheek, reminding me of my mother. "Are you all right?" I started to nod, but Nyxaris interrupted. "You were fortunate. Your mind will heal. Your body, too." "Nyxaris..." I cleared my throat again, tasting smoke and ash. "Nyxaris says I'll heal. Where is Victor?" Together, Medra and I looked back at where Regan stepped out from behind the bookcase. Cage came after her, his eyes wary as he looked at Nyxaris. "I tire of this." Nyxaris beat his wings, and the room was filled with the echoing gusts. Regan screamed, covering her face as ashes from the desk flew into the air. Nyxaris's great lizard-like snout pushed into the ruined chamber. I trembled as I regarded him. His maw opened, breath still swirling with smoke and heat. Then his head dipped low, and I could see nothing but midnight black scales and molten orange eyes.
"This has gone on long enough,"
the dragon growled into my mind.
"There is only so much time one may avoid the inevitable. My patience is at an end. You will come to me now."
I stood frozen, the heat of his fire still clinging to my skin, and the smell of scorched wood, burned parchment, and melted flesh still filled the room. Beside me, Medra stood quietly, simply watching. Nyxaris had spoken. Deep inside, I knew I had no choice but to obey. I took a long breath and moved to the window, my shoes crunching on shards of broken glass. The world outside was all scales and wings. The world outside was my future.
"Up,"
Nyxaris murmured, not unkindly.
"On."
My knees trembled, but I took a step forward, then another. Nyxaris clung to the tower like a sculpted gargoyle, claws anchored in the stone. He turned his head, showing me the base of his neck and massive shoulder blade. I stumbled back, my heart stammering in my chest. "I can't. Please, I'll fall."
"You will not fall," he growled impatiently. "Mortals and their endless fear of falling. I assure you, you will not come to harm. You are my rider now. Rise, fledgling, and become the rider you know you must be."
My eyes lifted, meeting his. The moment belonged only to us. "I'm coming," I whispered, my mind to his. He rumbled, a sound of satisfaction, deep and possessive. I could feel the shudder inside my chest, echoing like a second heartbeat. I reached out a hand to touch his shining black scales. He was hot, as a creature of air and flame should be, but not unbearably so. I climbed up, one hand gripping the edge of a scale as gently as I could, the other clutching the ridge of his shoulder. And then I was on, flattened against him, face buried against rippling scales and rising muscle. The wind swelled. Nyxaris let go of the stones, his wings stretched wide. Together, we took flight.
Chapter 15. Blake. The dwarven girl, Dani, didn't say a word when I left her at the door to the first-year common room. She just stumbled over the threshold, her hands still clutching at the ripped bodice of her dress, swaying like she wasn't sure where she was or what day it was. Her eyes were wide, too vacant. I understood all too well. She was still caught in the web of someone else's will. Not someone. Multiple someones. I'd counted 3 distinct pairs of bite marks on her neck, neither fresh nor healing. There was only one reason that would have happened. She wasn't a single high blood's thrall. She was being passed around like a shared drink at some horrific feast. Her body was suffering the consequences. Slower healing, lingering marks, disorientation. She didn't deserve that shit. No one did. I made a mental note to send a House Drakharo healer down to the first-year tower to check on her later that night. And if Dani wasn't there when the healer arrived, I'd follow up personally. As soon as the common room door was closed, I turned and stalked down the hallway. My senses were still buzzing, heightened from the blood I'd shed. I'd snapped that Blightborn boy like a twig, Lachlan, whatever his name had been. I hadn't cared who he was, what he was. He'd touched Pendragon. Threatened her. That had been enough. I'd seen red. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to breathe, willing myself to calm down. But it wasn't so easy these days. That red haze was always with me, in the back of my mind. Behind my eyes like a veil of blood. The ripple of scales always just beneath my skin. The dragon, pacing inside me. To tell the truth, I couldn't even remember the moment I'd done it. Not clearly. I could remember the feel, if not the sound, of snapping bone and tendon. It had felt fucking good. Then Pendragon was shouting my name, telling me to stop. And I had, thank the Blood Maiden, I had. I'd stopped on the edge of killing again, of ripping out the throat of that blight-born girl. But the next time, and the time after that, would I even hear Pendragon when she called? When she begged me to stop? I skidded to a halt, pausing in the hallway. Closing my eyes, I forced myself to imagine it was Pendragon's throat in my hands. What if I lost control of myself the next time I was with her? The next time she was bare and vulnerable beside me? Could it happen? Would I do that? Did I even know myself well enough to answer those questions right now? I started walking again. What I'd done to the Blightborn boy, I'd done for her. Everything I'd done so far, well, almost everything, I'd done in service of her. It was different. I tried to convince myself, but fuck me if those weren't the kind of lies Marcus would have told. The truth was that the first time I fed from Pendragon, she hadn't even wanted it. I'd told myself our bond made it all right, that her blood was mine by right, that she was mine by right. I'd told myself exactly what I'd wanted to hear, so I could sleep at night. I still remembered the taste of her, how vivid and sweet she was that first time. The feel of her thrashing in my arms, how I'd pinned her, held her still, how the moment her blood hit my tongue, I'd nearly gone blind from the rush of it. She'd tasted as good as she'd felt, like flame and rebellion, like pure defiance, like something I'd never be able to let go of again. Back then, knowing she hated it, hated me, it only made it better, sweeter, hotter. I loathed myself for it now. No matter how good it had felt, that was the past. I wanted Pendragon to want me. The way she'd felt back then, fighting me, it was sick. I wanted her the way she was now, willing, fighting, but giving. Letting me take, but taking in turn. Still defiant, still stubborn, still pure fire under my hands and mouth. But the kind of fire that burned without completely destroying everything it touched. Because I knew one thing for certain now. I didn't want to destroy Pendragon. I'd rather destroy myself than hurt her. Which was why I now found myself standing in the hall outside of the Avari Tower. I needed help, and there weren't many places I could go to get it. I hated this. Hated needing help. Hated that I had to ask him, of all people, for it. But the alternative was much, much worse. So, I knocked politely on the door like a guest the Avari had invited for dinner. And I smiled when a Blightborn Avari boy opened the door, still laughing at whatever conversation he'd been in the midst of having. I ignored how his mouth practically fell open as he recognized me. Blake Drackharrow to see Cage Tanaka, I announced. At your house leader's pleasure. The student continued to gape, frozen into stillness. I waited one moment, then another. As soon as possible, I snapped. That sent him scurrying. Must have been a second year. A few minutes later, the door opened again. This time, it was a high-blood with short, cropped hair and a ring in her nose. "I'm Evie," she announced. "I'm the house leader's second. I'll escort you to his suite." Thank the Blood Maiden. This girl actually had a clue what she was doing. I followed her into the common room, tried to pretend I hadn't seen it all before. When we reached a door larger than the others and inlaid with a silver moon glistening with pearls, I knew we'd arrived. Cage's second knocked once and stepped back. "He's expecting you. I'll be waiting outside." I guess that was supposed to put me on guard. I nodded and forced a tight smile. The door opened. Cage stood on the threshold. I'd never seen him look so disheveled. His hair was tousled, and his clothes were rumpled. I sniffed. "Is that smoke I smell? Something on fire?" "Drackharrow," Cage said, his voice dry. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" I gritted my teeth. "I need to talk to you." I glanced at Evie. "Alone." Cage leaned against the doorway. "You came here for a little private chat?" "Why, Drackharrow, I'm honored. But next time, make an appointment in advance." "Just let me the fuck in, Tanaka," I snapped, starting to lose my tenuous thread of patience. The Avari leader smiled but stepped aside, gesturing for me to enter. The room was spacious and exceedingly neat, with multiple rooms leading off the main sitting area. The furniture was rich and well-made, everything in shades of black and grey. I had to give it to the Avari. They had good taste. The decor was more understated than in the Drackharrow Tower, but no less luxurious. "Is it bigger than yours?" Cage asked, as I looked around. There was a glint in his eyes. I glared at him. "Fuck off, Tanaka. Let's not even go there. You won't like how that little competition ends." I fell onto a black velvet chaise and threw my feet up, trying to look more relaxed than I felt. "So? What's up with you? You look like you've been through the wars." "Had a little encounter with Nyxaris this afternoon." I swung my feet off the sofa. "What? When?" "Just before you arrived. He came over to a small side table and started pouring himself a drink. He downed it, then gestured to me. "You want one?" I shook my head. "What the hell happened?" He shrugged, pouring out another glass. "Oh, Nyxaris lit up our new headmistress's office like a beach bonfire." "Holy shit," I breathed. "Pendragon was there." I growled, already halfway to my feet. "Calm yourself, Drackharrow. She's fine." He took a sip. "Professor Hassan didn't have the same luck, though." "Hassan? Professor Hassan who hauled Pendragon and Florence away this afternoon." I stared at him. "Are you kidding me?" Cage shook his head. "Apparently the dragon doesn't like tattletales." Hassan hid under the desk. A fat load of good that did her. I whistled. "And Florence?" "She's all right, too. At least, I think she is." "You think? She left by way of dragon." Cage came over to a nearby armchair and sat down, another drink in his hand. The headmistress survived. Regan. What a fucking relief, I muttered. Was it my imagination, or did the Avari leader's body tighten at the sound of my former consort's name? Your uncle was there too. Not that it did our new headmistress much good, Cage said coolly. There was definitely a story there, but I decided it wasn't a good idea to ask. I snorted. You're telling me Uncle Victor didn't throw himself between the dragon and his new bride? I'm shocked. Really, I am. Your uncle disappeared, leaving Regan at the dragon's mercy. For a moment, I thought she was to be the target of Nyxaris's wrath. Not Hassan. I stared at him. And I take it you did something about that? I may have, he said, a little stiffly. I whistled. Feeling a little sympathy for the headmistress tyrant, are we? She's not the tyrant, Tanaka snarled, reminding me of just who and what he was. Last I remember, proximity to a tyrant, or even a family connection, didn't automatically make you just like them. I appreciate the vote of confidence, I said, staring at him. But I'm not sure Regan warrants such a strenuous defense. The woman was once your consort, he reminded me coldly. You don't believe you owe her any loyalty or care? I laughed lightly. I think Regan can take care of herself. We grew up together, you know. I think I know her well enough to say she's probably very happy with her lot in life. Tanaka's eyes narrowed. I wouldn't be so sure. I shrugged. Anyhow, you're saying Victor disappeared? Like High Blood style ran away, or literally vanished in a puff of smoke? There was no smoke besides the dragons. But he vanished, yes. Cage leaned forward, clasping his hands. Did you know he could do that? I stared at him. Hell no. But then, I'm also not surprised. Victor has a lot of secrets up his sleeve. None of them fucking good ones. I thought of something. So, Nyxaris knew where she was. Florence, I mean. Cage nodded. Apparently. He seems rather possessive. Something you and I wouldn't know a thing about, I deadpanned. Cage ignored me. You've heard about the new school rules? I know house leaders weren't consulted. Are you as pissed about that as I am? I chuckled. Not that I expected Regan to be a great headmistress. I assume these rules came straight from your uncle's lips, Cage pointed out. I doubt they were her idea. I scowled. Curfews for Blightborn. A blood donation program with perks. That sounds a lot like the Regan I know. The point is, they're being implemented. I've already had to shut down altercations in my own common room. His lips thinned. Blightborn students are scared. Understandably so. I leaned forward. We'll each protect our own. Cage nodded. That goes without saying. We should speak to Lysander about this, but I have no doubt he'll be with us. Look at the two of us, I thought. Consulting like real leaders. Then I felt a chill. Not consulting. Conspiring. Talking about protecting Blightborn instead of going along with Regan's new bigotry. It went against what most High-Bloods believed. But if anything seemed amiss to Cage, he didn't show it. maybe things were different in this house. Or maybe the Avari just wanted Blightborn protected because they were more complacent the safer they felt. Easier to control. Lysander will protect Orphos, he agreed. He's always been a forward thinker. But Mortis still has no house leader. Not since Catherine disappeared. I frowned. I've noticed Mortis is where Regan's been finding some of her best enforcers. I've noticed the same. Catherine wasn't quite who we thought she was. No, she wasn't, I agreed. I'd always thought Drakharrow was the strongest house, and perhaps the cruelest. But Mortis was coming up as a strong contender. I've heard some things. We've probably heard the same things. But we're not here to discuss Mortis today. That house isn't our responsibility. I sighed. So that's how Cage wanted to play it? I suppose that was fair. We did have enough to worry about. Speaking of protecting those in our own houses, I said, you do realize Florence Shen is vulnerable now, more than Pendragon ever was. If Victor wants a soul-bound rider, she's his new target. Cage nodded. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Shockingly, I might be. I'll talk to Pendragon, explain the danger. Get her to talk to Florence. If that doesn't work, then I'll talk to the girl myself, Cage finished. He shook his head. You know, it was strange, Drakharrow, watching Nyxaris with his new rider today. Like watching a courtship unfold between a girl and a volcano. Courtship? I wrinkled my nose. I wouldn't have called it that when Pendragon was involved. Well, Nyxaris never actually bonded to Medra, Cage pointed out. I ignored the fact he'd used her first name, as if he were her friend. Good point, I forced myself to say. Cage smiled slightly. Now, why are you really here? Is it to ask my permission this time? My hackles rose. Permission? Oh, you thought I didn't notice? Cage's eyes narrowed. How cute. You're fast for a high blood, but you're not exactly subtle. So, he knew I'd been sneaking into Pendragon's room. I hid a smirk. I guess we made a fair bit of noise. At least Cage hadn't made a big deal about it. Not yet. I sighed, sinking back into the chair. Look, I didn't come here to fight. A pity, Cage murmured. But I suppose I am a bit tired. I ignored him. You once said that if I survived my transformation, I should come see you. That you could help me. Cage rubbed his chin. Did I? I don't recall. The fucking asshole. Yes, you did. I breathed in deeply, trying to tamp down my annoyance. Look, you know what I am. A dragon, Cage said bluntly. Unless I'm much mistaken, an infernus. Great. As usual, Cage knew more than I did. I can become a red dragon, yes, but I don't have great control. My dragon, he's bleeding through more often. I feel like I'm losing control, not gaining it. He? What? You said he, as if your dragon was someone else. He's not. He's you. My lips twisted. Well, it sure doesn't fucking feel that way. Cage's brow furrowed, My wolf is me. There is no distinction. And you have great control. Good for you. Can you teach me? I asked. Just what exactly is happening? I ran my hands through my hair. I can't control when I shift. I can't control the dragon, even when I haven't shifted. Like I said, it's as if there's someone else inside me, and he takes control sometimes. He's violent, twisted. Cage looked skeptical. That doesn't sound too different from the Blake Drackharrow I know. Well, it is, I snapped. I killed a boy in the hall today, a Blightborn. He was threatening Pendragon. I just snapped. Cage frowned. If he was threatening your consort, that doesn't sound completely unreasonable. No, I agreed. But I nearly killed another girl, too. She hadn't laid a hand on Pendragon. And it's not about that. It's about the fact that I can hardly remember doing it. And that's when it's someone I don't care about. I met Cage's eyes, willing him not to make me say the words. You're afraid you'll hurt someone who's more important to you, he summarized. I nodded. Yes. Cage was quiet for a moment, brow furrowed, arms crossed over his chest. I watched him in silence. He was a handsome bastard. I guess I'd give him that. And he'd been fairly gracious in letting me into his private space. That didn't mean I didn't still plan to get Pendragon out of his house as soon as I could. Look, Drackharrow, he finally said. You're not wrong to be scared. I can see you're cracking. Cracking? My blood pressure rose. I wouldn't put it quite like that. But you admit it then. I'm dangerous. I forced a laugh. You always have been, Cage said dryly. All of you Drackharrows are wildfires waiting to happen. That's nothing new. Just look at your brother. I tried not to take offense, especially as he might have had a point. I think you're forgetting my father. Besides, you try being practically raised by Victor Drackharrow, and we'll see how you turn out. Sure. Point taken. He stood up and stretched. I told you I might be able to help. But I'd assumed things would go the same way for you as they did for me. I blinked. And you don't think that now? No. My wolf is myself. You seem to see the dragon inside you as some other entity completely. And you're talking as if that dragon is trying to, well, harm you. Harm people you care about. Well, he fucking is, I hissed. He could. Cage nodded. All right. Look, I've trained other Avari before. But what you're describing, well, it's not shifting. You're not just having trouble changing and changing back again. You're splitting apart at the seams. I sat there, silent, feeling strangely ashamed. You don't need me, Cage said, not unkindly. You need someone who knows the history of what you are. I narrowed my eyes. Don't say Rodriguez. Please don't say Rodriguez. Cage had the decency to actually try to look sympathetic. He might have answers. We already know he knows a hell of a lot more than he should. I thought about how Rodriguez had saved Florence's life by suggesting something none of the rest of us even knew was possible. You're right about that, I said gruffly. But can we trust him at this point? He fucked up. I think he knows that. You can't say you haven't made mistakes, done things you regret. No, I can't, I said coldly. And you? I suppose you're perfect, wolf boy? Cage held up his hands. By no means. I make mistakes all the time. He gave me a meaningful look, and I knew he was thinking of the way we'd betrayed Nyxaris. I've done things I regret. Things I've had to apologize for. Had he apologized to Pendragon? She hadn't told me that. I thought of how he hadn't tried to stop me from seeing her. Almost as if he'd, conceded her to me. He wasn't trying to get in the way anymore. I wondered why. Cage watched me and frowned. Don't even go there, Drakharrow. What? I said innocently. I was just thinking. Don't think, he said icily. Not about that. It's none of your fucking concern. Pendragon remains in my house, lest you forget that so easily. This is where she belongs. But she's my consort, my mate, I said, a little stiffly. Cage smiled thinly. Is that what she is? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I said, leaping to my feet like a dragon about to defend his lair. I mean Pendragon will decide exactly what she is or isn't in relation to you. That doesn't mean I've relinquished all of my claims, Cage said, smiling in a way I didn't appreciate. What the hell does that mean? I snarled. Cage rose to his feet and gave me a gentle shove in the chest. Just enough to warn me, not enough to actually piss me all the way off. Relax, Drakharrow. I don't want to join your little triad. There is no triad, I said without thinking. It's just the two of us, me and Pendragon, for good. Cage raised a brow. Really? Interesting. I looked away, suddenly feeling a little awkward. Fine. I'll go to Rodriguez. Good call, Dragon Boy. I was moving towards the door when Cage spoke again. And Drakharrow? I paused. What? If you do lose control of your dragon completely, don't let it be her you hurt. I wouldn't want to have to put you down. He met my eyes. I nodded tightly. Believe me, Tanaka. If that happened, I'd fucking beg you to do it. Chapter 16. Blake. I still couldn't believe I was doing this. Pendragon would kill me. And honestly, after everything we'd done to her, she'd probably be fully justified. Rodriguez had treated us all like chess pieces. But that didn't erase the fact that Cage and I had made a choice to behave like pawns. Rodriguez had fucked up, sure, but he was still the only person who might understand what was happening to me. So yeah, I was doing this. The hallway leading to his office was empty. Classes were finished for the day. Dinner was probably half over by now. I stood outside the door and rapped my knuckles against it, hoping he'd still be around. I knew he kept a place in Valemar, but that was a longer trek. I also knew he spent half his nights sleeping at his desk. No answer. I knocked again. A clattering sound. Then the breaking of glass. Rodriguez, I called. I know you're in there. I need to talk to you. A muttered curse came through the door. Shit! Rolling my eyes, I twisted the doorknob. I paused in the doorway. The office was a mess. If Rodriguez was trying to hide the fact that he basically lived at the school half the time, he was doing a poor job of it. Books and clothes littered the floor. The desk was piled with parchment and empty bottles. Kneeling beside it was Rodriguez, picking up the pieces of a shattered bottle. A red, shimmering liquid pooled on the carpet. It only took a second for the scent to hit me. Crimson ambrosia. A narcotic-infused liquor, an expensive one, frequently consumed for fun by wealthy high-bloods. I knew Theo and Visha enjoyed its effects from time to time, but when taken by a Blightborn, the reactions were more pronounced. Ambrosia could unspool a Blightborn's mind into nothing. "Seriously?" I exclaimed. "You're drinking that shit?" Rodriguez glanced up. His eyes were bloodshot, cheekbones sharper than they'd ever been. His shirt was half unbuttoned, and his dark hair looked as if it hadn't been combed in days. "Well, well," he said, slurring his words slightly. "The high-blood prince returns." I stepped inside, shutting the door behind me. "Who else has seen you like this?" "Damn it, Rodriguez. Regan's running the school and you're pulling this shit? Do you want to get fired?" He laughed. "Only a matter of time, isn't it? I can always find my true calling." He yanked at the collar of his shirt, pulling the material aside, and I froze. "Fuck," I hissed. "You've got to be kidding me." Bite marks. Still healing. "Did they?" I cleared my throat. "Larissa was kind enough not to enthrall me," Rodriguez said dryly. "She only took a few sips." "I'll fucking kill her." I curled my hands into fists. The girl was in my house. Therefore, she was my responsibility. "When was this?" Rodriguez waved a hand and sat back on his haunches, looking tired. He'd given up trying to pick up the broken pieces of the bottle. "Don't bother. It's all part of the new blood donation incentive program after all. Or, as I like to call it, B-dip." I blinked. "B what now?" "B-dip," he said, stressing the first letter. "Doesn't it have a wonderful ring to it?" "Not exactly." Was Rodriguez losing his blood-damned mind? "I agree with you. Regan didn't think through the acronym when she came up with the program name. Now, if she'd put it to a vote, I might have suggested something like DIB-P. I stared blankly. Donation Incentive Blood Program, he elaborated. Much better. I came over and started picking up the pieces of the bottle of ambrosia, tossing them in the nearby wastebasket. So what the hell is really going on? You're just going to lie back and let Regan and Larissa and every other high-blood walk all over you? That doesn't sound much like the Rodriguez I know. The Rodriguez you know is a monumental fuck-up. He picked up a piece of broken glass and stared down at it. I made a plan. It went to shit. I failed. I thought I could steer this place away from the fire. Instead, I poured out the oil and lit the flame myself. The shard was cutting through his finger, but he didn't seem to notice. I gambled. I thought I could outmaneuver Victor. I thought I could keep people safe. But that's life, isn't it? You can't keep your hands clean and try to play the hero. Look, it wasn't just you. We all made mistakes. I gently took the piece of glass out of his hands and tossed it away, then pulled a handkerchief out of my pocket and passed it to him. To soak up the blood. He stared at the blood welling up on his hand as if he were just noticing it, but pressed the cloth against the cut. You're still standing. I clenched my jaw. Barely. He raised a brow. Is that so? Why do you think I'm here? I said quietly. You're not the only one whose life is going to shit. Rodriguez didn't answer right away. Instead, he hauled himself up, leaning against the desk for support, then slumped into the chair behind the desk, looking a little green. I took a seat across from him, warily, half expecting him to pass out. He looked at me, his eyes, bloodshot as they were, focusing and assessing. I'm going to go out on a limb here and take a wild guess. You're changing. He leaned forward. Tell me, Blake, do your eyes go red when it happens? My back stiffened. Even though I'd planned to tell him, I hadn't actually expected him to figure it out on his own. At least, not this quickly. What makes you say that? He didn't answer right away, just studied me for a long moment, giving me a look that said he knew. Knew. More than about just me. Well, shit, I said finally. You know, back in the good old days, he was clearly being sarcastic, there were two kinds of dragons. The ones who were born. He paused, and I found myself holding my breath. And the ones who were made. My throat went dry, even though I already knew where he was heading. Made. Blood, he said simply. The wrong kind. Or the right kind. He shrugged. Depends on your perspective, I suppose. Throw in a little light blood magic, and there you have it. I thought of Pendragon's blood. The way it burned through me, filling me with a sense of power, making me feel invincible. Dragon-like. For some, rider blood isn't just powerful, it's catalytic. Especially when you were already bound. Something inside you wanted to change. I didn't want this, I said swiftly. But there are some perks, Rodriguez said meaningfully. Aren't there? I wrinkled my nose. Power? He nodded. If you can get it under control, learn to work with Nyxaris. For a moment, he looked almost optimistic. For a moment, I let myself believe it was possible. Then, I blanched. Blood Maiden. Am I going to have dragon babies? Rodriguez blinked at me, then laughed. No, full-on howled, his entire body shaking. Oh, Blake, he wheezed. Not unless you're planning on fucking another dragon. I scowled. The pickings were rather slim in that regard. No thanks. Rodriguez wiped his eyes, still chuckling. I don't think you need to worry about it then. He shook his head. Fuck. I needed that. He was still smiling. Glad I could be of service in stopping your existential spiral, I muttered. Then I thought of something. Wait. You said there were two kinds of dragons. Rodriguez's smile turned grim. That's it. Put the pieces together. Part of me didn't want to. Rodriguez leaned forward, clasping his hands. Blake, The answer is literally staring you right in the face. Nyxaris, Melindra, the others. Melindra hatched from an egg. We have her birth records. He sighed, taking in my expression. You don't want to go there yet? Then we won't. So, tell me, how'd you lose your eye? I didn't answer. My mind was still tossing over the last revelation. I didn't want to put the horror I was feeling into words. Didn't want Rodriguez to confirm what I'd just guessed to be true. Because if it were true, then what were the implications for me? Victor, Rodriguez guessed. I take it he didn't offer any help on how to deal with your new condition. He shot me a look of admiration. Of course, you didn't exactly leave him unscathed. He looks like shit. Good for you. He tilted his head. Almost makes me pity Regan. Don't, I snapped. She got what she wanted. All she cares about is power and rising to the top. As for Victor, he thinks I'm fucked. He couldn't take me down, and I couldn't kill him. So, we're at a standstill, for now. And the way things are going, I shook my head. I wanted to destroy Victor. But first I had to get control before I took another stab at it. It's not looking good. Either I'm going to lose control and wind up accidentally offing myself, go feral, or... My face hardened. Or maybe it'll all work out. I'll become something powerful. But if Victor manages to control me first... Thrallweave wouldn't work if I was in dragon form. I suddenly wondered if the bond that Pendragon and I had offered me any similar protection. But, based on how easily Victor had managed to manipulate me the last time, it didn't seem like it. A fleet of dragons with you at the helm, Rodriguez mused. Belatedly, I remembered something important. Of course, you could always put me down yourself, I said coldly. After all, you said your order turned Nyxaris and the others to stone. Rodriguez smiled. I wondered when we'd circle back to that. I suppose I'd better watch my back, I said bitterly. I was an idiot to think... To think what? That I might help? He leaned back. Blake, I'll tell you a little secret that it seems even Nyxaris has forgotten. When those 4 dragons were turned to stone, it was done willingly. I stared at him. What? The Emberwatch had their consent to do what they did. It was done for a reason. What possible reason could those dragons have had for allowing that to happen? We all come to a place of sacrifice in our lives, one way or another. You can't tell me there aren't things you'd willingly give your life, your freedom, to save. I thought of Pendragon. Fine. Maybe you're right. So what were they saying? All of us, he said simply. Everything. They were holding back the veil. The veil? What's that? Rodriguez got to his feet. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves that lined the wall next to his desk, then pulled one out and tossed it onto the desk. The book slid to a halt in front of me. I leaned forward, scanning the title. Chronicles of Sangratha. An Official History. I looked up. It's a textbook. What's this got to do with anything? All Highbloods and Blightborn learned the official history. The Great Famine, the Blight of Shadows, the Dragon Cataclysm. I shrugged. Sure, I remember the basics. No official history is ever true. Perhaps you've learned that already. I thought of my uncle's journal I'd found in the Black Keep. So, what part of this isn't true? That the Highbloods weren't the saviors of the Blightborn? I figured that out a while back. I think a lot of us did. Rodriguez grimaced. Not just that. Think back on the Cataclysm. A time of monstrous creatures. The dragons arose. Dark forces threatened Sangratha. The Highbloods and the Dragon Riders forged an alliance and vanquished them. Right. But where did they come from in the first place? Rodriguez had shoved his hands into his pockets and now was pacing back and forth, in full-on professor mode. I tried to think. Have you ever been to the borders of Sangratha? I've been to the coast before, sure. Sangratha was a massive island, surrounded by ocean waters. A few scattered islands lay close to shore. Past that, there was nothing. No. Rodriguez took a deep breath. To the true borders of the thraldom. You can't say yes. No one can. Except maybe your brother. Marcus? What do you mean? My heart sped up. Haven't you even wondered where he's gone? I've been a little self-absorbed the last few weeks, I admitted. Can you blame me? I suppose not. He sat back down in the desk chair. Sangratha isn't the only world. There are many. But one in particular used to connect to ours. I was stunned, but tried to hide it. Used to. And I suppose the dark creatures came from there. The dragons. The creatures? He shrugged. Perhaps. The riders. Almost certainly. I stared. The riders? What the hell are you talking about? Rodriguez looked satisfied. I knew that would get your attention. You always had my attention, I snapped. I came here looking for answers. As usual, you're full of the ones I didn't want. The list of things Rodriguez knew that I didn't want to suddenly seemed much larger. Your problem is bad, Blake. But it's not the only problem. We have a bigger one than you being unable to shift on command. It's more than that, Rodriguez, I almost shouted. I fucking killed someone today. Who? Does that really matter? A Blightborn. They were threatening Pendragon. He'd hurt her. Rodriguez relaxed slightly. Justified homicide. Sure, this time. But next? Finally growing a conscience, are we? You've killed before, Blake. You didn't seem to care so much then. That was different. I clenched my jaw painfully. The difference was, I'd known exactly what I was doing. But this time, it was like my body had been taken over. Like Thrallweave, but worse. Because the monster was inside me. If Cage was to be believed, he was me. There's no easy solution for your dilemma, Rodriguez said, sounding impatient. Time and practice. I've had time. I've tried to practice. It's not fucking working, I hissed. Tell me something I don't already know. Teach me, damn it. Otherwise, I could shift in class one day and do a little more damage than to just a single Blightborn. He looked at me. Is it really that bad? It's bad. Really bad. I rubbed my face. I want to talk about Marcus. I want to learn about this veil. I mean, I don't want to. It sounds like an absolute fucking mess. But I can't help you with the world's big problems if I can't even control my own body and keep from... I took a deep breath. From killing my own consort by accident. Rodriguez's expression turned serious. Understood. He looked towards his bookshelf. But the only answer I have is one you won't like. Try me. I suddenly realized Rodriguez's expression was a little too somber. Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? He was trying to sound innocent, but I fucking knew better. Like I'm about to fucking die, Rodriguez. He was quiet far too long, and so then I knew. Because I am. I choked out. I'm dying. He looked away. You knew as soon as I walked in. He shook his head. Not that soon. Suspected. But if it's as bad as you describe, there's another being inside of me, and he's a fucking animal who wants to kill everyone. So yeah, it's bad. Rodriguez sighed. What you've described sounds like soul-splitting. That doesn't sound good. It's fairly self-explanatory, he agreed. So what do I do? How do I fix it? He stood up again, walked across the room, and reached for a book high up on the shelf. Even from where I sat, I could tell it was ancient, the black leather cover cracking with age. Yet the tome was a beautiful one, embossed with silver, a serpentine dragon embedded in the center. Rodriguez studied the book, looking faintly amused. What's so funny? I demanded. Does that book have the answers or not? Answers? Many. To your problem? It might have one. Will you like it? Decidedly not. Just give me the fucking book, Rodriguez, I snapped. He held it out. The Dark Art of Eternal Bonds, I read, as I grabbed the old book. Listen, Blake, Rodriguez started to say, just as the door swung open. Visha, I exclaimed as my second walked in. She looked just as surprised to see me as I was to see her. I stared. Her short, platinum blonde hair was swept back in a messy twist. She was dressed to kill, wearing a sleek, crimson, sleeveless corset top paired with tight black trousers. My brain stalled for a second, then finally caught up. Visha, I managed to squawk. I looked behind me at Rodriguez. He had a sheepish look on his face. The instructor cleared his throat. We'll talk more later. His eyes flicked to the clock like he'd lost track of the time. Miss Vaidya, I assume you're here to talk about your essay? I blinked at him. You're kicking me out? Now? Visha stepped in front of me without looking me in the eye. Absolutely, Professor. I'd love to have you look over my thesis. Really? You're not carrying any notes, I pointed out. Visha turned, staring down her nose at me, coolly, but her face looked a little flushed. She tapped the side of her head. Don't need notes. It's all up here. Rodriguez pinched the bridge of his nose. Blake, you have the book. Take it and go, before I feel the urge to pull out another bottle. Behind me, the door clicked shut. I stumbled out into the hallway, clutching the book as if it could do more than save me, as if it might be able to block out the mental images I was absolutely, definitely not having.
Chapter 17. Florence. Neville was following me, trotting at my heels since I got back. Since I landed, I should say. I shivered, half in fear, half in delight. I'd landed on the back of a dragon. Neville had been sitting on the wide expanse of grass down near the greenhouse waiting for me, with a look on his face that one could only describe as smug. "Wipe that look off your face," I hissed down to him now. "You've been wearing it long enough. It's absolutely ridiculous." The Fluffin made a happy mewing sound. With a sigh, I bent over, letting my heavy bag slide down onto the ground. Then I scooped the little fur ball up into my arms and rubbed his head gently. "I suppose you think you're coming inside?" He made a soft barking noise. "Fine," I said with resignation, "but you'd better be quiet." I shifted my grip on the Fluffin and nudged the heavy door to the Avari Tower open with my boot. It was strange to be returning like this. It felt like I'd been away much longer than I really had. The common room was dimly lit, cozy and quiet. I inhaled. Someone had been burning sage. I stepped in, only realizing then that it was too quiet. Then I heard it, weeping. A girl was curled up on a sofa near the fire, sobbing into her hands. A small cluster of students surrounded her. One rubbed her back. All of them were Blightborns. Across the room, a group of high-blood students stood together, talking in low voices. I recognized one of them, Evie, one of the House of Ari wardens. I walked over slowly. "What happened?" Evie glanced at me. "Shen, nice of you to join us. You're back then?" I nodded awkwardly. "Yes, what's going on?" "Lysa's mother died." "That's so sad," I murmured. It was rather kind of the high-blood students to stand to one side so respectfully. But Evie wasn't finished. She was murdered. My stomach dropped. Murdered? How? In Valemar? Evie shook her head. No, back in her home village, somewhere on the eastern coast. She gave me an assessing look as if debating whether to say more. A high-blood did it. My eyes widened. That's awful. I looked over at the crying girl. Her life would never be the same. I understood. I'd lost my father at a much younger age. Blight-born murders. There was a time when such a thing wouldn't have been so shocking. High-bloods used to hunt with abandon, and it was accepted. They were superior to us, after all. They deserved everything, apparently even our lives. But there was no reason for it. Not when they had Thrallweave. Not when they could simply take what they wanted without killing. It made no sense. The high-blood was killed, Evie said, if that's what you're wondering. I blinked. They were? She nodded. He went after 3 other people in the village, including another high-blood, before he was stopped. A group of high-bloods took him down. I felt oddly relieved. If he went after his own kind, then it must have been madness, a fluke, a terrible accident. Evie shrugged. Maybe. What do you mean? She turned as if to go. I mean, this isn't the first story I've heard like this. I stared. More murders? High-bloods murdering Blightborn, and other high-bloods for no real reason. High-bloods who had gone berserk. She'd lowered her voice, but the other high-bloods around us were listening in. They didn't seem shocked, however. Clearly they'd heard this rumor before. I'll see you around, Shen. I'm going to talk to Cage.
I watched her go, remembering that she was Cage's second now, then gave Neville a little boost in my arms. A high-blood boy approached me. Andrew, a second year. He was in one of my classes. That Fluffin. He looked at Neville curiously. He's yours? Sort of, I said cautiously. He's not really anyone's. My sister's always wanted one as a pet. They're hard to find these days. I wonder if I could take him home. If he's just roaming around the school, I mean. Andrew leaned forward, reaching out a hand to pat Neville's head. Before he could finish the gesture, Neville growled. The boy quickly yanked his hand back. I'm not sure Neville likes that idea, and now that I think about it, he does have an owner. I lied. Blake Jackarrow. Blake? Andrew took a step back. I didn't know that. He lets you what? Borrow him? Something like that? I called over my shoulder, already marching towards the staircase. Good night, Andrew. To Neville, I whispered, Don't worry. No one is going to take you home with them. Neville gave another little growl as if to say, I'd like to see them try. Besides, you don't really belong to Blake or to me, do you? I murmured.
He is his own person, not a pet.
Neville made a high-pitched yipping sound as I jumped. You need to stop doing that, I complained. It's called eavesdropping. A pause.
Very well. Good luck.
I frowned, realizing Nyxaris knew exactly what I was about to do.